Hello and welcome to the HawksNest live stream show. We got ourselves an actual game. Not practice. I'm not talking about practice. I'm talking about game. A game. Okay, it's not a real game. It's a preseason game. But I still get hyped up for those type of things. And we're going to get hyped up for that here today. I hope you guys are ready to roll on this one. I don't care if it's preseason. Pads are going to be popping. We're going to get to see some hitting again here. That gets me stoked. Hopefully get you guys stoked as well. We're just a couple minutes away here from game time. If you guys are new just over this offseason or just jumping the channel now, I do kind of a play-by-play thing here as we get to the actual games. So I will be definitely trying to respond to you guys in the chat as I can. Obviously respond to all super chats, but I'm going to try to respond as I can. But a lot of that questions and whatnot, we're going to have to hold over until probably just the end of the game because it's just such a high wire act. I'll definitely on commercial breaks and stuff be able to respond to you guys, but it does get a little wee bit tougher when we're actually getting in and the action's flying here because I like to give you guys some scintillating play-by-play. Just getting some items set up here for me on my side of things. Prepped and ready to roll. I hope you guys are having a great night. I'm so stoked. We got some football. Drew Lock, Geno Smith, the battle that goes back and forth. Kenneth Walker certain to get a great many carries today. How does Noah Fant look? New tight end edition. Was this offense going to have any sort of differences to its stylings? You're going to see a little more outside run maybe in this game. Still always get the inside going, but maybe a little bit more to the outside as well. Two rookie cornerbacks starting on the outside, Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant. What can they do out there? And then we've just got of course, the rest of this new 3-4 alignment. And how will that look? Seattle going to be a little bit blitz heavy maybe in this game. They start trying out some of that aggressiveness that the defensive coordinator talked about in his first press conference after being hired. Or do they hold back their hand a little bit? You certainly get a pretty good test here with Pittsburgh, as Mike Tomlin always has his guys ready to play. This has been a team that has been solid as a team for the last couple of years. I think their quarterback play has been holding them back quite a bit over this time period. But nonetheless, it's a good test. It's a good test to let's see what we got here. I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of first teams here and teams over here. But we'll see how it goes. Christopher Corcoran, hey, how's it going? Go Hawks. Hello, Stefan Saylor. What's up, my man? Emmett, 21 Go Hawks is right. Believe it. It's in your soul. Marty Williams, what's up, Brandon? Go Hawks. I am loving life, man. I get to watch an actual Seahawks NFL football game today. And I'm a geek about this stuff. I like the preseason. I like watching these young players develop. I like, especially as you chart the course and path of guys like Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant as they have come on throughout the course of the whole offseason since their arrival. And you just get more and more excited about them, their potential, and the potential of this team into the future. And that does get me hyped. Gage Anthony, how you doing? What's up? Kiefer Myers, hello. John Aceveda, Seahawks country, let's fly. Hey, Seahawks country, let's fly. Devin Bartz, what's up, man? Jordan, R14, hell yeah. Go Hawks 05, Walker's going to carry. Oh, we're going to see some walk carries today. And I am stoked. I'm here for it. I am here for it. Elliot Clark, let's effing go. Let's go is right. I love that energy, Elliot. That's right. That's right. Let's go. I got a 50-yarder from Walker today. Let's go. Come on, Kenneth. Let's shut up the last of these folks on the can't give a second-round player on a running back. The value is not distinguished by that being a very smart move. You instead need to be placing those assets on furthermore valuable assets of a part of a team. Show them, Kenneth. Show them. Emmett, I can't wait to see these rookies play, and neither can I. Neither can I. Michael YT, go Hawks, go Ems. Oh, that's right. Ems kicking it off today right now, too. Keep it up, Ems. Keep it up. Don't you stop. Emmett says, can't. Emmett says, can't wait. I'm so excited. I can't even talk here. Can't wait to see the linemen, defensive backs, running backs, and quarterbacks, of course. Hey, I'm hyped for it all, kind of. You know what I mean? I'm like, let's go. You know? Let's go. Is this thing kicking off yet? What's going on? What's going on? Come on. Caden Peters, how much longer till game starts? Should be any minute here. It's 4 o'clock, right? So any Any minute, if I'm by my maths right. Emmett, I can't wait to see this new improved defense as well. Are we going to see a little bit of that multi-dimensional nature that they're supposed to be enacting here? Are we going to see a little bit of, like I said, that aggressiveness? I hope so. Erismana, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. TJ with the $2 donation, kicking us off on the donos, right? I appreciate that, TJ. And, of course, you as all your contribution as a mod as well. So I'm more excited to see these corners than anything. Oh, you better believe me, too. Me, too. I'm with it on that. Leland Kimball says, when do we get the Magnum Brandon stash back? Probably sometimes in the fall. I got to go a little thicker this year. When looking back on that a little bit too, and thank you for the donations, both of you guys, but looking back on that one, I got to make sure it's into full Magnum ways. If you're too tight with it, you're into like, I've got a van, you know, I'm it looks like one of those guys. So I don't want to have that look, but we're definitely going to have to rock a little bit of the, you know, Selleck stash once again. It's got to come at some point here. Thank you for the donations though, guys. And these corners are going to be awesome to see, TJ. The fact they both get to start today. We get to see them both rolling at the same time out there. It's going to be nice. Eyes will go one to the other on all passes, basically. Emmett says this game should be starting now. It should indeed. Should indeed. Emmett starts in 15 minutes, but Seahawks football starts now. We'll see. It's preseason. Yeah, we'll see on it, Micah. Thanks for the donations again, guys. Marty Williams says, most excited to see Josh Jones, Ken Walker, Charles Cross, and Abe Lucas. Good cluster of guys to look for, and Josh Jones has really burst onto the scene throughout camp here from the safety position, has had multiple interceptions in camp. He's been a guy that's been all over the place for them. Maybe a guy that comes along and surprises some people. I've said I think Ryan Neal's got to start looking a little bit over his back in that respect of that roster spot on this team, but you know, we'll see how they play it. Still fun, as I say, a good problem to have. B-Russ, my eyes are going to be on Tariq, on D, our tackles, and K9-0. Let's effing go. Football is back, baby. Let's go. Excited for them all, truthfully, says Marty. Me too, man. I can't wait here. Big Country, what's up? Go Hawks. Megan Gok Roger, hello. Says Charles Cross, win in Seattle. Keldon, this guy here about to suit up. You better believe it. I got the pads in the closet. I might just start. I've been working my rip moves all day. I got my over-under coming, Keldon. Over-under. You got to snap that thing. I'm ready to do it. And yeah, if you need me outside, coach, I got that shiftiness. Okay? I'm quick in very, very, very short spaces. I'm very quick in those kind of short spaces. Not outside of that, but in those, you give me 3 inches and I'll beat him in the first 3 inches. Mason Dale, I can only watch it on NFL Network, but go Bills. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is this thing going to start? They said 4. Why are they playing with my emotions? Why are they playing with my emotions here? There we go. Looks like it's maybe kicking in. We'll see. I always love streaming these games versus watching on the deal. It's always a little dodgy. Weird. Okay. It's good to see you here, Megan. Grug, so excited for this game. Oh, man, me too. I got 3 minutes of the Colts first Bills game left with the Seahawks game. Maybe they're just holding off till the game ends. So they get maximum eyeballs on every preseason contest. That would be like the NFL. DJ Jimenez says, yeah, Hawks Nest, you know where I'm going to be on game day, DJ. Right here. Right here. Chase, hey, how's it going, man? Kate, I'm excited to see our defense. Oh, me too, man. I'm honestly, somebody was saying it's like hard to kind of just pick out what the one few things you'll want to be looking at here. This is probably going to be a game that's going to call for, frankly, two viewings just to get a full read on it because there are so many guys you're wanting to watch what they do and how they do. Megan says, cannot wait to see my boy Cross. Been waiting for far too long to see if my draft pick comes off. We'll see. He's going to get that start. He's going to get it. What's up, Tom? How's it going? 7 down. How do I watch? I do it on, I'm not doing any bad streams. I'm just on the legit NFL site right now. So I think that's, you got to have like the login thing, I believe. Complex is, why do I have to watch the Steelers broadcast? I don't know. It's the beauty of streaming online, I guess. Megan says, damn, wearing white, not a good sign. It's the road unis. You have to wear it on the road. Brandon, are you going to monitor the M's versus the Rangers game too? It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard because I'm doing play-by-play and trying to keep up with the chat. So it's always a little bit of a, I don't know if I could pull that. I could pull off a couple of spinning plates, but that might be one too many. Elliot says, this is so iconic, watching the start of the Seahawks season in a new era. Oh, it is. It's the beginning of the new, folks. All of the old is gone, for lesser, for good, for better, for worse, whatever your stance may be on it. And now is the beginning of the new day. Very well said. This is the start towards us now going towards that point when we can get to a rebuild, get to an ascent, get back to that sort of way it rolls for you as a football team in the NFL as you try to climb back up into becoming that team again. Neil Marsh says, nice, half the distance. Oh, so is it already starting here and they're just being weird or what? You guys already getting the stream going? Yeah, so why isn't it letting me watch this thing? Sorry, guys, this is the beauty of this stream stuff is that they don't, I guess, catch up on things here. Or you guys maybe are a little ahead of me. Could be that too. Come on, let me watch. Signed in. I don't know why this has got to be so tough. They make this impossible. Sorry, folks. 1 second. Okay, we're signed in, right? Okay, signed in. There we go. Let's see if that did it. Oh, that didn't do it. Huh. Interesting. All right, guys. I guess you might have to help me out on what am I doing wrong? I'm on the NFL channel. I'm on the app. I'm signed in, and it's not playing the game. Yeah, I don't have TV, so I don't do TV, guys. Channel 5 doesn't work for me unless I can just go online somewhere. Let's try this. Well, that sucks. The NFL sucks with this kind of crap. They make it like almost impossible stuff. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Sindale says good coverage. That was good. All right. Ay. There's no way to test this beforehand. That's the part about this crap. You can't just get on and... Well, let's try this again. This sucks. I hate the modern world with your BS. What, is this scintillating follow along or what? Why does everybody text me when I go live? I always tell people don't text me and they just say, ding, ding, ding. Like, dude. Oh, it's maybe coming up. It's thinking about it. We're at a commercial break. Nice play from Woolen. Big incompletion. Coleman got cooked. I think I got it finally here, but that was stupid. But that was truly dumb. Wow. Why does nothing work? This is weird. Well, NFL.com is definitely broken. That side sucks. So I have to go somewhere else to see if I can figure out the score. Oh my God. Okay. If you have my number when I'm streaming, please go. Don't stream unless there's something really wrong. Can't do it. So I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get the update. I guess we got a score given up. I'll have to maybe watch that on replay when the NFL app actually lets you do it. Modern world where everything sucks. God, that bums me out. Get your site right, NFL. So I guess Justin Coleman got cooked is what I'm guessing from the chat. I don't know. That was dumb. Yeah, no, I can't seem to. Oh, that's weird. This is what I hate about last season. They had to get 15 apps. Like, I don't have television, so I don't watch TV. I don't care about, like, normal TV ever. So I don't want to blow the $150 freaking dollars they're trying to charge a month for TV now on a cable box I don't need. Boo, boo, boo. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have to just let you guys play the play-by-play in the chat, because everything I'm trying to do here ain't working, and I'm honestly kind of not really in the mood here to troubleshoot this if this is going to be this hard. It's not coming up for me. I don't know why it just isn't working this year. I had it going last year fine. Bum, 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 ba-da. I don't know. Just came through to show respect. Go Hawks, says Alan. Thank you, man. Thanks for the $5 donation. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to watch the game. It ain't working on my end, so I just figure I'll let you guys roll in the chat. Technical difficulties. Beauty of preseason, I guess. NFL, I guess, is changing things up from how they've done it before. I was able to watch the games earlier here without trouble, but everything I'm trying to do right now ain't working. Beauty of doing this stuff live, I guess. Sign back in, watch it live. Oh, it finally let me in. Holy hell. Is it going to let me actually watch? No, it's got me watching the Steeler game. Holy hell. Yeah, it's not letting me listen. I don't know. Maybe it's the... I don't know what's black. They're blacking me out, I guess, out here in Spokane. So I'm getting blacked out. Mm-hmm. I guess Chad doesn't have any. If I'm local Channel 5, you guys got any ideas on watching this? Like online from Channel 5? Do I have to go to, is it Paramount? Is it? There we go. CBS local? No. I guess the chat's not sure either. Do. Done with TV. Stupid. So it's like the NFL. I pay for a subscription. They don't let you watch the game. It's freaking great. I can't see. So if anybody's got like I'm in Spokane. If anybody's got any ideas in the chat of what I should do here. It's a local station. So Tom, is it on? You're on your TV with your box. Does anybody got a fix for not with your box getting the channel? Sign up for NFL.com. I'm on it. I got the NFL.com Plus thing going. I'm on that subscription. I'm logged in. They're only letting me watch the. They're only letting me do the radio. I don't know why. This is weird. Listen to Seahawks game Steelers. How to watch. This is the stupidest thing. Sorry about this, folks. I had this working smooth last year, and they've changed it up this year for the first time, and this is the only time you can troubleshoot this because you can't replicate what's going on until you're live today, I guess. I don't know what they've done, but something ain't working right. I get a watch live option. See, there we go, finally. Holy Lord. All right, so it looks like we're down 7-0. God knows how. Thank you, NFL. There's a big fat middle finger right now that I'm putting right out to you guys. Over my spirit is sending a big middle finger to the NFL right now. Like, you guys do this every year with this cutesy stuff. Just rather than just put a package where somebody can watch your thing. So here it's here, but then it's here you just listen to. But if it's over here, it's just this. But if it's here, you got to that. But then you got to go to this thing to get that. Yeah, I had Game Pass, man. I had that, all that stuff I had set up. I had it all set up. It ain't working. Oh well. I'm over it. See how long this stream lasts before I'm kicked off this. Giddy. And again, folks, I'll definitely be responding to the chat much more when I'm in post-game part of this right now. But between, I'm going to watch the game, be reacting to the game and all that. So if I'm not getting over to you guys in the chat, this is not normal live stream show where I get it. I'm doing that. This is a little bit different when I do the live stream games. A lot of commercials. All right. We're in NFL season. Here we go. It's all good, guys. I think I got it figured out finally. I went through 10 different types of portals to finally get here. Oh, yeah. I clicked that watch button on the Seahawks website 15 times before I finally actually loaded it out to play it. All right, so the Steelers are up 7-0 here. I don't know what happened the first, so I don't know what God's gone on here. We'll see what our defense can do. No Jordan Brooks, I don't think, in this game. I think he was out, so. Yeah, is that Jordan? Good pressure over there from Taylor, but nice throw by Trubisky, I believe that is. First down. 42 Jones on the coverage. Oh, that's Josh Jones. Took me a second on that one. Took me a second. All right, here's the give to 46 outside. These tack for 5, 6 yards. Second down. Cody Barton able to make the tackle, albeit 5, 6 yards down the field. Second and 3. The Steelers at the 43-yard line. Trubisky back in shotgun. 2 wide receivers to the far side of the field. It's a give up the middle. Taylor misses the tackle. Running back's able to bounce off him for an additional 4 yards, and that'll be first down. Definitely a question mark in Taylor's game this year, one that I've raised. I don't doubt that he'll take a step forward as far as a pass rusher goes, but there are definitely going to be questions about him whether or not he's going to be able to hold up in the run game in a variety of different fashions, frankly. Just there you saw a missed tackle. Also at the point of attack, holding up with a just straight one-on-one block and be able to kind of hold your ground, set the edge. Seattle is flashing that 3-4 type defense there. So we're seeing that early on. And that time Taylor able to run that down backside for a nice play. They keep it to just a 2-yard gain. It's not unexpected for them to miss tackles here, folks. It's a first game of the year, and they can't practice tackling as much as they used to practice it even 10 years ago in practice with the restrictions on the padded practices and whatnot. It's going to be something you'll see, I think, throughout the NFL and continue onward, where it's never going to be good, I don't think, for any real teams. Maybe as you get deeper into the year where you finally have them now kind of worked into their technique. And, oh, my goodness, Darrell Taylor was shot out of a cannon and looked like they ran a stunt there. He got up in through the inside, had his hands on Trubisky, but Trubisky was able to just lean his way out of it. Did he go unblocked there? It looked like he was unblocked, how fast he got back there. No, just weird technique by the tackle there. I guess he thought the guard was going to pick him up, and he got through the guard too quick. Wasn't even a stunt. Just can't bring him down to the ground, and has been referenced in the chat here early on, the signature point of what you're looking at in the Seahawks defense right now is a lack of tackling here. As I said, a little bit expected, understandable, but that is definitely what we're seeing a little bit of here. And Taylor back in again, providing some pressure on the inside, cutting back inside. He's been the guy early on here. And Trubisky throws it away. That'll bring up 4th and 4. Bomber says Trey Lance is Josh Allen on steroids. I don't know about that. I mean, Josh Allen's ascending pretty high. He's setting a pretty high bar at this point. But I'm high on the kid. When he eventually does, if it maybe this year, maybe a little bit longer, but when he starts to tap in all that ability allows him, then, and that ball's fumbled and then picked back up. A little bit of sloppiness early on here from our Seahawks, and Aaron Fuller there got a little bit cute on that play. AB7 says, am I the only one who thinks this will be like a 5-win season? It's possible. It's possible. I've got it at 8, but that ain't that far off 5. I don't like Fuller returning punts either. I'm not sure he's even going to make the roster. And considering where the position's been recently, you sure would like to see it nailed down early on and somebody back there getting comfortable in the position. No points yet. Tom says, did Russ take their intelligence? Perhaps. Yeah, it's just a preseason. Let's not take too much as far as certainties about this upcoming year based on this preseason game or this first, half a quarter of a preseason game. Neil Mars, thank you for reminding me. Please do hit the like button if you end up liking what you're listening to here today, even when I'm throwing a fit about this stupid NFL app channel thing. Appreciate you all watching, though. And again, this is going to be a normal thing throughout the year where we are going to stream as long as I can find a way to watch the games and do it on the often. Tom says we got a 2-0 Mariners. All right, go M's. Keep it rolling. James Larson says, honestly, Woolen is great in coverage. I'll have to take your word for it, James. I missed the opening thing, but it sounds like he made a great play. Cross looked nice the first drive. Anthony Bain says Woolen's looking just okay. Tyler Muir says, funny how it's blacked out here in Oregon, not even 350 miles from Seattle, and I can't watch the game. I ran into the same thing when I've tried to do the baseball games at times with stuff. It's easier a little bit more with that, but this is... The NFL last year I thought was just ridiculous in it, where it's like, look, if I don't have a cable box and then have bought this package with a kid and that package with a kid, just let me buy a package of the NFL games and let me watch every NFL game. What's the price? What's the cost? And I thought I had bought it. I thought they said that you're able to but that you're right. When you're on that little line there, I guess just barely outside of the home market, they clip you. They clip you. All right, Geno Smith here now for the second drive. 2 tight ends set. He gives to Kenneth Walker, who cuts it back to the right for a nice little 4 or 5 yard gain there. You're going to see a lot of 2 tight end sets from the Seahawks this year, I think. Good little run there over crosses. Or they got Curhan out there right tackle right now. So maybe they're flipping. That was over Curhan's side of things. Kelly Witherspoon's down, getting checked out, says Neil. He looks like he's okay. Mason said Cross had a real nice stunt pickup on the first drive. It's good to hear. Anthony Bain says Seattle's going to lose if they're going to run. NFL is a passing league. It's possible. It's definitely not the method which is being employed by a lot of NFL teams. But there are NFL teams that are having success in utilizing this. And you saw it last year, the number 1 seed out of the AFC was not the team that was throwing the ball all over the football field. It was the team that can consistently run the ball, play great defense and special teams. And I think that there's more than necessarily one-way pathway to get to winning a Super Bowl in this day and age. We're getting to a point of being elite. But I'll acknowledge that it's not the, let's call it the customary approach. We got 2nd and 6 now, 4:52 on the clock here in the first quarter. Come on, Waldron, let's whip up some wizardry here. Geno comes up under center and takes a long look across from him. 2nd down is a draw to Kenneth Walker, and he is giving a good lick there after a gain of about 3. This will bring up 3rd and short. Yeah, another decent run there. I guess you got 4 yards there. We'll call it a 4-yard gain. Good job by Walker there. That was a little more just put your head down and get that dirty 3. He found a way to carve it up to 4. Cody Thompson out wide here. And another run on third and 1. Very conservative play calling by this coaching staff. I don't know. Let's just see if they can do it. Let's just see if they're on 3rd and 1. If they know we're going to run, let's see if that to me is silly stuff. Can get out of that old school mindset of things. They've watched you run it twice to good runs. They're going to come back on 3rd down and press it. Now you offsuit with some play action. Is it lock time yet? Is it Drew lock time? Walker looking good, Will, that's for sure. And the Seahawks coverage unit has him hemmed up at first, but now he's out in the open field. Dixon over to try to make a tackle, cannot, and he is finally drugged down well inside of Seattle territory by Boye Mafe. Did a fantastic job the Seahawks did initially of seemingly having him corralled. And Sims was able to cut past Travis Homer on his left, then cut back, go right, go left, then cut back through. Great return by the kid. Bad, but again, as we've said a little bit early on throughout this day, is in regards to not only the special teams effort here, but on defense, the tackling is a little dodgy to begin things here just a bit. Hole in the gunner equals fail big time there. Yeah, if he's the gunner on the right side, he has contained, doesn't he? So he's got to press that back up inside, and instead you saw a gaping wide open hole there. 1st and 10, Trubisky in shotgun, drops back to pass. The ball is knocked free and loose, picked back up on a beautiful bounce to Trubisky. But that ball was torn free by Shelby. Was that Shelby Harris? It indeed looked like it was Shelby Harris. Coming off of 9 sacks last year. Oh, that was Boye Mafe. Sorry. That was Boye Mafe coming with the strip on the backside. Nice job by Mafe. They say Cliff Averill-like. Did that not look Cliff Averill-like with the tomahawk chop? Was that not echoes of that to you guys a little bit like it was to me there? That was a little eerie there. He's coming from a different side. Cliff came from the left. And that's a give up to the middle for 5 yards there. But that was a great play there by Mafe. Just presses to that edge. He's quick. He's got some bend. How about that? Nice job, Boye. What said was Cody Barton with a good tackle there. All right, Clenhurt looking on. Cap pulled low from the sidelines. Not up in the booth. 3 wide receivers. Shotgun. Trubisky steps back to throw. He lets it loose into the end zone. This ball is up. And a catch. It looks like a touchdown. And it is a touchdown. A beautifully thrown ball by Mitch Trubisky. Colby Bryant was targeted on the play. And he put that ball with a real nice amount of trajectory over it where he was beat by a couple steps, and then it's not coming down at a trajectory where you can make a play on the ball. It's just dropping in like a raindrop. And for some reason there, he sort of didn't go full speed with it, maybe not thinking he was going to press to that back edge like that. And is that George Pickens, who's been the star for the Steelers in this camp? Yeah, I called him a first-round talent before last year's draft a couple times over. And that is what you saw there from George Pickens. And Kobe there, that's just a learning experience there where you've got to stay into that back pedal on that guy. You can't play him even up. You've got to stay on top, as they say in coverage there. And you can watch the replay where you can see that little moment where the Pickens starts to pick up speed and he's not really turning it on quite yet, and then tries to turn it on there at the end when it's just a little bit too late. So an auspicious start here for our Seahawks, 14-0. Outside of a couple plays here or there, it's been a little rough. Justin Warfield says, it's the first game and a lot of rookies. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I'm not going to take any conclusions away from this game. It's just a chance to see where these guys are at. It's the first one of the year. As I said, it's the tackling gets understandable when you understand. Back in the day, folks, 20 years ago, these guys would have what they called two-a-days. And those were 2 days of padded practice, and they were hellacious practices, and they were brutal on the bodies. And there's probably a lot of smart reason as to why you don't do it anymore, but unfortunately, the fact that they don't do it anymore near the same rate, they don't put the pads on the same rate, you just as you've heard coaches say often over and over again, you can't simulate tackling. It just doesn't work. You have to be out there doing just the real thing. Is Eric Davis on the staff? I'm not sure. Emmett says, "Okay, can we play lock now?" I want to see the new face of the quarterback position. I don't think we're seeing lock at this point quite yet. They just did 3 straight runs on the last drive. I don't know if they'll count that as a tenured moment there for Geno if they're keeping in that role. I'm salty about the long developing running play we called on 3rd and 1. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. We're going to try to run 3 straight times, and if we can't get a first down, so be it. Approach. I'm all for running the football, but, Coach Carroll, we can't run it at a 75% rate. I know you'd like to. Anthony Bain says, new Ravens were missing tackles like this. Seattle's training camp strategy needs an overhaul. Maybe definitely that could be a part of what happens with it. As Carroll runs potentially maybe a little bit of a lighter training camp. And that could also be a bit of a cause. I don't know, but it's possible. Mason Rudolph was the quarterback in. Oh, my bad. Well, Mason made a great throw on that. Pickens ran a good route, and Mason put that ball on the money. You ain't seeing much of Cody Pickett this year. No, you are not. All right. Let's see. Is that Walker back there? Sector 7 with the $2 donations. Thank you, Sector 7. Says Boye Mafe or Cliff Averill. I can't tell the difference on that last play where he had that strip sack. That looked just like how Averill used to do it when he would press the edge. And the tackle would think that he has the guy pushed out the back of the pocket, and Averill would still manage to get that arm in and rip it free. He was known for it. Brian Myers, it's all good. I got it to work now, finally. So, somehow, some way, by hook or crook. I thought I was fully prepared. I said, like, you guys having here dead space on your side, because I thought I had everything prepared. It's just freaking... All right, Geno with his first throw, and he goes right to Travis Homer out of the backfield. And Homer's got some room to work. He gets right up the sideline. No one near him as he leaks out of the backfield. Just a little throw out into the flat, and nobody was next to him. Off of play action. Linebacker was very late getting over there. Nice throw there by Geno. And it's a short one, but that's a good throw. Putting it on the button, letting him go, be able to move in space after the throw. First down, another throw into George Fant for a gain of about 3. Brandon Lux, I honestly forgot Noah Fant was on this team. Hey, he's a talent. We'll see. And he's not been a bust in his career up until this point. He just hasn't hit into that stardom level that perhaps maybe the Broncos were thinking they were getting him when they drafted him. Geno Smith now under center, 3 wide receivers. The give is into Travis Homer, who breaks wide, makes another cut back inside, dances, juking, falling forward down to the 28-yard line. Nice gain there by Travis Homer. Simple little inside zone play. And I don't know if that was Curhan. I think Curhan just put down a pancake block on that play. That's part of what sealed up that right side. The Seahawks wide receiver got with a little hug there. He did a little bit of hugging. Was that Lucas with the pancake? Lucas stacked up a 7-stack on that man, and he dropped the maple syrup. You know what I'm saying? He gave him a full cube of that butter. You know what I mean? If that was Lucas, that was a thing of beauty. I'm gonna have fun going back and watching that one. Lucas a right tackle. Well, presence felt. Presence felt. Homer looking good. Homer looking real good. As I've said, I've been hesitant to believe that necessarily Walker would be able to take over the third down running back role just because of how Homer has performed pretty admirably in that role. We haven't in years past featured running backs out of the backfield as much, and I think you're going to maybe get to see a little bit more of him on display as we saw in that play out of the backfield. Now that there's a little bit more of a commitment to, hitting those guys out in space. Mason Dale, did you see any of the Giants game? Evan Neal kind of looked bad. I did see a snap or two where he looked a little bit rough. And quite frankly, I'm hearing with Carolina that the Ikawanu's not even yet able to really crack the starting lineup either. And I know that Neal is in the starting lineup because the Giants just don't, their offensive line is just that bad. But we might have gotten the best of the bunch out of this when it's all said and done. We'll see. I think Ikawanu, you knew he's going to be a little bit rough and take some time to refine his technique. But it does indeed sound like his technique's in a little bit of a rough place. Brian Myers, Kobe had good coverage. It was just a really good throw. It wasn't bad. I wouldn't say it was good coverage. He wasn't like completely beaten like a drum. But he definitely, I know for a fact what Carroll's going to say on them is that you didn't stay committed to staying on top on that ball. You instead were looking for him to break off at the stem of his route and hit you out or in. And you were preparing yourself a little bit for that. That's why you didn't go up to full speed. And you've got to stay on top and what they would call remain patient on the route. You first have got to verify and validate that you're not getting hit over the top deep. It's a foundational rule of thumb in Carroll's defenses. And so if you're getting beat deep, I guarantee you, he's gonna be an angry PD man. DK over there giving some advice. Carl Nearney with the $10 donation. It's good to see you in here, Carl. Hope you're doing well, my man. Let me get this play out here real quick. Gino back under center here. Looks like they got a 3 wide receiver set, 1 tight end. Homer, the single setback. He takes the carry. Again, a nice run out in space. Great burst by Travis Homer. He gets a nice 11-yard gain, 11-yard gain. Defender was closing in on him right as he was taking the hand up on the backside of the line, and he was able to get into his burst fast enough to clear that guy and get to the hole. Pulling in space, you see there, don't we? We got Noah Fant and Gabe Jackson on that play, both pulling across the formation post-snap. That's a little more modern rushing attack wrinkle there for you and how they're doing that. Gino in shotgun now. He's looking kind of comfortable. Quick little bubble screen out there to Penny Hart, and he quickly gets drug down. Seattle moving fast in their tempo. Carl says, changing our name to the Seahawkers since he is all we have now. What up, Brando? There you go. Hey, how you doing, Carl? Thank you for the $10 donation, man. I hope all is well with you. It's good to see you in the chat. Always brings a smile on my face. Seahawkers ain't bad. Modern reference if you had that as a team name to White Walkers and the Walkers on The Walking Dead. Gino in shotgun now. Ooh, they're going four wide receiver, 1 tight end. Receiver motions around the back of Gino pre-snap. He comes set, looks through 2 different targets, loops around like Russell Wilson used to do, and then finds... Who is that? Is that Derek Young? So it looks like he finally worked that ball over to Derek Young, and Derek had a chance to make a play on that, and the ball just bounced off his hands. I think that was Derek. That look like Derek. And Alan, TJ, Spectre 7. Appreciate all you guys. Leland as well. Thank you for all this, for all the donos. Very kind. All right, so a short completion there, but that will not get the first down into Parkinson. We got a Parkinson signing with all of his sighting, with all of his hair. I'm guessing this is going to bring on the field goal unit at this point. We're into the second quarter now. Fast moving game here. 4th and 7. So Travis Homer looking good here. Gino looking all right. And the kick is up, and ooh, that kick is through. Hit the upright, bonged its way to the right side, and still stayed inside the upright. Well, Jason, I don't know if it's a made kick, but I don't know if you're going to make some of us who are a little nervous about you this year feel any better on that one. Nicely done, though. It's at least a good drive there. You know, Marshall or Sherman wouldn't have thought it was a good throw. No, Richard Sherman would have said, you got to stay on top of that. Got to stay on top. Check says, why don't we use 10 linemen double stacked on running plays? I don't know. Good question. And Cross has looked pretty solid in pass pro so far. They're doing a lot of quick throws with Gino for the most part. So they're definitely not testing it too much. But Moss Production says Pickens is ridiculous. Don't give Kobe too much. I won't. I'm not going to drill him too much on that. And look, I love Pickens all the way back before the draft. So it's watching him out there ball right now fits to exactly what my assessment was looking at him on the tape, which is that kid has star potential from the receiver position. He's legitimately fast, and he's just so acrobatic with the ball in the air. Orban says, bro, Deshaun Watson looked terrible on his first drive. You got to wonder how he's going to play with all the stuff at play if he's going to be on the field with all the noise. I mean, you know, they're out there chanting stuff at him in like stadium wide, and it's just on top of that, he's probably really rusty. But yeah, that situation just still remains out there. We'll see what happens with that. I do think you're probably likely to see Garoppolo go there when it's all said and done. James Larson says Gino needs to play at a faster pace. He's not a slow quarterback. I go with that. He's definitely down. We can say he's down at least a couple receivers here, though. Let's also remember that here in this game, and that you have no DK, it looks like, no Tyler, no D. Eskridge. You got some young guys out there you're trotting out. There's a good chance when he's dropping back there and looking through, because there was one play where he looked through a couple of different reads before he kind of then decided to bail, and he's trying to check his reads and who's getting open, who's looking open. That's what it appeared to me a little bit with it. But I would like to see them. I know they're going to want to try to run the ball, make sure that's a per the personnel here, but with both these quarterbacks, give them a decent amount of pass attempts to let us, get a feel for them. 3-0 Mariners, says Tom. There we go. There we go, Ems. All right. Seattle's kick coverage is on this one. Nicely done out there by Mr. Blunt. Joey Blunt. Safety out of Virginia. Making a play. That's how you make the play. That's how you make the team. Megan says, so glad you got me to look at Cross again, B. Loving it. He's a good player, Megan. He's looking pretty good so far, too. All right, so we got Taylor Mafe on either side. No Uwosu in this game. Puna Ford's up there as well. So it looks like they do have Puna indeed in the 3-4. Okay. They're running kind of an unusual 3-4 defense with a two-man front. First down carries right up the middle and quickly taken down for only a 3-yard gain. Oh, Usu is in there. They had Mafe and Musa both on the field at the same time. Interesting. Taylor's get off looks crazy. It is. He's definitely consistently getting off, kind of like looking like the quickest guy off the line of scrimmage. Second and 7 now, 12-13 on the clock. Steelers up 14-3. Yeah, I guess I was seeing things there. Thought I saw all of them on the field. Man, it was off. Little good pressure here. Flushes Rudolph out of the pocket. He makes a throw over to the side for a nice 12-yard gain. Nolan Arvan says, with a $5 donation, thank you, Nolan. Says, plus Watson is now having to play with all that extra tension in his upper thigh. A lot of built-up tension in that thigh. It's just hard to have your thoughts clear when there's so much condensed, impacted, really almost like drying concrete going. It just, you can't be expected to throw a football. 1st and 10 now. Getting a bit of an odd three. It's not a 3-4 front technically right now. You got a 2-man front with Darrell Taylor on one side, Wusu on the other side. So it really is still a de facto 4-man front here. You just have your defensive ends essentially standing up, and in the wide 9. Your defensive ends are standing up in wide 9 is essentially how Seattle's doing this a little bit. So they're operating with the way that they run this formation right now. It's like having 2 1-techs as your only 2 defensive linemen in their positioning, because both guys are going to be shaded like a 1-tech would be shaded. Nobody's in necessarily a 0 technique. 1st and 15 after a false start on the Steelers. Kobe Bryant is able to tackle a man on a play action pass out to the edge. We'll get back the penalty yards and put us in like 2nd and 9. Anthony Agios, how can I watch the game? You'll have to check the chat, man. I barely figured out my own way. I went to Seahawks.com and they finally had their button working to where I could make it go that way. So that was my fix. 2nd and 7 now. Well, more than a couple of yards. Wow, you got a few there. Blitz by Seattle. Kobe Bryant comes off the edge. Quarterback quickly gets it out of his hands, and Pickens is again there on that catch, a little comeback route. 30 on the coverage. Is that Michael Jackson? Not a bad play by Michael Jackson, but a great route. Good timing on the throw. Pickens catches it with his hands out away from his body. Pickens looking legit. You got fantasy. Pickens is your guy this year. All right, Steelers coming out to a real heavy formation here. Play action. He's looking deep. Going deep. He's got Jackson down the field. He's right there step for step with Pickens in coverage. And a great job by Jackson there. Great job by Jackson there, is shielding Pickens towards the sideline. So he gets Pickens real skinny where there's just not much room there to make the catch at that point. He's really pressing him. And that's staying on top, right? That's the commitment throughout that route to stay on top first and foremost. It's also part of why he gave up the completion on the previous play, because a stop route's now something that's going to counter a guy running that kind of coverage. It's a quick throw here on 2nd and 10, and that will be caught. Nick Bellore is at linebacker, and he makes the catch, the tackle. Tanner Muse also in this game at linebacker. Bellore was on it. Good coverage by Michael Jackson. Yeah, he did good. Lamar Pickens is Pickens us apart. All right, Seattle's showing blitz here. 3rd and 4. 2 linebackers stacked over the A gap. They back out of it at the snap. The throw is over to Brown, and he makes the catch out away of his body. Strong hands on Brown. Jackson on the coverage. 1st down. Boykin, sorry. Brown. Great catch by Boykin. Breeze, how's it going, man? Good to see you in the chat. First and 10. Up around midfield now for the Steelers. The give is in, and about a gain of 3 there to Warren. Anthony Bain says, Rudolph playing against Pete's Carol D. That's why. Neil Marsh says, Miles Boykins, the poor man's DK Metcalf. 6'4", 220. I like that comp. They were choking Mafe. And Mafe coming off the edge now, so they have flexed out Taylor out. Oh! Rudolph got hit down around the ankles, and again, 2 missed tackles allows the running back to bounce off of things and get himself up past the first down. We do have a flag on the play. Seattle was, they might call the defender on a low hit here. They like to protect their quarterbacks that way. Sam Dog says, third down defense still a major issue, I see. Yeah, it's not showing fixings yet of it. Aaron Heslop says tackling is terrible today. First preseason game is always hard to watch. It's always a little brutal, but yeah, it's definitely in particular bad today. And the penalty was on Seattle, so the Steelers will wave that off and get a first down. Defense is getting walked up here a bit. Bad tackling. They're able to generate some pressure. And it looks like Woolen was called for the hold there, but that's not going to matter. But the bad tackling has been the thing that's really held up here, where Steeler players are just bouncing off Seahawks defenders with a lot of ease. First down. Rudolph standing in the pocket and almost picked off there by Jones. He had an opportunity. He jumped on the ball. He showed you right there why he's been a bit of one of the better players in camp so far. A surprise from the safety position. He saw it. He read it. Rudolph wasn't even really staring down his targets. He just made a great instinctive play on that ball. Kobe Bryant was there in the coverage, but Jones just did a great job of making a play. Wow. Couldn't make the catch, and they always say this is why they don't play offense. Second and 10 now, shotgun formation. The give is up the middle, and Ballore can't make the tackle. Breaks 3 again, and the ball's fumbled, but the Steeler player recovers it again, as we saw earlier in this game. William Leonard has been celebrating 5 months as a TheSeahawksNest Ring of Honor member, and I really appreciate that, William. Thank you so much for that. He says, I moved to New England a few months ago. I get flack all the time for being a Hawks fan, but I'm a true blue, 1-2 through and through. Go Hawks. Hey, I know how it can be tough going into enemy country, and especially in a place like New England, but appreciate you riding with us, and you truly are. You aren't really kind of a Hawks fan until you got to take a little bit of heat in enemy country a bit. I had to live in near San Francisco for a while back in the day, and that was still went out and wore my Hawks cap, though. And Jones has come up now, made a great play. He came up on that play at the end of it, I believe, and laid a big-time lick on the running back that caused that fumble. Now he's coming up and making another tackle. So Jones is starting to really flash here from the safety position for your Seahawks. Neil Marsh Jones, is that Vi Jones? It's Josh Jones. Josh Jones. Carson Nixon, Steelers looking very good. Steelers are looking good. Can't deny. All right, here we go. 2nd and 7, and we got another timeout or false start here, one of the two. OD Death Metal says this defense is not making me happy. It's a little frustrating to watch here early on. It is. I'm not seeing a lot of pressure packages. It's a little bit of we're going to let the front four do the work. We're not really seeing much of a true 3-4. It's more of a, as I said, you're running 2 one-tech defensive tackles out there with then your outside guys who would be your defensive ends rather than them being down as a defensive end. They're playing 9-tech as a stand-up outside linebacker. So that's definitely hybridized. George Saban says we're making a call for Raekwon Smith right now. Well, I mean, you can see, hopefully, as you look at Nick Valour out there, knowing, you're one Jordan Brooks away from having Cody Barton as your best middle linebacker by a wide margin. And as I said, that was part of my reasoning, not all, but part of the reasoning in making that. This is why this could be a smart move to go out there and see if this Bear team is willing to do it. Sam Dog says, I rode in a Lamborghini this morning. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Videos up there? Nice. Anthony Bain says, Roquan Smith is overrated as F. I mean, maybe. Been a pretty consistent player throughout this league so far, playing in a bad defense without much help around him. John says, Mason Rudolph has better stats than Geno, and I've never even heard of him. I've heard of him. Remember, he's the guy that swung that helmet. So that's why I remember him. Swinging the helmet at Myles Garrett. Motive, our defense is not that bad. Really, it's not even bad. Nick will not be a linebacker during the season, and we've caused fumbles. They just made a couple of really good plays. Yeah, it's the first preseason game. I mean, we're not going to jump to quick conclusions this fast, are we? We'll let this play out a little bit. Gage, he's the dude that got hit by Myles Garrett and then hit Myles Garrett with that helmet. Aaron says Myles was just trying to help Mason put his helmet back on. Oh, that's awesome. Jabba the Mutt says Roquan Smith is so bad at run defense and coverage on play action that he had a negative WAR. Definitely struggled last year in certainly the advanced analytics stats of things. I would lean back to Sean Desai and his opinion on this. And if he's in that locker room saying, this is why that happened, this is why that happened, the kid's a baller, he's a dollar, go get him, then I'd be in favor of doing it. But I'd want to know what Sean Desai's opinion, I think, would carry a lot of weight in that situation. Second down throw, and not very much pressure from your Seahawks front. Not any kind of blitz. Easy throw right up in the middle of the defense. Looking very similar to last year right now. Neil Marsh, Kobe Barton is garbage in coverage. They keep telling me that he's awesome in it. They keep telling me. I keep saying, show me the receipts. Chuck Seeger, too bad he didn't help him put his helmet back on a few more times. All right, 4-man wide receiver shotgun set here. Ooh, good job there. Michael Jackson looked like he was beat to the inside on a post route. Got himself drapey. Got his hand in there and was able to dig out the ball in what looked like it was going to be a catch. Rudolph was going right after it. But nice job by Michael here. Definitely the receiver kind of dropped it too. That wasn't helpful. You're not getting a flag on that. That was good timing. Second and goal now. 2 tight ends, 2 wide. The give is up the middle. And he squirts through. 4-yard gain. This will bring up 3rd and goal from about the 3. D-Boy! What's up, D-Boy? Good to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. All right, 3rd and goal. Come on, Hawks defense. Show them what we got here now. Let's hold this one up. Jim says we need that front to lock it down more. Yeah, we do. They're just having kind of success in every different way here early on against this defense. We got a long way to go, Brandon, says Sam Dog. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Neil, who are the 3 in the 3? Who are the 3 in the 3-4, Brandon? Can you get numbers? Well, they've not been running a 3-4, really, Neil. It's been, you had Brian Monet and Puna as your 2, essentially would be 1 techs in their positioning, right? Because you have them both kind of stacked between guard and center on either side. I know 1 tech is usually a strong side formation thing, but it's almost like you're running strong side with the setups and then your defensive ends are just standing up. That's how they've been normally running it right now. And then you've had Taylor, Owusu, Mafe on the outside. All right. Right now they're running a little more of a Again, that 3-man front with one outside linebacker. They certainly do their own little odd things with it. Great trade, great play there by Nick Bellore. Steelers tried to catch him inside with it, and he was able to jump over the top and knock it away. Anthony Bain, isn't Dante Hightower a free agent? I'm not sure. I thought he'd gone back to the Patriots, but I could be wrong. And Bellore not getting pulled out on that flood zone route. First defender came through his zone, and he stayed in his zone there to be able to pick up Sims as he was crossing across his face there. So a field goal here for the Steelers. This will give our Seahawks with 4:28 and 2 timeouts an opportunity to maybe just drive right back up on the field and answer back. Sam Darnold is Stenson from Georgia going to be part of the 2023 draft? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. Mike hoping Locke plays better and gets a chance against ones. Me too. I think both these guys at one point or another in this preseason should get an opportunity to start. Kathy Bain says, I'm just saying that Roquan isn't the savior people think he is. No, and I don't think he's a savior, and I don't look at him as, from my perspective on it, Anthony, as this guy that is suddenly becomes the star centerpiece of your defense, I look at it more of you have really maybe potentially a big weakness on this team. I think Jordan Brooks will be fine, but even in Jordan Brooks, I've got worries with him in zone coverage. I tend to lean back on Roquan's last year down year being a bit of an outlier versus what he's done the rest of his career. I think he'll be a minimum above average linebacker in your team, and taking a position that could be well below average and what you're getting from Barton from it to being well above average could help this defense out. Is it enough to change the tide, turn the tide? I don't know. Probably not, but it could be helpful. He says, bad pass by Rudolph, 2 guys open. Godly visuals. I'm excited to see Locke. Me too, Godly. We'll see if it's this drive or they're going to go maybe two halves. TJ says, I lost the game for a football life. Well, you're starting to feel my pain that I was in the initial start of this where I'm like, what is going on? Like, why do they make this streaming thing so clunky and hard? Here's a spot. Click this button. Play it. Instead, I got to go search around through 15 areas. Tom Cox says, my view, if we get Smith, why let Bobby leave? Well, Bobby was going to be 33 years old this year, and Smith's going to be 25. So one guy's just entering into his prime right now. One guy is just entering through the last, I don't even know if you go prime at this point, when we call where Bobby Wagner is in his career right now. James says, again, our secondary is looking really good. Like Woolen, Jackson, and Kobe are doing what I want to see the cornerbacks do. They've been good so far. They've been okay. There's been a couple of completions given up. But they've been competitive. Nobody's getting certainly beat just bad. This is the Texas Rangers starters already over 70 pitches in 2 innings. Jeez. All right, here's the kickoff now. DJ Dallas takes it, brings it on up and gets caught from behind at the 23-yard line. Looked like he was maybe going to have a hole there, kind of slow developing where they were looking to go with that kickoff return. So Gino comes out to the field now. He is 6 of 7 for 53 yards early on here. Hasn't been given a ton of opportunities, and definitely they have fitted this very much into a very structured passing game here for him. 1st and 10. Seahawks come out, 3 wide, 1 tight end, Gino and shotgun. Steelers looking like they're going to show blitz, and they bring it. He finds his outlet back. Great job there to get to Walker, who gets a gain of 11. That's how you beat the blitz. As it comes like that, you got to know where's my hot read. And it's very likely to be open because the Steelers are going to have to leave somebody open if they're going to bring that many guys on a blitz. It's one of the things I do look for there being some optimism this year, and this team is from this offense that we haven't seen. This is the thing that will be added to the offense this year. And no, it's not a wholesale blame on Russ with this. Just it's something that I think is going to be more embraced here in the second year under Waldron. Leave him silent. Jackson's looking very impressive. He is. He's looking good. Smith under center now. The give to Walker. Walker dances through the hole, cuts back, turns back inside, manages to get himself a couple of yards when there didn't look like there was a whole lot there. Yeah, the play initially strong side where it was supposed to go was completely blown up by the Steelers. And Walker just drug that back across the line until he could find a hole or a little hole. Chris Beck says, is it true all NFL reps are lawyers? I don't know that. I didn't know that was the guy. I don't think so. Geno shotgun now. Throws it. Nice throw on the run to George Fant. They're saying, though, he was out of bounds, not able to get his feet down. Really nice throw by Geno Smith there, moving to his right. And Fant was open. Fant makes the catch away from his body, but then just does not drag that left foot, gets the right one down, but then just does the normal walking, running gait. Hard to do that if you're tight end now. Receivers are more adept at that. But boy, that would have been a big play for your Hawks there. 3rd and 6, Steelers are showing blitz. Geno in shotgun again, 4 wide, 3 wide, 1 tight end. Parkinson at the far side of the field. Geno's going to fire it in. Fires it into Bo Melton, and that is a straight drop by Bo Melton. Geno put a lot of gas on that one, but that's the way you got to throw that ball. It's a slant route going inside. Not as much time for a receiver to get as much separation, and the young kid's got to make that catch. Put it right in on his body. So he had his body there where Geno put that ball was where, if it's going to come fast, you want to brace into sort of the carriage of your body there to sort of take it and be able to handle that oomph, as opposed to if you're trying to do it out away from your hands where it can be almost impossible. And Geno put that ball into that spot there where he could do that, and he just straight dropped it. And it's a first down if he makes that catch. It's a very good throw by Geno. James Larson, Geno threw that ball with heat. He did, but as I said, you got to do it. If you've got throws still deeper down the field, or if you're doing an outlet pass where the running back's going to be wide open, those are throws that you can sometimes kind of lollipop in there a little bit. But when it's a slant route and the corner's going to be tight on him, especially with the playing man because the Steelers are coming on a blitz, so he's already right on his back with that, you can't allow that corner to have a chance to make a play on that ball. So you've got to put it hard. The key, though, is putting it on the body of your receiver. So again, the receiver, in whatever way he does it, can utilize his body to absorb sort of that fastball. 1st and 10 for the Steelers now. Rudolph back out on the field for them. Nice throw. Ball's tipped up in the air, but nobody can make a play on it. 2nd down. B. Russ is young and Melton definitely not making a good case for themselves so far. Yep. Both of them have had drops in this game. In fact, the only 2 drops, right, of that and Fant not getting his feet down for Geno Smith there. DK is chilling in the preseason. I want him chilling all preseason. I don't need to see DK 1 snap. Not a 1. Steve Cottrell says this is the kind of growing pains you'll have with young rookies. Indeed. I'm going to be a guy that will continue to preach patience, and I'm going to continue to believe in it here. Good job of pressure there. Did they get that? Looked like he threw it. They're calling it a touchdown. I think this is going to be overturned, though. Yeah. Now they're calling it an incomplete pass. I think they wanted to just let the play out so that they could review it if they missed it. But the quarterback threw it off the back of the helmet. Tobias Larson says, why was Robinson in coverage? 1 second here. Let's see what happened on this play. Yeah, he threw the ball, so it's yeah. Elliot, that's holding, by the way. On which guy? Mafe? So 3rd and 10 now. Drops back to throw. He's flushed over, finds a man open. Nice hit by Kobe Bryant. The Red Mamba comes in and sticks him. Doesn't let him get another foot forward, and that's going to bring up third down. Great job by Kobe there. You can give up a pass like that. Team's not in the regular season ever going to go for it on fourth down. And Robinson picking Randolph up off his feet and burying him into the turf. Said, I need some spring flowers. Here, you're going to be my fertilizer. Just lifts him, and lucky that we didn't have a call on that one. That's definitely it's definitely them playing. That's Robinson playing the line. You asked why Robinson was in coverage. So Robinson's going to not be playing defensive end this year. He's going to be playing 3-4. And so that's his role, and so he's going to be in a 3-4 defense from time to time, expected to drop. Now, 3-4 linebacker dropping in coverage, you're usually going to have one of two responsibilities, either going to the flat or you're doing what's called spot dropping, which is just dropping to a space on the football field, which is supposed to then make it easier on the coverage abilities of those outside linebackers in a 3-4 defense. So it's not them doing more of the same last year, which was taking it down defensive linemen and moving him into coverage. This is also why Robinson dropped, for instance, 15 pounds this offseason to get himself in better position to be able to do that. Avery Allred, Adams looking so much like Ezekiel Ansah. Do you agree, a Hawks Nest? Well, he's looking like it a little bit in the injury front of things. I think there's a little bit of a difference involved there from the standpoint of that they're at different ages. Ansah, when he came here, was a minimum of seven years older than where Adams is now, 8 years older. The other thing with Adams, as Ansah, was there was a question with him coming over, I think, from Africa with that where about birth certificate or something I'd heard. I don't know. It could have been all BS, but a lot of people thought he was probably older than actually what he was listed as. So there's that little bit of a difference where younger players don't tend to break down this much as the older guy is moving through the end of their prime. But it's possible, and look, he's got that's the big hurdle for him to overcome at this point is, can he stay healthy? Can he get on the field? I think he can be effective when he is, but I do believe that is where the question does lie with him as it stands right now. Marty Talk says Kobe's been all over the field tonight. It's been some good, some bad. He's been pretty sticky in coverage overall, gave up the touchdown, he's had a missed tackle, also had a couple of good tackles. So it's, as somebody else said, this is what you get with the rookies a little bit. You're going to get that mixed bag, and we got to be patient with it. Inconsistency comes with young play. You got to let it develop, give it some time. And this is the very first preseason game, so that's most especially true right now. James Larson, Kobe playing some nickel and quarterback. Very interesting. I think the coaches have viewed him. I mean, if he's not been the star of camp, James, he's been one of the stars of camp. And they look at it like we want to find and make sure we have a way to get him on the field, especially if we love what we're getting out of Tariq Woolen, and we also really see there's a soon pathway here for him to also get on the field. And I think that they're just looking at it through that lens of how can we get the best guys out on the field. If he's a playmaker like we think he might be, how do we find a way to take advantage of that and not have him on the bench just because we've designated him as strictly only an outside guy. He's got short area burst too, so he's got a skill set that can pull it off, even though he is a little bit of a 6'1" guy. NS Cone says Mason Rudolph is a crybaby. Well, when you start swinging your helmet at people because you're real angry about how they hit you, kind of what you are. Here's the punt now. Cade Johnson fields it, steps back, squirts on through the hole there, and manages to pick up a nice little gain of 9 yards. How about Cade Johnson there? We got a Cade signing. Former little Jackrabbit. Did a good job of getting upfield there. Broke the first tackle. It was a little awkward looking, but he made it work. Tom says, would anyone trade Lockett if they are as bad as most of us think and get a young talent in the 2023-2024 draft? Well, I don't even know if with the dead money you could pull it off, Tom. It's so significant, the dead money, to try to pull out on that deal right now. Gino in the shotgun now, 1st and 10, 1:47 on the clock. Quick pass down in there to Melton. He makes the catch for a gain of 8. Quickly looks to hand it to official, who takes their sweet-ass time to get the ball set. 2nd and 2, 1:35 on the clock. Seahawks quickly come set now. Geno back in shotgun. He comes set, looking through the field, looking, comes back underneath, and the ball is knocked down. Looking for Travis Homer there. Didn't see anything down the field. He's had a couple moments here where he's had time to step in the pocket, and we've got to give props to both, to these, all the tackles have been playing this game. Not a significant amount of pressure. Haynes gave up a little bit of pressure there, but Lucas had his guy locked down there. Cross doing well from his side of things initially early on. Shotgun, 3rd and 2. Geno looking, dips through, dips back around, comes back around, pirouettes around. That looked like Russell Wilson. Gives a guy a little bit of an arm stiff at the end, and then falls down into the bench. 1st down. What a play by Geno Smith. Was just about to be wrapped up, started falling forward, spinned back around, found himself on the right side of the pocket, then decided he would weave his way back around to the left side of the pocket, which was actually worked in his favor because it worked back to his blockers. And he only needed a couple, and that's what he got. 1st and 10, Geno back in shotgun now, up underneath here to Homer, dips the first man, breaks the tackle, and goes forward for another couple of yards. This will bring up 2nd and 4. 1:05 on the clock. Seahawks have two timeouts remaining in this half. Geno in shotgun again, looking. He's going to give to Homer up the middle here on a draw. Homer takes it, and he's still going, manages to get outside. What a great run by Homer. It's a straight draw up the middle. Homer goes and gets himself 7, 8, 9 yards, and then angles himself to the sideline, makes sure he gets out of bounds to preserve those 2 remaining timeouts. A very veteran move there by Homer, who has probably been the offensive star of this first half for your Seahawks. Geno back in shotgun, 1st and 10. He's going to let it wind loose. What a nice throw there to Cade Johnson over the middle. 1st down. That's got to be your first timeout, right? Yeah. Clock stopped right now, so I don't know why the clock stopped. Yeah, they called the timeout. There we go. It's a good timeout. Good timeout by Coach Carroll there. Geno just stepped right back, found his first read, Cade Johnson, wide open on his, looks like a post route there, right to the center of the field. Had good separation on the play. Nice catch by Cade. Takes a hit, holds on. Well done. And a lot of people have it ready out there for Drew Lock, but Geno Smith has played well in this first half. He has played well. That was a dart, James, from Geno. You're right. That's a throw you got to put on the line like that, and it's got to be to a certain spot, and it's harder to hit it accurately when you got to tune up them RPMs. But it's a well-constructed drive here by Geno. Seattle 808 says, put it down their throats. Let's do it right down the throat. I like a run call here. You can come right back up. You can have 2 play calls here. You come up with a run, then the second play call is a pass. Still got a timeout to stop the clock if you need to. Deadly says crossing that Geno run was pure gold. Was he the guy that came back, Deadly, on that play? Is Geno's sort of angling this way and then comes back that way, and you saw a lineman then was able to step right into it. Michael Homer is playing well tonight. Stephen Cottrell says, damn, does Homer become the running back one after this half? Taylor's got a little bit of ice on his hand. I hope that isn't serious. All right, we got 3 wide, 1 tight end, Parkinson in. It's going to be a throw. Stops back, drops back to throw. And Parkinson calling for a PI. Doesn't get it. Player was draped right over his back there. Looked close, but let's see here. Did he get a little early contact? I don't think that ball was catchable. Shotgun now, gives up to Homer right up the middle. He takes it, bang down to the 2-yard line. And this will probably be Seattle's final timeout here with 32. No, they're going to let it tick off. That's all right. You let it tick here. 3rd and goal now, Geno in shotgun. The give back in. No, play action. What a nice play action. Geno's going to try to take this. Jumps, bang. The defender bangs him at his thigh. He falls over the top of him into the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks. Let's go. That away, Geno. Beautiful play fake there. Buried it into the running back's belly. It's kind of a quick, it's exactly look just like you'd have as the give would happen there, and then just remain patient, seeing if anybody would break open. Didn't show his hand too quick there that he was going to run in. But a great play by Geno Smith and a fantastic drive on an overall well-played half of football by Geno Smith. It could have been better. If Derek Young makes a catch on a play down there, if Fant makes a catch deep down the sideline, 25-yard throw that Geno put on the button, if Bo Melton makes a catch on third down, this half potentially looks even better for Geno, and those things are outside of his control. So we've got to give him, I think, a ton of credit here in this first half for how he has played. Terrence Brown says, let's ride. Let's ride. Let's ride. How about that scramble by Geno? How about that scramble? Marty Talk says, I bet preseason refs are cheap. Oh. Neil Marsh says, the miss to Parkinson, there was some contact, but a bad throw. If the throw's better and it's catchable, then you're maybe going to get that call. But Geno put it on that. That was his one or two bad throws in this half was right there where that was a good 2-3 yards outside of his grasp. Michael Bell, let's go Hawks, and welcome in all the folks in the chat today. If I didn't have a chance to acknowledge you, and I appreciate you jumping on in. Please do hit that like button for me, please, if you like what you're listening to. Mike Kusowski says, this looks like the first drive Geno ran after Wilson went down. Very similar. Very similar. Laughing out loud, played well means you didn't turn the ball over. No, I mean, played well as you did what the offense asked you to do. I mean, neither of these quarterbacks is going to come in and be asked to throw the ball in a half 25 times, 20 times, even in a half. You know, they're going to have certain structured throws. They're going to be asked to do things in the context of the offense, and that's what they're going to be asked to do in game day. You know, and so it's as long as they do good with what they're given, I'm fine with it. Part of the reason I don't think they're going to be asked to carry the day. Now the defensive side of things is going to have to hold up a lot better than they have in this half. In 21 seconds here, the Steelers are just going to give this to the running back and let this, no doubt, run out. They only have one timeout left, so that will likely be the final play of the half, taking us into halftime with our Hawks down 17-10. Well, first half storylines here we'll get to here in just a second, but overall pretty good played half by our Seahawks for first preseason game. The tackling is rough. There's some sloppiness. The young guys are showing some inconsistency, but there are some good things to build upon. And overall, I think Geno's played pretty well in this game, considering, again, no Tyler, no DK. He's throwing to guys that are just trying to make this roster out right now, and he's doing a decent job with it. Not trying to pump him up too much here, but thought he's pretty solid. Flag Sabbath says, celebrated my 40th, just closed a house and got the Hawks Nest on. Hells to the yeah, brother. Well, congratulations and happy birthday. There's a lot of good in that statement. There's a lot of good to unpack and all that. But hope you're having a great birthday, and it does make it all the more better to close on a house. It was an awesome house. I hope so. Master Chief says Cross is that guy. Hey, that's a guy we got to give props to in the first half as well. Everything I saw from the tackle position this first half was solid. Granted, again, you're not maybe getting the Steelers' prime pass rushers, but what they threw at you, your guys held up well. You gave Geno time in that first half. You absolutely did. Motive says, Geno playing well is not an overstatement. He protected the ball. He made good throws. What more do you want? And look at the couple of drops and no toe drag from Fant. He almost played great. Just, yeah, well said, man. I'm with you on it. I think that's an eye-opening play of Geno in that first half and how he did. Take Geno Smith's first half last year against the Steelers on Sunday Night Football versus that first half. I mean, that's even better. That's much better even from that standpoint where he was. So, yeah, Again, not his fault if guys are going to drop throws. Those were throws that were put right where they need to be put to be caught. Fant didn't even make an attempt to drag that foot. Melton had that ball in the right position to make that type of catch. So a couple of those things came up. Tariq Young had a drop as well that was key. It was in his hands. Hey guys, go troll Elena Dahl and say she needs to be unmodded and Sam Dog needs to be made a mod. Duran Evers really pleased with Cross and Lucas. Me too, Duran. And the Mariners are up 3-0, so it's an all right day so far. Of course, Flag. That's exciting. Getting a house is I imagine, an awesome experience. Zorn76 says, go M's. Go M's, man. We're going to playoffs. We're going playoffs, baby. TJ said, did our O-line look good? Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, yeah. Very happy with what I saw from the O-line today. All the way around. Austin Blythe looked good in the center position. Haynes was okay at right guard. King Bomber, any sacks or turnovers? We had Boye Mafe had a strip sack. And I believe that was about it for sacks goes. No turnovers, though. Josh Jones had a hit on a running back where he knocked the ball free. And obviously there was the strip sack by Mafe, but the ball bounced right back to the Broncos' hands. Marty Talk says, okay, you guys are overselling Geno on one good drive. I don't know, man. I feel like it's more than just one good drive. Again, this has got to be in the context of you can't expect him to throw for 300 yards and a half if he's not given the opportunities to throw beyond the attempts he's given. And Seattle was committed in that half to running every bit as much as they threw. But 10 of 15, 101 yards, 6.7 yard average, 85 rating. It's good. That's good play for a whole half. We extrapolate that out to, it's not amazing, but it's 10. You got 20 of 30, 200 yards for a full game. You're right. It's not amazing. But again, 15 attempts isn't a lot to do anything with it. When you're not a high volume attack, you're not going to get as much opportunity to throw the ball versus, let's say, Steelers in this last half who had 22 attempts. But point taken, man. I'm not trying to buff it up a little bit. It's solid. James Watson, Michael Jackson playing hard. Michael Jackson playing competitive and hard like we saw at the end of last year. I think there was one or two games at least at the end of last season where he was our highest rated defenders in those particular games. And he, even when he got beat, he was close to the play. The other couple times, he was right there to make a play on the ball. Love that kid's competitiveness. And boy, the cornerback room is going to be a tough one for them to decide on who they're keeping and who they're letting go, isn't it? Flag Sabbath says, how did the Mafe sack look? I noted at the time, then I think somebody else put it in the donation and saying the same thing. It looked very much Flag like Cliff Averill, where Cliff would get off of his would burst off the snap, be so quick in that realm. He had that quick first step, and he's already pressing that tackle's shoulder. And then he's able to round the arc as he's still pressing that shoulder. And then the tackle would feel like they got Cliff to a place where they had, as I say, 86'd him out the club, pushed him out the back of the pocket. But Averill would always be just at least close enough to still get his hand up over the top and rip in that tomahawk chop to knock the ball free. And Mafe looked very similar coming from the opposite side of the formation there in the look of him as he came around like that. Which is interesting because he's already drawn some comparisons to Cliff Averill from people on the team. Daron Evers says Adonis Garcia scores 3-1 Mariners. Damn it. Come on, Ems. Michael Bell says K9 played solid. He's averaging at least 4 to 5 yards a carry. He was good on all of them. He didn't always have a lot of holes to work with. He was doing a lot of cut back because the initial holes were really kind of closed up. But he made the most every carry. Can't see a place where he made a mistake in that realm, and everything was in, adding a little bit more to what was there. Flag says you got to think to Geno, who was playing without DK and Lockett. That's as well. Yeah, he's not having his main guys to throw to, and still having reasonable success within that. Brian Roberts, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Mason Dale says, rewatching the Pickens touchdown, it looked like he pushed off. Could be. It was definitely subtle if it was there. And that's Lockett has been very good at that over the years of being able to get that subtle push off where it's not a full push off. And, if it's not the arm getting locked out at a point, and they're not going to call it if it's just kind of like your arm's kind of dipped in and you're giving a little bit like that. But it might be. D Nugget says, right now, Normcam 183 viewers, Real Hawk Talk 194 viewers. Look at Brando with 247. Yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. Much love to my people on that. Randall with the $20 donation. I appreciate it, Randall, and salute you, and it's great to see you in the chat. Says, didn't realize you're live. Thoughts on the first half? Overall, not bad. Rookie tackles looked the part. Abe got that pancake. Walker going to be just fine. Corners took some lumps. Boye fast. Alton looking slimmer. Overall, thumbs up. I think you probably summated it pretty closely to what I would say with it, Randall, on that first half. I think Jones popped for you from the safety position. He caused a fumble. He had an interception that was in his hands, and really he should have picked. And he did the hard part on that play by jumping that route. The interception should have been kind of easy for where he's trying to catch it. I think Geno played, let's call it solidly in the first half. Not spectacular, but solid. Two things on the negative side would be drops from the receivers, which again, DK, no Tyler, no D. Eskridge. You're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8s. So maybe you're going to expect a few more drops within those guys, but that was definitely disconcerting. The tackling on defense, which is not to be surprised, Randall, by us, right? The tackling was definitely not top notch. And I would say we had about probably a good 9, 10, 11 missed tackles in that first half alone. You'd expect it. I think my counter to this, Randall's been when you have a team not able to practice in pads and hit like teams used to in the past. That's why those old school coaches used to do that. When we look at these old school coaches and the way they used to run their practices and go, they were just trying to be hard asses for the sake of being hard asses. And it really was more about there was a method to their madness in getting those players' bodies prepared for not only the contact of the season, but how to tackle properly, how to get used to it and used to that type of contact. So sorry, one second, a text. So I'm encouraged by it overall, though, Randall. I definitely would have loved to have seen better tackling, but, that being the case, it's okay. So, Megan, I got your text on that, Megan. I don't know what's going on that. Do not know what's going on that part. But I'll take a look. Yeah, you're there, Megan. You're there on my mod, so I just checked. You're in. For sure. For sure. Encouraging first half, though. Michael Bell, we travel the most because we are the most isolated city in the NFL? Yes. Agree with that. We're always going to be the most. It's more of an issue about we need more teams closer to us than it is that the NFL is like doing us dirty. Geno, OD Death Metal says, Geno played well. There were 3 drops. He should have had about a 90% completion percentage and a missed field goal. Agreed. That 10 to 15 day looks different if 3 of those, what would be 2 drops and Fant dragging his foot. That now goes 13 to 15, and he's probably throwing for 145 yards in the first half. Ben Sandbrook, thoughts on the first half, Walker? I like what I'm seeing, but even though it's preseason, same offensive play calling, need to change it up. Let's see what Locke can do. They did a little bit of some diverse stuff a bit in the running game to me, Ben. But to your point on that, from the passing angle, I would agree with you. I didn't see a lot of difference. They weren't, of course, featuring the deep ball, I think, as much as we've seen, of course, too. So that part was encouraging. They're trying to fit within the designs of this offense a bit. But there wasn't a lot of, eye candy here. We're going to go there. Jay Holland, we get the ball back. If we play like the last drive, we can tie this game. Absolutely, Jay. And we got Drew Lock coming off the bench now. Anthony Bain, starters play week 2 of the preseason, right? I think it's week 2 now. It used to be week 3, but I think all that timeline pushes up. So you see the starters go, I think, into third quarter. It might even be a week 2 this year, and then they'll rest them in week 3. I wouldn't be surprised if the coaches go that route with it, though it's a new thing because it used to be 4 games. Duran says the Mariners have a very rough 4th inning, 3-3. Come on, Ems. That's what's tough about Marco, man. When he's not on, it's a little bit rough and tough because he needs to be so pinpoint. Random Eddie Daniel says Taylor needs to learn how to seal the deal. That's definitely a part that he's got to find a way to close it. You're right. There's a little bit of, I feel like he had about 3 or 4 of those last year. And on that play, again, completely with that first step quickness, gets right inside the tackle, and then the guard can't come over to help him in time. And he's got a free pathway to a quarterback who is really not that mobile. I mean, okay mobility, and somewhat plus, I guess I'll go. But you got to bring that guy down. It's going to be Kenny Pickett time. All right, here we go. It's the pick mobile. It's baby hands. It's baby hands time, folks. I'm going to get some more coffee. Be right back. Drew Lock out now. Here we go. Drew Lock under center, 1st and 10. Play action pass, rolls out to his left. Flicks it there to Melton. Melton makes a nice little turn. He's up the football field and he's out at space. Melton breaks another tackle, spins through, and he is brought down for a 1st down. Nice way to open up this second half for your Seattle Seahawks. Nothing too extravagant here. Just a quick play action to that side. Gets into Melton's hand. Melton just breaks a tackle there. Nice little cut there by Melton. Just kind of give him a little dead leg there. And the Seahawks are already in Pittsburgh territory here at the 35. Lock under center. Tariq Young goes in motion. It gives into DJ Dallas. He bangs it right up the middle there. Keeps on his feet, keeps fighting, keeps plugging, and gets himself a gain of 6. Nice job by DJ Dallas to stay alive. Never die. Never die easy, folks. That's what they say. Washington Fist Quest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest. He says, Lockzilla is attacking the city. Run! Godzilla! Let's go, Lock. Lockzilla! Lock under center, 2nd and 5. Parkinson goes in motion. Seattle featuring a little 3 wide receiver action here. Some three wide receiver hot action here. Give his back into DJ Dallas, picking his way through traffic, grinding them legs forward and getting himself past the 1st down markers for another gain of 5. Thank you for the donation, Fish Quest. Nolan R. Vance says, could be just preseason, but almost 0 pre-snap motion. Once on the handoff and little else. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan. And I agree with you. That would be a little bit of that, something that I would expect to be a staple of this offense come regular season, but you haven't seen much of it, if anything at all. 1st and 10 now, Lock under center. Seattle featuring a little bit of a trip set with a 1 tight end, 2 wide receiver look to one side of the field. Give us into DJ Dallas, who again showing good patience through the hole. He's not just putting his head down like a bull. He's kind of picking his way through traffic a little bit there and managing to get some yardage each time. The running backs of the Seahawks today, Walker, Homer, Dallas, all of them have been very impressive in all their opportunities. Seattle's offense is moving. And indeed, it does look like we got Lucas and Curhan playing right now. Is that who's in? Oh, he is. He's at guard. For 2nd and 6. Locke looking down the middle of the field. He has Parkinson there, puts it up, gives him a chance to make a play on the ball, and it's just knocked free by the Steelers. There was a sea of black helmets down there, and the big body of loomed up over the top of them. What a nice throw there by Locke. Just a great play by the defender. Excellently timed. Parkinson gets the 1-2 high, gets the high. Not the high-low, but the high. It's kind of double dipped through there a bit. It's going to be a tough catch. Love the aggressiveness of Locke on that throw, though. 3rd and 6 now. Locke taking a look around, feeling a little bit of pressure there. Sets up in the pocket. Flips it back around on a nice throw there to Derek Young, who makes the catch, and then he is knocked down at the 5-yard line. But a great throw there. Not a high degree of difficulty throw, but it's a 3rd down throw. Put it on the man. And Derek showing off some hands there. All right, Derek, after an early drop. Let's go. Let's go. First and goal. DJ Dallas in the backfield. Seahawks featuring 2 tight ends here. It gives up to Dallas. He spins off the first tackler up the middle, and it's a gain of 3 yards. Nice drive here. Nice drive. Like what we're seeing. 2nd and goal. Seahawks coming out with a heavy formation. 2 wide receivers. Locke, play action pass. Looking back across the zone, lays it up for his receiver. Ooh, most intercepted as he was trying to get over to Aaron Fuller. Fuller just was never at any point really open in that route, just a crosser to the back of the end zone. And that'll bring up 3rd and goal. That ball hung up there a little bit too long. And you kind of want to make that throw to the back pylon, really, is where you want that ball to be, up over the top a little bit. All right, Locke back now in shotgun. Seattle going with the spread formation here. Quick throw by Locke. Caught. Touchdown. Derek Young, touchdown. Drew Lock, let's go. All right, folks. Lock showing off the hose there. Short space, and he whistled that Pete right on into Derek Young, right into his body. If Derek Young didn't catch it, it might have impaled him. He might have a football sticking out of his chest. He indeed does make the catch. The Steeler defender was right on top of Derek Young. And how about Derek flashing a little bit here on this drive? 7th rounder out of Denor Lenore. Whatever college he's from, he's good in it. Let's go. Let's make it a tough call in this QB battle. Like they're both balling out of control. A little sidearm too. Are you all right, Benelli? You gave him a little bit of that sidearm lock, a little side lock. You can't deal with the side lock. Marty Talk says, let's draft a wide receiver named Key, please. And then one named Bolt, whose nickname is Dead. Pass from Deadbolt Lock with the connection. D-Duggett says, let's ride. Washington Fish Quest for the $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fish Quest. I do appreciate it, brother. All the donos. Says you can really see Locke has all the physical tools. He has everything you'd want in the position. He really does. You know, you could say, well, maybe he's not the twitchy Kyler Murray kind of esque type, or Lamar Jackson type with the legs, or maybe not, but he's still upper level as a mover. He can throw on the run. He can throw off platform. He has the physical bag you're looking for. It's with him a matter of confidence, continue to progress his game as far as, processing goes. But that drive showed a lot of why I think that he could be successful in this offense, and that Geno can too. You're seeing what I kind of mean by some of this in the respect of, you're not asking these quarterbacks in this offense to do the wide myriad of things that so many other quarterbacks have to do in their particular offense, especially when they're carrying the day, especially when it's all built around them. And they're the ones who are going to be the success drivers on whether the team and the offense sinks or swims. They haven't put that same kind of team together here. It's a different kind of animal. And the upshot of that different kind of animal is that, okay, you lose maybe some of the explosiveness that you get with having quarterbacks who can run the show in that way. But you also gain a little bit on the other side of, now when we do throw, it's catching the defense a little more off guard. We can do a lot of stuff off play action. It's a lot of stuff that then puts our quarterbacks in a position to succeed, and for them to have easier throws to make, guys to be more wide open, that they don't have to do as much processing and going through, i.e. not leaning into some of maybe what might be the weaknesses within a particular Drew Lock game. I think this is where you can see a pathway for the success. You pair a running game with quarterback play showing out like it is so far, and if the defense can turn this damn thing around, get themselves right on it, then you can see how that all kind of fits together. I feel like in the plan for this upcoming year. Lyrical Listener says, "Let's ride." Seahawks country, let's ride. Pacific Northwest, let's ride. Seahawks, let's ride. Deadly, but then it would be Lock to Key. We need to sign a quarterback named Key and a receiver named Lock. Megan says Lock Train 2-2. There we go. There we go. Sophia and Lock looks more confident and fluent. He does. He's looked good in that first drive, no doubt about it. Steelers come out here on first down with a little play action of their own. Hits the tight end out there in the flat. He takes it down for about 10 yards, and that will bring up first. Looks like he got the first down. He did get the first down. Zach the Potato says Big Ben's coming back. Just kidding. Yeah, I think they're like, we gave you your farewell tour. Farewell. Jordan Kraft says Drew Lock looking real good. Let's ride. Anthony Bain, Lock a game manager at best. That's all we're going to need him to be. All right, Seattle coming out on that similar front, which is unique unto themselves. A little bit of that two defensive linemen. And was that a fly sweep out in the open? Oh, goodness, this is trouble. Fly sweep gets down the football field there. Good 35, 40 yards there on that play. Just broke contain. And Josh Jones, who's played a very good game, really got kind of turned around there, coming up from the safety position to make that tackle. Still can't tackle. Yep. First and 10 all the way up to the 26-yard line. And another little ball just flicked out to the edge there. And another good job by the running back there to still be able to peel off a couple extra yards after making the catch. It looks like we got Jones there. Other linebacker. Eric Monis says Brandon should speak in Christopher Walken's voice for a whole Seahawks game one day. I might do it one day. It would take a commitment, but it might be fun to do. Second down. Steelers, Seahawks territory. Running goes motion. The handoff up the middle. He doesn't get much, but he's able to get a first down. Seahawks scuttling a bit now. They can't tackle at all. Somebody, please, God, no, tackle if you can. I'd like you too, please. Sir. Who's Miles Adams, 95? He's the guy being cut tomorrow. I'm kidding. Just kind of back into the defensive tackle depth. They're not going to play their main guys into the second half. 1st and 10 now. Ball's thrown over the middle. Sims is up with it, and he gets about a 2-3 yard gain. Good job of tackling on that play. Anthony Bain says Pickett's making this look easy with his tiny hands. The cold air hasn't set in yet. That's when those hands just get a little bit more tighter and smaller. He needs some shrinkage to set in. We've got a little bit of a DeBlanco side in here at middle linebacker. I know a lot of you guys are high on this kid out of Ohio State. Was it, right? 2nd and 8. Seattle again employing that 2 defensive tackle, 2 outside linebacker approach to their front. Kind of an oddity. We're going to be discussing that. And it's a quick throw out to the back. Easy money out there. And the soft coverage of the Seahawks from last season that we were hoping to see a little bit less of in this particular game has just not been there at times. You're seeing the Steelers just, it doesn't matter who their quarterback is, just sort of dinking and dunking into this defense a bit. Michael Ball, Mafe had a couple plays on special teams to strip sack. Indeed. Touchdown. Well, they came back from replay on that one quick. A quick little throw to the outside, and that's going to be a touchdown. Almost looked like Seattle's defense wasn't set there. They're still kind of getting things like Steelers came up and quick hiked it. The telecam barely got to it from the replay. And just easy throws here. The defense is leaving open. Maybe they're just playing a lot of vanilla defense here, like a typical, training camp game, but a typical first preseason game. Not doing a lot of elaborate things. And you're seeing a lot of names out there right now already on the back of these jerseys, like that guy's not going to be here. That guy's not going to be here. That guy's not going to be here. Still, you would have loved to have seen a little bit more of a fight put up by our Seahawks defense on that drive. Marty talks, I want Locke to rock a mustache and a gnarly, mean-looking mullet. Well, that would give him some extra powers, no doubt. So I'm in favor of it as well. Best tackle all night by DeBlanco. It was a pretty good one on that one little short pass. Not for sale with $2 donation. Sorry, not for sale. It took me a second to acknowledge. But this team might be low-key filthy. Go Hawks. Hey, you never know, man. I've been trying to tell people, never know this team might surprise a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm not saying they're going to be elite. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Nolan Arvance, who is Vi Jones, and when do we cut him? Oh. And as my buddy D-Boy says, everyone please hit that like button. It'll help you sleep better at night. It will. Spiritually, from a soul standpoint, you'll sleep with a little bit of a deeper rest tonight if you just go up and click that like button. Okie dokie doggy. We're going to get an extra point attempt here, I think, by the Steelers. Oh, wait. Maybe it's going to be overturned. Hold on. We're going to make them earn this. Steven Cottrell, if I hit the like button, will the defense play better? The like button can help many things in this world. That is not one. All right, they're going to try for the extra point. 2-point conversion is successful. So a real rough drive by your defense there. They looked like they were playing 7-on-7. All right, well, more lock time, right? Rangers 5-3. Damn it, big country. We had the lead. Roland says Pete tried to lull us into overconfidence by playing soft in the preseason. Maybe so. Maybe he's just keeping all of the tricks in the bag. Dr. G says, I got you as my official volume for this game. That is the greatest compliment you can give me in doing that, man. And that's going to be my goal for you this year, Dr. G, is I'm going to be doing this play-by-play. I'll be on it this year, every single game, outside of week 6. So I'm going to a game in week 6, but I'll be doing it on every game. I love doing this stuff with you guys, having you come in and watch this game together. It's made it a funner process for me watching the game with you guys as opposed to just sitting by myself all the time, stewing in my anger and hate. Rolling best job in the NFL is backup quarterback to Tom Brady. It's a pretty good spot, yeah. Not a bad place to be. Marty Talk says 2-point conversion in the preseason, nice. Yeah, they were just like, hey, they didn't even put up a challenge that defensive drive. Why don't we just go for 2? Let's try some of our plays out. It's probably going to be successful. Gino's a great backup, not going to lie. I think he'd be a pretty good backup too. Felipe White says, come on. Kenny Two Gloves had a pretty good drive there. I'll give the baby hands a little bit of credit on that one. The baby hands didn't come back to beat him, to hurt him here, but we'll see if they don't raise their tiny little heads at some point in this game. Big Country says Marco's gone after the season is what it is. Yeah, Gonzalez isn't going to be here in the long term. He's a fill a rotation out guy on a team that's not quite yet, almost trying to compete. But once you get to competing stage, then you're looking for a little bit better. Roquan Smith, please, says John Ruiz. Hey, I'm not against it, man. Anthony Bain Wilson's been thrown over the middle all the Denver camp, and Hackett working. So I'm hearing. All right. I mean, I've heard some other reports coming out of Denver's camp that's not been all on the. Russ has been a mazer throwing over the middle, but we'll see when the rubber meets the road. I have always maintained, Anthony, with Russ and where I saw any kind of deficiencies on his game, really at the end of the day, that a lot of them could be overcome. I don't think he'll ever be great throwing over the middle short, but there's a lot of stuff that if he just works on simply and overcomes it, that he could find a mode of awesomeness still, or an untapped level of potential still there in his game. All right, here is the kickoff now. And this is going to find, I think this is DJ Dallas. I don't know who this is. What we got there? Thompson. Okay. Our RB number 6, I guess that would be. D-Nugget says week 6. Let's do a meetup. All right, man. I'm down. Avery Allred says each quarterback has a touchdown, laughing out loud. Well, they're not going to make this decision easy on Coach Carroll, are they? Which I like. I want him to make it as hard as possible on him. Drew Lock comes out now for his second drive. Got him a first touchdown on his first drive of the game here. 6:38 in the third quarter. 2 quick scores by each of these teams to start this half. The give is into DJ Dallas, and he takes the ball up the middle and shows off a little bit of what he's shown off throughout the course of the second half. Gotten a couple of carries. Each carry showing patience to find the right hole. Then as he gets through the hole and seems to be sort of hemmed up, maybe only gets a couple yards, is able to just keep those legs grinding, keep pushing forward and get himself a couple of extra at the end of the run to really finish off the runs well. Nice job by DJ in this game of doing that. So bring up 2nd and 4 now. Hawks are employing a 2 tight end set. Lock and shotgun. Flicks it out to the tight end. Mabry makes the catch out there on a little throw to the flat, and that will be an easy peasy first down for your Seahawks. Well done. Very well done. Jason Saunders, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Appreciate it. Forsythe's in at left tackle. Okay, let's keep an eye out at left. Mike Kosanski says maybe Parkinson a chance because he's been around a while and they have to know if it's time to cut bait. There's the give in to Dallas now. Again, a nice carry. He's up the middle and he's still rolling. Nice little spin move after a 13-yard run and then puts his head down, as I say, to continue to finish these runs all game long. Best run of the game so far on a game of a lot of them here from him. Nice big hole there. And then he made the most with it, fighting off. And you can see it the Steelers. Like, we could talk about our bad tackling. You're seeing in the Steelers too. Again, I think this is going to be a thing that fans are going to lament about our team that you're going to see on all NFL teams this year as we continue to get more and more in this area where the teams just can't practice that tackling. 1st and 10 now. Seahawks are already on the Steelers side of the field here, 46. The give is back into DJ Dallas, but it looks like we have a flag, false start to begin things on that. Simple 1970 says NFL Network has Pitt broadcast, so I muted it and listening here. Nice. Yeah, I don't want to hear the Pitt's broadcast. I wouldn't want it the Pitt's broadcast either. And that'll be on Curhan, that false start. I think they have Curhan right now. Had him earlier here at right guard. See if he's still playing that position right now. Indeed he is. Lucas is still at right tackle. Lucas looking good at right tackle. 1st and 15. Lock under center. Steelers look like they're bringing a blitz. Locks recognizes it. He saw the blitz, calling an audible up here. Calls it into a run that gives into DJ Dallas. And he'll get himself about 4 yards on another tough run there. Good job off Locke. The Steelers showed a little bit of their hand on the blitz. Didn't disguise it very well. You saw 2 players sort of taking that step towards the line of scrimmage, giving you the indicator there. He picked it up and changed out of it. Locke looking over things now in shotgun, 2nd and 11. Steelers again showing blitz. Locke sees it, recognizes it, drops back to throw, gets rid of the ball. It looks like it was knocked. Looks like it might have been tipped at the line of scrimmage there and couldn't quite make its way to the eligible receiver on that play. Let's see. And Jay Curhan got beat on the inside pretty handily there on that play, causing the pressure. And indeed, yeah, got a little bit of a hand on that. Just a little bit. Suarez with a home run? Yes. Lucas is playing right tackle? Yep. All right, 3rd 11. Lock and shotgun. It's going to be a bubble screen out there. Kind of just an odd play there on that one. What a weird call. What a weird call. Let him try to get it down the field. It's preseason. Like, let him try to get the first down. You're going to run bubble screens on the 43. That's a weird call. Maybe they were just anticipating a bit of a blitz there and they thought they could beat the blitz. Godly visuals, I'm with you. I don't. The play calling on 3rd down sometimes is just strange. Still looked pretty good in that drive. Yeah, and I don't think they're not featuring Parkinson because they're looking to cut him. Parkinson's going to be your 3rd tight end on this team. You carry 3 tight ends and he'll be number 3. You're seeing a lot of him playing in this game just because you want to. You know he'll be your 3rd tight end, so there's going to be a large portion of this year he's going to be sitting on the bench at times. So you're just trying to, get him up to game speed, despite the fact you're not going to be able to use him as much as those other guys. And this is a good punt by Dickinson, puts him down about the 6-yard line. That's pure Big Dixon energy right there, and that will put the Steelers in a tough position here to start things off. Let's see if our defense can put up a little bit of a bigger fight. Marty Talk says, Kenny Pickett repping all the baby hands out there. Hashtag make baby hands great again. Oh, jeez. Steve says, got to tell the defense that the vid is old news. They don't have to socially distance anymore. James Mason and Mitch have to be punching the air right now because the crowd obviously wants baby hands. Yeah, they love them baby hands, man. They're like, how can he do it? It's almost just the anomaly of a man with such tiny little hands being able to still be able to throw a full-size football. Dr. G says Kobe and Tariq getting burned a little early was probably good for them. Well, especially for Kobe. I mean, Tariq wasn't as bad off in one of the plays, but getting burnt on the touchdown like he was on a play where, he's in a what would be essentially like cover 3 look there where he's got to stay on top of the player, I believe. I don't think he was in man. And he got kind of playing it kind of a little bit like he would play man coverage more than you're playing zone. And that's a teaching moment tape. They'll show him on it. They'll correct it. Mark Mitchell says Drew Lock looks good, but what's up with his defense? I think you're running a lot of guys out there, especially in this last drive, that are not going to be making this football team or even coming close to making this football team, number 1. Number 2, to my eyes, I'm seeing a lot of vanilla defense. I'm not seeing a lot of, that drive alone from the Steelers, I saw way more blitzes and way more kind of varied fronts in what they were showing Drew Lock up there than what we've been showing on the other side of the ball. And that's supposed to be a part of what we're implementing this year, is more of a pressure-based scheme. And it could be that they're just holding their cards close to the vest. But nonetheless, I'm a little bit, I find it a little bit odd that they're not trying to, you'd want to work out some of the kinks within that of how you're going to run that scheme rather than just, let's run vanilla, let's just play this game heads up and just get through it. It's a little bit how it seems. Will Jacob Eason get a chance to ask rolling? He might get one drive, but they're going to want to give Drew Lock his chance to see what he can do so they can make their assessment. And you're not going to do that with just practice time. You're going to want to see a lot of game tape from both of these two quarterbacks to make that assessment. DeeJay Dallas is killing it, Steven. Like what I see from this kid. Like Kozowski says, DeeJay Dallas looks like Marshawn's little brother. A little bit. Yeah, TJ, I want Parkinson to be better in the red zone too. Like that throw where he wasn't even close to bringing that ball in. It would have been a tough catch, but those are the kind of catches and situations you're looking for him to maybe excel in with his big build. That's what he did in college. Little bubble screen here on first down by the Steelers. Ugo Amadi's all over it. He falls down, but doesn't give up any ground there and able to make the tackle. How about Michael Bennett interviewing Tyler Lockett on the sidelines? File this under images I never thought I would see in my life. Michael says, Lock looking better for sure. It's looking good. Baby Hands throws it out to the flat there for 4 or 5 yards. This will bring up third down. Anthony Bain says Denver might beat us to Smith. They just lost on inside linebacker. Ooh. Only question with them on that, Anthony, is what do they have to offer? They got a 3rd round pick right now to give for Smith. They don't have their 1st and 2nd round selection in the upcoming draft. That would be a little bit of a question on that one. But they might. All right, Seahawks actually showing a little bit of a blitz look here now on 3rd down. They got the linebackers up over the A-gap. This has been, when they have shown a blitz, that's been what they've shown. They dropped out of it for the most part a little bit there. Ooh. Baby Hands almost had his fingers yanked out of his little tiny hand. And that will be a sack. Great play by number 50 there. Is that Jones? That Vi Jones? Vi Jones out there making a play. So Seattle did bring a little bit of a blitz. They dropped some in, some out. Showed that look, little creativity there. And look, you show a little creativity and you get some benefit from it. Isn't that wild? Right? That's why I'm calling for it a little bit, is that they could aid this defense out into the season with a little bit more of that aggressiveness at times. It's been a lot of sort of just standing back here in this particular game. The punt is off. It's going to bounce around in front of DeeJay Dallas. He's going to let it go. And Seattle's going to get this in good field position at about the 45-yard line on their side of the field, where Drew Lock and company will take over. But a little blitz pays off here. Let's go. Phil Haynes at left guard. I hope we see that. That's what I want to continue to see. James Larson trying to yank his arm off. You got to do what you got to do on a football field. If I got to yank your arm off, if I got to yank your tongue out, I will do so if it means that I'm getting the tackle. If I'm going down to the turf and all I got your tongue, that tongue's coming out. Or you're going down. One of the two. Tackle or die. That's how we do this. Neil Marsh says, I repeat, you still want to fire Vi Jones. He's the only linebacker who can cover or tackle. Well, he's been so far one of the only ones in this game. That's for sure. Go Hawks 05 says, I'm surprised Baby Hands held onto the ball there. His little hands were struggling. They were trembling, It almost occurred. Mason Dale says the NFL Network is playing the Broncos for some reason, so I can't watch. Well, at least you guys are getting a little bit of the frustration I was getting when I started this whole thing off, where I couldn't believe that. Why is this? Why are you guys playing these? What is going on? NFL's got to streamline this in the future for how they stream games and give people just the ability to. It should be a one-stop shop. I can go see the game where I want to go see it, and I don't have to go search around to 15 different areas. Benelli says, go Hawks, and let's ride, boys. Big Country says baby hands would break the NFL records for fumbles. He very might well be in that cold area, in that cold stadium. You know how they say that like where warmth causes things to expand. Well, you know what that means. What do you think that means? The cold does then, right? Those little baby hands just go little tiny, just get even a little tinier. He's got these little baby hands. He just goes and like picks up the ball, like just has to grab it with two hands at all times, right? Always has to have two hands in the ball because couldn't hold it with one. There ain't no palm in it with one. Melissa De Ocho says, who has the ball? The Seahawks have the ball now. They're just coming back from break. Dr. G, I'm afraid of our coaching staff burying our fresh upcoming talent. Well, they've got to show it off. I have a little faith in our coaching staff. I think the one thing they do good, Dr. G, is with younger players. I think they struggle a little bit when you get the older players in here a bit. Then when that becomes too much of the culture, I think it works a little bit in their favor, but we'll see. Rumich, why is everyone talking about little hands on Kenny Pickett? He sets records in college. Like, how can you disrespect a homie like that? Because you look for places when you're live streaming for 4 straight hours that you can find a little humor and laughing and something that makes you laugh. And it just makes me laugh. And I get endless amounts of enjoyment off of it. Drew Lock, first down, flips it over to the running back out in the flat. Makes the catch. They just actually had Aaron Fuller just not even going to route. He just stood there off the line of scrimmage as your outside wide receiver there. And Drew Lock used him as an outlet after he looked down the field on a couple of different reads. Nice play. And a good job by Fuller there breaking a tackle. And we're probably down to the final play here of the third quarter. This will bring up 2nd and 1. Lock under center now. He gives to DJ Dallas. Breaks another tackle through there. And again, just running hard. Grinding. First down. Great job by DJ. He comes up a little slow off that one. He's taking some good licks in this game. But wasn't much of a hole. Got through it, fought through an arm tackle. Carried a couple guys. Yeah, right through that arm tackle. Great job. Again, as I said, the tackling's not just been an issue with us in this game. It would have been a fumble if he didn't have 2 gloves. I'm saying it's too funny not to talk about this. I got respect for the guy. But it's hilarious. Keegan Jack, NFL Network is playing the Broncos-Dallas game. Well, this sucks. Ugh, I'm sorry. King 5 in Seattle does have the game if you are local, so I don't know if that helps. Thank you for that note on that. I forgot to say that too. That will help. DB1 says it's cruel to force me to watch Rush Riders when a Seahawks game is on. Yeah, that's brutal. Michael says, nice. Way to go through the reads and then hit the flat. Yeah, great job by Locke there. Didn't just go to the flat. First, got that defender to drop off because you didn't just lock in on the running back or on the receiver on that outside. Because if you come off that snap just looking for your outlet guy, that defender will take a couple steps up and there's not as much of a chance for Fuller to break that tackle. But first, looking down the field in true blue, looking like you're going through some reads, starts to pull those defenders back in coverage a couple of extra steps, which then makes him have to kind of scramble to get up there and make the tackle on Fuller when you throw it to him in the flat. Will Mullendor. Seahawks got the ball? They do indeed. Steven Cottrell says this running game is playing like Penny is already injured. Laughing out loud. Knowing our events, Brandon Nelson somewhere for fist pumping on that Fuller catch. You know he is. He's out there saying, this is what I was talking about. Mason says, turned on the TV to watch my Hawks play, and instead I'm watching an interview with the Broncos owner. What the hell? Melissa says, I hope that they get a touchdown. Me too, Melissa. B-Russ, Matt Kroll, a la the living legend, threw 9 passes and completed only 1 of 10 throws. Can you say elite? Yeah, I'm liking my... I'm still liking my quarterback evaluations over the last couple of years, frankly. Wilson goes down to a little bit of an injury, not a full ACL, but I told you with that guy, I wasn't going to trust him from a health standpoint. I just didn't think he had the build to do it. Same thing with Corral. Looking okay on that one so far. TP1, my salon girl dyed my hair too dark, wants to be. Luckily, it'll lighten up in the next week or so, especially on facial hair. I don't die, so I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? All right, lock drop back on 1st and 10. Let's it go. Rips it down the middle of the field to Derek Young, a favored target of one Drew Lock so far for a good 15-yard completion. Lock set up on that back foot and gave the gunslinger toss right down the middle of the field. Some steam coming off that ball. And Derek Young, after an early drop, has really bounced back here at showing you conventional receiver things as opposed to gadget guy receiver things, which is a little bit of what I thought we were going to get more from him. 1st and 10 now. Give is into DJ Dallas. Nice patience. A little jump cut there at the line of scrimmage. Finds his hole. Finds some strength. He's still fighting after the play's long dead. He's still trying. Great spirit from Dallas today. Great energy. Great fire. You wouldn't be able to tell from his intensity level that this is a preseason game. And a nice initial hole there off the line of scrimmage. Steeler defensive tackle sort of just ran himself out the hole initially off that point. Curhan out there doing good work. 2nd and 6 now. Lock changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Steps back to throw. He's looking. Finds DJ Dallas back across the field. Dallas takes it. Still breaking free, breaks a tackle, jumps on through into the end zone. We got a touchdown. DJ Dallas is a man unstoppable and not to be denied. You can try, you can fight it, but you're only going to come up a flailing. Just a simple little out route here from him coming off the middle of the field as he comes out in the route. A nice little in-out cut there, and then jumps from the 3-yard line, goes Superman to get himself into the end zone. Broke 2 tackles at once on the play, then just said, F it, I'm hitting the pogo sticks. Touchdown. Wonderful drive, and Seattle's going for 2. Cade Johnson in motion, he flips back around, Steelers are on it. Lock patiently waits for Travis Homer to get into his route, which he does into the flat, and that will complete the 2-point conversion. We got a tie game. What a drive by your Seahawks. Great orchestration by Lock. Excellent command, operating from within the pocket, going through his reads. Excellent ball placement, showing there off a little bit of his ability to throw on the run and throw with accuracy on the run. We got ourselves a game. Dr. G says, DJ's looking so good. I realize it's second and third teamer, but man, I think it's worth, I think you should be encouraged by what you're seeing from him. I don't think that this is just him going against second and third stringers, because what you're watching him is at times, it's not just gaping holes that are open up that he's running through. It's sometimes little errors like this. Or the one run he had where he's just getting through the hole and there's a defensive tackle grabbing him by his shoulder pads, trying to pull him down, and he's fighting through that. It's him breaking tackles. It's him using patience. It's him finishing the run, as I say, not dying easily. You know, making it, if you're going to give me the ground, you're going to have to fight with every inch of your life to get me to the ground. And that's effort stuff, along with, showing a little bit of a refinement to his game now as he enters into his 3rd season here. And maybe, kind of really understanding what he needs to do there as far as running the rock behind this offensive line and within this scheme. Very encouraging. Anthony Bain says, damn, I know the Steelers training camp included more padded old school practices and they still are trash. I maintain, Anthony, it's one thing that I think the players were silly for removing from the CBA. I know that they want to have less of that practice time, and they're saying it preserves my body. But in my opinion, this is why you get more injuries popping up at times, because you're not building up that callus. You're not building up the way you need to do it to protect yourself. And again, not just protect yourself, but be able to tackle correctly and efficiently and in that kind of manner like those old school guys kind of could. And my prediction is you're going to see fans across fan bases everywhere continue to lament this stuff as we continue to get further and further away from those eras of football where players really had to go hard at each other in training camp practices, where they were really, they still go hard. They're still, not that they're not practicing hard, it's just that there's just more of a coordination now to kind of protect the players and make sure you're not hitting too much. And you've got the, representatives from the Players Association will come out and watch your practices if you're even a guy that's on the line, and you'll lose draft picks if you do practice too hard. Has happened, I believe, to us at one point, or we got fined. I can't remember. And It sucks, but this is going to be somewhat of what we see from the new football range of things. DJ says it's not set in stone, but Locke is playing better, but Geno had a good half. He did. This is why I say you've got to give this the full totality of the preseason to make a determination. We can't make it too quickly. Let's give them a couple games. Let's perhaps give both these guys a chance with the number ones. You know. Cobras. Kid of Osprey. Richard Iside, George Pickens looking good right now. He is. As I say, if your fantasy's not yet done their draft yet, I would definitely, two rookie receivers I would target that are outside the guys that everybody else would say target, Wilson or Olave. I would say Pickens and the kid with the Colts. And Baby Hands drops back and makes a nice throw out there on an out route. Very accurate, right on the button. A great throw by him. First down. Turner on the coverage. So Seattle getting very deep into their cornerback room here in this particular game now. Megan says the large jersey of power is starting to work its magic against 12s. Hell yes, it is. Come on now. Bring this one back. Let's bring this one back, team. First down and 10 now. Little fly sweep given to Steeler receiver there, and the Seahawks snuffed that one out. Joey Blunt there up on the tackle. King Bomber says, wait, our offense isn't trash and this is the first game? Your eyes do not deceive you, my friend. Roland Connor, so we have 4 really good running backs. Who gets cut? You carry 4 running backs, Connor. It's one of the upshots of not having a fullback anymore. Is now you can carry 1 extra running back, and I believe they will. 2nd and 8 now. Baby Hands in shotgun. Takes the snap. Fires a wobbler that receiver's able to come up with there. Willie Snead's just able to come up with on that play. And this will bring up 3rd down and short, 3rd and 1. Deadly says Mafi snicked out that trick run like a pro. He did good. He was on it there. Mafi's looked good today. Athletic and quick. All right, 3rd and 1. Steelers coming up with a heavy formation, looking to run. No. In comes Mr. Miles Adams. Defensive tackle shot the cap. It's a little bit of the benefit of this new scheme you're going to see from this year, folks. And what you see there is, yep, he indeed attacked a gap. It's a gap and a half defense you're playing right now versus what you played in the past, which was what's called a 2-gap defense. And in gap and a half, it means you can do a little bit more of, yes, you have the half gap on the backside of responsibility to pay attention to, but it allows you to attack a gap more than the 2-gap does, which has you in a more passive state. And on 3rd and short plays, on plays where it's a high likelihood that the team's going to run the ball, having the ability to have your defensive lineman at times shoot that gap can oftentimes can be the difference in a play like that versus just trying to hold the spot, hold the line against an offensive lineman. I think you saw a little bit of the upshot of that there on that particular play, as he was not 2-gapping at all. He was pushing right back down one side. Neil says Miles Adams rocking those dreads so you can't see his name. That's tight. He's the nameless dreads man in the middle. Richard, the game is going to look a lot better than the KC versus the Bear. Better than the KC versus the Bear? Kansas City versus the Bear? Yeah, probably. That Bears offensive line looks like it's in really rough shape. Alex, nobody noticed nobody thrown over to test Woolen shut down corner. He looked good early on. I missed the start of the game, but he was looking good to begin things. David says the Colts played Matt Ryan. They did. They're going to want to give him snaps in the new offense, new team. They're going to want to try to get him out there a little bit. I bet he would push for it as much as anybody. He's kind of that mentality type. So I'm not surprised by it. It was Pierce was the other guy. So Pierce and Pickens are 2 guys in your fantasy drafts that you might be able to get a little bit later in your drafts. I would look at both of those guys as interesting targets later on. Anthony says Locke is mostly throwing short passes. Going to need to see the medium and deep pass game more to really gauge his improvement. Yeah, I think to your point on that, that's a place that he struggled last year a bit in the NFL for sure. and that's a place that you do wonder on with him. So I think that's a spot of his game that's not necessarily, he's got the arm strength to deliver down the field deep a lot, but I don't know if that's the strength of his game necessarily either, or nor will it be. But if he can come, to me, I differ on this a little bit, Anthony, in the respect I feel like if he's executing this offense on the short and intermediate game, I don't necessarily need the dynamic down the field stuff on a consistent basis like we did in the past, because I think we're running a little bit more of a different offense. I think we're going with a little bit more of a run-heavy approach than we have prior. And I think that those things make that less a need from that standpoint. Michael Bell, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor as a member of the channel. I appreciate you signing up, and you're very kind, a gentleman and a scholar. So welcome aboard. Elliot says the Lock has more yards than Geno, and Geno had 2 more drives. I think he has looked better. And Geno looked good, but I think Lock's even looked just even a little bit better. Honestly, they're both played good though. It's hard. And Darrell Taylor over there dancing up a storm on the sideline. He's feeling good. John Ray says, wish we had grabbed Travis Jones, though. Travis was looking really good for the Ravens the other night. First play here, first down, give is to Dallas. He's got some room to operate, and he's using it. Another nice run. He bounces in, out, back, outside. Uh-oh. Coming up a little bit slow on that one. Dallas able to fight it off there a little bit. It's grimacing somewhat. 12-yard gain on the play. Dallas looking explosive and strong, just kind of. And yeah, he's going to run off the field now. All right, he's grabbing at his shoulder a little bit there. Not good. Play action from Drew. Flips it outside there to Heslop, the tight end, who makes the catch and angles around the corner there for 6 or 7 yards. 90 yards for Dallas tonight, Michael says. Heck of a game. Heck of a game. Hopefully that's not I hate when they reach to the shoulders like that. You always get a little bit worried with those when they do that, but hopefully he's okay. Another nice little throw there by Drew Lock on the move. Got it right to his man where he could catch the ball and then make something with it. Eason's warming up. I figure they give him a couple drives here. Drew Lock under center, 2nd and 10 now. The give is in there to, this is Thompson. Little fire plug. We got last year as an undrafted rookie free agent, and he gets up the middle for a first down. So another nice drive going here by Lock. Master Chief says the air knocked out of him. I hope so. It looked like he reached up on the shoulder a little bit when he came off the sideline. Darwin Thompson, so it isn't the other one I was thinking of. I was thinking of somebody else. Don't know much about Thompson, to be honest with you. And he gets the carry and bounces it outside. Another solid run there of 9 yards. The Seahawks running game has been working all game, first through 4 quarters. I mean, when you're giving the guys the rock, they're making something happen with it. Got to give them credit in this one in that respect. That's now 24 carries in this game for 156 yards and an eye-popping 6.5 yard per carry average by your Seahawks running backs tonight. Melissa De Ocho says, I like your background. Well, thank you, Melissa. This will be my game day background now, I think. The give is in here again to Thompson. That's another little just nice. He's got a little jump cut to him. He's got a good little bounce jump cut to him. Not the biggest guy, but bounces around well. Just short, it looks like, of the first down. So this will bring up 3rd and probably about 6 inches or a foot. And Dallas looks like he is indeed okay. Lock's going to take this as a quarterback carry. Boy, we haven't seen many of those in recent history. Quarterback carry, and that will get a first down. Sir Cheeseburger says the O-line's picking up where they left off in the second half of 2021. Boy, are they ever. Looking really good here. And it's not just all inside A-gap runs. That's the part I like here, too, is there's a little bit of a mix here we're seeing. First and 10 now, 7:39 on the clock. Play action by Drew. Looking around, and he's going to be taken down for a sack. He did have his running back look like in the flat and just didn't see him over there. First sack of the game on Drew. Dupree Squid says, wait, 6 inches is short? Oh, no. And he says, none of the starter Steelers played as far as I can tell. I'm not sure on that. I wasn't paying attention too closely, so. Locke drops back, flicks it over there to Thompson. Nice little cut. Steelers are all over it, though. It's only going to go for a couple yards. So this will bring up third and very long. OD Death Metal. Well, this game has sure changed after Geno scored. Boy, has it? Yeah. That's a nice job fighting back. I think DJ wants to get in that game, but I think the coaching staff's like, you're good. You're good. David Casey, where's the kitty cat? I can't do the kitty tree with my with the back green screen backdrop, so I got to. When I do the live streams on that, I'll do probably no kitty on those days, but maybe I'll figure out a way to get her in the shot here. All right, Drew drops back, third down. He's in shotgun. He's going to go for it, lets it rip, and that's high and over the top. So, Anthony Bain, to your point on that a little bit there, man, like you want to see where his accuracy is down the field, and that was the most inaccurate throw so far that Locke has thrown. And it's probably the farthest thrown that he's thrown this game. Just wasn't even close. Jimmy G. Like is right on that throw. It just wasn't in the vicinity. It didn't look like a miscommunication, it just looked like he straight missed it. Yeah, I don't know if somebody was advocating in the chat for trading one of our running backs, but I wouldn't do it. You got to keep in mind and remember, with your running back position over the last 3 or 4 years, you've had multiple times where your running back room has gotten decimated over the course of the year. And while I feel a lot better today about where DJ Dallas and Travis Homer are in their skill set versus prior years, I think it still behooves a team that wants to be committed to running the football of having 4 legitimate good running backs that they can call upon at any point in time, as opposed to trying to offload one of them for other assets at this point. Brandon says, I would love to actually be able to watch this game, but instead, NFL Network is just staging on the Cowboys versus Broncos game. Yeah, it's dumb, Brandon. I'm with you on it. At the start of this show, I was caught in my feelings for a good freaking half hour of the first part of the show because I had everything set up to go for today, and then you turn it on and you can't get the game to play. And you're like, what is going on? I'm in Washington State. I should be able to watch a Seahawks preseason game in Washington State without having to jump through 15,000 hoops to do so. But they've made it harder like this over the last few years. You got to go spend $600 a month in different apps and services and streaming services, it seems like, to see everything. Jesse Hugera, they're making Lucas work today. They are, but he's looked good to my eyes. I'm going to be rewatching this game and really paying really close attention to a lot of certain spots in the field, like tackle play, and see how those guys are holding up, playing and play out. But overall, very encouraged by what I've seen. Certainly you didn't get the TJ Watt experience challenge, but it's all right. CJ Kurzman says, at least we threw the ball down the field for once. Cripes. Yeah, they've not been trying to throw down deep much in this game at all. But I think some of that comes from trying to build in the habit of we're going to be a team that's going to utilize the short and intermediate passing game. And we will occasionally, ever so occasionally, go deep. And I think that's a purposeful thing because that's kind of to the tenets and designs of this offense. You run a West Coast offense. It was not built by Bill Walsh for you to go and hammer 50-yard hole shots down the football field. It was built by Bill Walsh to attack the open spaces and zone defenses, to throw short, to utilize the receiver's ability in the yak department, yards after the catch. And that's the designs of the offense. That's the way you have it structured. So I like seeing it. I'm okay if we don't see as many throws deep this year, even with guys like DK and Tyler on the team. Occasionally, yes. But really, this offense, as we've seen, if this running game can be as good as I think it can be, and then you're working the short and intermediate stuff, You can be a productive offense just through that method alone in a lot of respects. All right, Steelers take over here now at the 5 after a great Michael Dixon punt pushed them inside the 10, and they're going to try to run it here and get a couple of yards. Chris Baker, game over. I don't know. We mean Chris. Oh, my stream just cut out. I'm sorry, Chris. Man, the streams, you guys are having the same, at least I wasn't the only one having the problem with it. It sounds like everybody's having some issues out there with the streams with the NFL on this. They need to get their stuff right on this. What are they doing out there? All right, 2nd and 6 now. Baby Hands is in shotgun. 3 wide receiver look. A little draw there out of shotgun. And nice job of tackling there. I think that was DeBlanco, wasn't it? There, he stuck his head in there and put that running back. It looked like the running back was going to be able to drive forward for a couple of yards and get the first down. And DeBlanco put his head down and held things up there until the cavalry could arrive. And yeah, Cowboys do get priority. They're America's team. Let me tell you something now. My Cowboys are going to be on TV when your team's playing, all right? My Cowboys are always on TV whenever. I'm Jerry Jones, and I told them, whatever, you show the pregame, you show postgame, you show the pre-pregame, okay? I don't care if you guys show the fountain in the front of the stadium. You're going to show the Cowboys. 3rd down, gives up the middle and a big hole right up the middle, and he will get that first down. The waters indeed did part on that one. Brandon says, I never realized the Seahawks changed their name to the Broncos and now have orange uniforms. Chris Baker, what do you watch the games on, Brandon? I'm on Seahawks.com and then just hit the watch button from there. I don't know if it's verifying my login with NFL Plus at that point or how it works, but that was my final method that worked for me. 1st and 10, again, Baby Hands in shotgun. Flicks a little short pass out to the right, and that'll be a little gain of about 6-7 yards there. They're keeping things easy for Mr. Pickett. Not any high leverage, high difficulty throws, just kind of dink and dunking. TP1 Filler says, love this Jones impression. I'm going to tell you something about, this is the Cowboys, all right? Cowboys. Your team, I don't care what they do in the preseason. America cares about what the Cowboys do in preseason, and you're going to enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, we're going to make you enjoy it. This is Dallas. This is Texas. What do you think, Steven? Oh, no, Daddy, I just don't want you to yell at me again. Stop it, boy. Show some confidence. You're a Cowboy. Show it. You always say something, Daddy. I don't know what it's going to be today, but I don't want to hear it this time. Shut up, boy. Get back over there in the corner. I'm about to watch my Cowboys. Isn't it our Cowboys? My Cowboys, till I die, boy. Don't think I don't know you ain't been working up that poison. Not me, Daddy. All right, Baby Hands has got the team moving here a bit. They're at about 34-yard line now. 1st and 10. He's back in shotgun. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Running back to his left. Pickett drops back to throw. He's looking deep. He's looking to uncork. And much like that lock throw, nowhere near his man. Looked like he was expecting the receiver to run a little bit outside, and the receiver stayed a little bit in. Baby Hands showing off the gun. Chez Seahawks Raptor fan says, bonjour, te le monde. Bonjour. Je t'aime. Benelli, I will not waver from my Lose for Levis campaign. I would never ask you to do that, Benelli. I would never tell you to do that. I would never say that. Shotgun 2nd and 10. Dropping back to throw here. And Seahawks are able to corral him, but Pickett doing a good job of finding these dink and dunk 6 and 7 yard throws there that are able to be picked up on. Shams says, time check, please. I am at 2:26 in the 4th quarter right now. 3rd and 2. Sorry, I need to do that a little bit more so you guys can sync that up. It's my bad. .211 now on the clock. 3rd and 2. Pickett back in shotgun again. 3 wide receivers to one side of the field. One of them goes in motion. Seattle able to generate a little bit of pressure. Pickett able to get out around it, navigate the waters, and find his way past the first down marker. Seemed like Seattle had a variety of guys closing in and around Pickett there, but he was able to just... Boy, those hands are tiny. he was just able to just kind of dip the shoulders, turn this way, turn back that way, and kind of find his way through. The ball slipped a little. Had some butter on those fingers. I'm sorry, this is never not going to be funny. This is not going to be a joke that ever gets old. David Casey, Pickett has a wind-up throwing motion. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So a little bit of that. You don't have a natural strong arm. You start doing things within your mechanical delivery to try to give yourself that little extra oomph on your throws. Pickett's doing well, though. I'll give him credit. I'm giving him a hard time, but he's playing well in this game. Anthony Bain says Pickett's either going to win this or throw an interception. Really seemingly going that way. Yeah, Mafe was almost there. Had a couple guys, it seemed like they had him kind of hemmed in, and he just found that last back door that was in the room. Brand Hoskins says, Baby Hands Pickett is doing pretty good against your awful Seahawks team. Laugh my ass off. He's doing pretty good. Yeah. We're so awful. How are we tied with you in this game? Don't you guys have playoff aspirations or something? I don't know. Nathaniel, I love how they aren't doing split screen on NFL Network. Only Cowboys, but it's okay. Split screen for Colts, Bills, and us for Steelers. Well, there's only one reason that, Nathaniel. That's because nobody puts Cowboys on split screen, all right? All right, boy? All right, Nathaniel? I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm Jerry Jones, and you don't put the Cowboys on small screen. Not only do you not put us on split screen, you better have us on big screen, and we better be on every screen in every bar in America, because this is Cowboys, and we're America's team. It drives me crazy too, man. I hate it. I hate it. It's dumb. Anthony Bain Pickett might be Burrow next season. I don't see that. No. He's got elements of his game that Burrow has in his game, being great processors on the field and accurate short and throwing with great anticipation. But I do think Burrow's got more natural arm talent and stronger arm too in addition to that. Donkey Bong says, I don't want to listen to the Broncos. I don't blame you, man. I wouldn't want to either. Bumkey, is it just me or the Seahawks game showing the Cowboys game? No, we're hearing it in the chat. For some reason, they switched to it, Bumkey. I don't know why they did it. I don't know what the NFL Network's reasoning is. You got a tie game, 25-25 going down the wire. Can't you guys just finish off the game and then flip over to your prized Cowboys game? But if they must feel like they're going to get more maximum eyeballs this way. Ellie says, pretty upset we didn't get a turnover. Yeah, kind of rough there. Let's get a turnover. Let's flip this. All you got to do is just put a finger on Baby Hands with the ball in his hands, and that ball is going to get dislodged. Just one little. All right, Pickett in shotgun now. 3 wide receivers. The give is on a little delay again up the middle. This has been pretty successful for Steelers, and it gets another 8-9 yards there up the middle. So bring up 2nd and 1. We got 1:47 on the clock. Game is ticking down. Steelers have the full allotment of their timeouts. Pickett back up in shotgun here on 2nd and 1. Drops back to throw. Nice play out there by the cornerback. Braked on the ball very well. We're so deep in the roster, I'm not sure which guy is which. Number 32. That was great coverage, though. Really did a good job of driving on that ball. As soon as he saw the out route, really did a good job of really not letting the receiver have any place to make that play on it. Great play. 3rd and 1. Heavy formation. Pickett under center. Seattle's all over it. Oh, my goodness. They were all over the play. They were holding up short. They are calling him short. Looked like he got it. Seattle snuffed it out. 2 defenders in the backfield, including Boy Mafe from the jump. Looked like he was going to wiggle through. And Seattle managed to bring him down just inside the 1st down marker. So this will bring down 4th down now. You got to feel like the Steelers are probably going to go for this, aren't they? Preseason, what's there to lose? Finally showing the Hawks game again? Okay, good. That was idiotic on their part. They probably got like deluged with like 50,000 calls. It's the end of the game, and you switch it now? No. I bet it was something like that. They're like, switch it back to the Seahawks. Jesus, they're gonna storm this place. Switch it. U2 cases, I think it'll be overturned on the first down. It looked like you got it. I was kind of surprised on the mark. Yeah, we got, a bad spot for them, a good spot for us, but they'll change that. You're inside of 2 minutes. They'll look at this and they'll put it in the right spot, and they'll have a probably first down here. Huey, it's staying as it is. Jesus. Okay, 4th and 1. Steelers are trying for it. Heavy formation. Seattle featuring a heavy formation as well. Mafe is all over baby hands. He's got him in his hands. And a sack. Boy, Mafe with a start of the game. Absolutely closing off any chances of the Steelers here at the end of this. Pickett said, no, I can run away from you, boy. And boy said, it's boye. And no, you cannot. He absolutely hunted him like that new Predator movie, just tracking him all the way. No dreads flying out the back, but he should have with the way he was pursuing him. Laid that red gun with the 3-prong reticule upon him and pulled his trigger. Nice job by Boye Mafe. The second-round rookie has really shined in this game. He's already got a tomahawk sack that he caused a fumble. And now on one of the key, maybe the key defensive play of this game when you need somebody to do something. He first diagnosed play action read, right? First got to make sure it's not a run. Quickly realizes it's not that and engages then Pickett on the play action pass. Now Drew Lock back out here in shotgun. Steelers showing a blitz to lead things off here. He drops back to throw. Got to get rid of it. Drew, and he's hit. Fumble. Oh, my God. The ball goes right back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wow, what a swing. What a swing. Drew just got completely from the blind side there. It's a blitz. Doesn't recognize it's going to be a blitz pre-snap. Just got a little bit too in a hurry of getting the snap off there than doing what he's done a much better job throughout this game. Greg Island fell on his butt, but I don't think that made a difference there. The whole blocking scheme there was kind of just messed up. But Drew also, I don't think, really recognized there was a blitz on that play. So he is sacked. The Steelers recover. 1st and 10 now. Great play washed aboard. Michael Bell with a $10 donation. Thank you, Michael, very much. Very kind of you. He says, I've enjoyed watching the game with y'all. Thanks, Brandon, and all the 12s here. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Michael. It's been a fun game. For a preseason game, this has been exciting and fun to watch for me, man. I've enjoyed this. Much like this team, I'm going to have fun with this team this year. All right, so we got, let's see if Pickett can hold this up now. 3 wide out. Back in shotgun. Takes the snap. Pressure. Gets through the pressure. Shows his mobility out in space. Ooh, that's got to be a flag there on that block. That was a peel back block right there that went uncalled. One of our guys got completely kind of lit up there on a peel black, and the officials just missed it. Tough there. And Mafe getting a little bit of the double team look there after his second sack of the game. And Jesus, why did they not call that on that? Watch Visquez with a $2 donation says, Mafe Mafia, the one-man mob. I love it. Mafe Mafia. Hell yeah. That works for me as a nickname. 2nd and 6 now to give up the middle here to the running back. Steelers going to try to get this into field goal range and then probably finish this up. Call it a day on that. Thank you for the donations, you guys. Very kind of you. That is a flag. You can't peel back on that kind of block. That's as straightforward as it gets to call that foul there. But I'm sure the officials are like, the game's winding down. And it's the Steelers. Brand Hoskins, GG's. We are now even. Laugh my ass off. Anthony says Drew's biggest problem in Denver, he turns the ball over, fumbles, or INTs. That's one he's got to be a little bit more careful on. And again, picking up the blitz, you can't get so fast and so rushed to want to get the snap off. You're so excited about the play and so excited to have this opportunity. He had, throughout the course of this game, he's been so calm at the line of scrimmage, patient in calling the hike, checking the Steelers to make sure that they're not showing him something pre-snap that's different than what he's expecting. Or if it is a blitz, then he's got his hot route ready and he knows where he's going to go with the ball. There was a little bit on that one of just kind of let's go quick. Long live the live cast. Congrats on 300 plus viewers. Well, thank you. Welcome to all new folks that might jump in the chat. Welcome on in to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We do all the games here live stream. So thank you for that, D Nugget. All right, 3rd and 1 now. Pickett dropping back. He's got a man short. Hits him short in space. And that will get them a first down. Doesn't get him much closer than a couple of yards further, but that does give him a first down. Clock ticking. 40 seconds remain now. But thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. All right. Pickett dropping back now. Scanning the field. Seahawks defenders, 2 have an opportunity at him. Their hands just slip over the back of his back as he's running through. He's able to break through from the pocket. Get another 8 or 9 yards here. Steelers with 1 timeout. 18 seconds on the clock. Seahawks trying to figure out their coverage. Looking around in space. Trying to get set. 2nd and 2. Pickett in shotgun. Drops back to throw, wings it out to the outside on a nice little throw. Receiver breaks the play. End zone, touchdown. Game over. Well, a great job there by Pickett to work that drive up as he did. Showing acumen that seems far beyond the rookie years there. Certainly your Seahawks defense at that point, and we got a flag on the play. So your Seahawks defense here is light manned by this point, but nonetheless, that fumble held true. Big Country says classic Hawks fashion. It's very classic Hawks fashion there. And on another missed tackle there on the final touchdown scoring, even though that's a chip shot field goal at that point that they're going to probably hit. But Pickett did a good job of hitting those short routes, really. Just finding where their guys' open spaces on this defense today. It was a good game, though. I agree, James. It was a good game. And it was a rough ending, but a good game overall. Michael Bell, tackles are going to kill us. Well, it's something that if they don't improve this year, that will be a death knell to this defense. If you display what you showed today, then that's going to be a problem as we go forward. You just can't have that at all. I mean, it's not to that bad of a degree, especially in that first half. And it's where guys were just, every time a guy caught it, there was 2 or 3 guys who were going to bounce off of him. And Steelers had a problem with it too. It'll be a problem league-wide, but I think it will improve as we go along. It's hard to simulate game experience or game conditions. And you hopefully walk out of this and you learn on that technique and tackling that you were off on, you improve or adjust in order to get a little bit better at it. Good session, folks. Good session indeed. King Bomber just locked up his backup spot. Well, he was on the pathway of this one of slightly outplaying Geno Smith before we got to that spot. But I think that certainly Locke, as this game winded down and finished down, it got a little bit worse. And that fumble at the end is a brutal time to have that happen. So as I say with this is why you've got to let this competition between these quarterbacks fully play out over the course of the next 3 weeks here of training camp so that you can make a full determination and you're not just making it based on sample size. And it's a tough look for Locke there to have that fumble. It is a brutal look. And you'd like to see him, Osprey says, what the F happened? Well, we just, essentially didn't see the blitz coming, got hit blindside by the blitz, fumbled. And then then the defense just kind of let them go up the field on him a bit there. There wasn't a lot they could do with it. Tough opening game here for your Hawks to end out this way, but a lot of good solid efforts from within this too. Well, Michael says, fun game and a lot to be excited for. Have a great weekend, y'all. See you next time. Cheers. Sounds good, Michael. And Seattle's got 3 seconds on this clock. Let's see if they just have Drew come out and take a knee here, which I would imagine. Can we do a lock Mary? Is it time for a lock Mary? A hail lock Mary? Easton to throw the Hail Mary. Yeah, he might be the better one, huh? He can throw like 70 yards, right? And Robbie J. Boye is a beast. He flashed today. On a defense that doesn't. And Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs are giving it to the officials for that peel black block and not calling it. That was funny. You could see them on the sidelines reading their lips, and they were pointing to the spot on the field where it happened. Good on them, man. Officials missed that one. They better catch that during the regular year. Locke drops back. 3 seconds to go. He's going to throw a little bubble screen. Throws it back to Locke, who throws it. They're going to do some of their end of the game stuff here. Okay. And the tight end gets lit up. Oh, that was kind of awkward. But that will indeed finish this one up. So well-played game by the Steelers here. Good job on them to come out with the victory there at home. Your Seahawks played solidly, came back from behind in this game, showed some great spirit. There's some bright moments, some low moments from this game. We're going to dive into all this here as we kind of get through the totality of this and look at this in retrospect a little bit. So, on the plus side of things, your quarterbacks overall both played pretty well. It's a horrible turnover there at the end of Drew Lock's day, but does that overcome all the good that he did that day? No. Maybe that's not enough then to propel him over the top of Geno Smith as a starter, but that is it. That's going to be what it is there on that one. They played both pretty good. But the running backs were, I thought, good to sensational in various places. Homer was good. Dallas was great. Walker didn't have quite, I think, as many holes as some of those other guys did early on in the game that those other guys got a little bit, but I thought he looked just as good as they did. I really like the fact that we've got a real strong stable of running backs here that's not just good, but then deep. You have both of those elements of it, which I think is going to help this upcoming year as we stay committed to running the football. We've got to give props to our young rookie tackles on the outside. Anytime my eyes went to Cross or Lucas, you had everything under control in those outside points. Now, the Steelers didn't throw a wide range of pass rushers at you in this game to challenge those guys. There's going to be tougher days ahead of them, harder guys to go against across from them. But at least for today, they held up really, really well for this being their first little bit of action. Also on the inside, the guys did pretty well as well. Blythe was in there, Haynes in there doing some work. I thought those guys looked solid as well. Play calling was pretty good. I think they were trying to purposefully stay in the lane of more of we're going to run the ball and then short and intermediate passing. Run the ball, short and intermediate passing. And I think they fit pretty well within the designs of that. Geno would have had a lot more luck if he had a guys that did a little bit more of catching the ball, one little toe tap drag by by Noah Fant in the first half would have really made his day look a whole lot better at that point. But nonetheless, Geno was solid. Unlike Drew, there was no horrible decision or bad turnover that occurred there. He was overall pretty solid all the way down the line there. Defensively, I think it was a little bit rougher overall at the end of the game when you look at this stuff. The poor tackling was evident out the gate there. Didn't see a whole lot of a range of new wrinkles within this scheme as far as being blitz heavy or showing any kind of pressure looks. This is preseason. Some coaches like to hold all that stuff off until you get to the regular season. I think it's going to be hard to do so with a team that's just trying to implement this stuff for the first time. I think that's going to make it a little bit harder to say that you're going to be able to pull that off. I mean, maybe you will be able to, but I sure would like to see them try to feature a little bit more of this stuff if indeed they're planning on utilizing it at a high rate come the regular season. Coverage standpoint, Tariq Woolen started out really well out on the outside and wasn't really tested a lot on his side. Kobe Bryant got really tested on his side quite a bit, held up okay, gave up the deep ball to Bruce Pickens on the back of the end zone. There's a little bit of a slight push off. Bryant doesn't exactly stay on top on the route like he's supposed to be, and like I'm sure Carroll would say that was his role, is to stay on top there and not get beaten over the top. He got stay on top of the man. Nonetheless, Kobe was all over the football field, flying around. He was always very close, if not right there in coverage. So encouraging by both of your two young corners on the outside. Michael Jackson Jr., out there doing well himself. I mean, he had a catch he gave up. It wasn't a real deep ball. Was right there in coverage on that one. And then at a couple other times he was tested, able to get a pass breakup, able to get a incompletion caused. He's a guy that, is going to have a hard time to make this roster with as deep as your cornerback room is. But much like we saw last year, when given the opportunity, he can really excel. Josh Jones, a kid that's been really flashing in camp, a couple interceptions in camp, almost had an interception in this game when he jumped on the ball and just couldn't make the catch. Also caused a fumble in the running game, came up and laid a nice lick, knocking the ball free. He was another guy flying kind of all over the field, showing up on the tape, I thought, especially in that first half. Boye Mafe, as the pass rushers go, was by far the best pass rusher in this game, maybe outside of Darrell Taylor. Taylor didn't have the sack productions of Mafe in this game, but he was every play seemingly the quickest out of his stance and right there in the quarterback's kitchen almost on every snap that he was back there, throwing the ball. So he also just missed an opportunity for a sack early on this game where he'd gotten off the line and he had beaten the tackle inside and the guard couldn't come to help out. Had the guy dead to rights, just couldn't bring him down to the ground. But Boye and Taylor right now make you start to already dream a little bit for that future of them as a tandem on the outside. Middle linebackers, okay. Barton didn't do anything great in this game in his play on the field. Of course, Jordan Brooks wasn't playing, nursing through a little bit of, I think he's got a little bit of a hamstring thing that he's trying to kind of work through. So you didn't see much of him. Of course, no Jamal Adams or Quandre Diggs in this game. Or you're going to see no DK Metcalf, no Tyler Lockett. Fant looked good on the catch down the field, couldn't drag the toe. You didn't see a lot of him outside of a catch or two here throughout the game with him. Parkinson had an opportunity down in the red zone on a route that's the kind of route we want to see him go out there and win on. That's the route that he won at college in Stanford, and that has not yet shown itself in his pro career quite yet. And the ball was knocked away. He was battered around a little bit on the play, but it's really a kind of catch that you're sort of hoping he's able to make, as he's a guy in that mix going up against guys at sub 6 foot. He's 6'7" with long arms. Go up and make that play. Jump over the top of him. It's like a rebound in basketball a little bit in how you look at that kind of play. He wasn't worked out. He wasn't really worked outside of that very much as well. I think of your running backs, and all of them did play well. Homer was great. DJ Dallas really ran with a sense of ferocity and toughness. He was a guy just fought for every yard he could get, even on a play where he might get 6, 7, 8 yards. He's still pushing for that to get to 10, 11 yards. You could see he was going out there with the spirit of cementing himself on this roster and letting people know I'm still here as well. And again, I keep going back to it, but I think the first pillar of this team, the two pillars that hold up this home of this team, if it's going to have any success this year, will be the sub-dominance to the great level that you'll be able to run the ball on one side of things, and then the defense coming together to play solidly on the other side of it, with the special teams sort of serving as that third, smaller bit of a pillar, so to speak. But those are your two pillars. And so it's good that these guys really did step forward and showed you what they could do, on top of the fact your run blocking game was looking good in this game as well. 6.5 yards per carry. It wasn't on the back of you just getting a 70-yarder, which juiced up the stats. Look at the consistency of runs in this game, and it's 7 yards here, 6 yards here, 7 yards there, 11 yards there, 12 yards there, 5 yards there. Always picking up a nice chunk on every run. Really encouraging to see this is how this team is going to build itself as we go forward. Sector 7 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Svector. He says, Boye Mafe looked good. I am hyped for him. As you should be hyped for him. And you guys saw it on the draft day video I did when I talked about him. The moment he was drafted, I was hyped for him. He was a legitimate first-round talent, and his abilities and the size, weight, explosiveness, his 10-yard split times, his length, all of these things equate out to an elite level of player from the standpoint of these guys just don't roll off the truck, off the conveyor belt every other day. And they're unique and bring all of that assemblage of talent together. He's a guy that's relatively new to football, so you knew you were going to be a little bit of some rough edges on this guy to kind of hewn out a little bit. But boy, there didn't look like a whole lot of rough edges tonight. Outside of those 2 sacks, I thought he had a couple other moments of very close pressure. He showed what he showed on college tape, which is a highly athletic guy for his size. He moves like a guy much smaller than what he is. You go, that guy's 6'4". He just looks like 6'2". He's how he's kind of moving out there. Just a little bit of a smaller guy in how he looks, but he's actually got this kind of bigger frame, which is the surprising part about him. But I was very impressed by Mafe, and that was such a clutch sack that he got on 4th down late in that game, which if Locke could have come around on the other side of it and managed to eke out a drive there and get him within field goal range, we'd be even talking more about it. But it's great to see him flash. He's going to get the opportunity to play behind Wusu this year, where when Mafe comes in the game, it's going to be as a situational pass rusher. And that means that you're not going to have him in there on early rundowns. He's going to get to come back in there, pin his ears back, as they like to say, and just go after the quarterback. Just go hunt. And as you saw tonight, that's a great position to put that young guy in, and a young player in, and find him that young role as a rookie to fit into that slot. Give Taylor a blow here. Give Owusu a blow there when they need a little bit of time on the bench to catch, if they've been playing a lot of snaps. So love what I see out of him. Great stuff there. And Power Code says Cross is legitimate. You better believe he's legitimate. Very legitimate. James Watson says draft Homer in the round 10. I wouldn't, if I'm a fantasy football player, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to looking at any of these running backs in your fantasy drafts. We do know the running back position for the Seahawks can get battered down a little bit. Rashad Penny's already dealing back with some injury stuff. Walker is a rookie. If one of these guys ends up becoming the number one guy for a large stretch of the season, you could be picking up a lot of yards if that's the case. It's a little bit of a risk. I wouldn't do it early, but Jill Shumway says watching Gino or Drew is like watching a clutch fight. Clutch fight, the gas pedal, stop and go, stop and go. Hope one of them gets it done soon. Me too, Jill. I think the cream eventually does rise to the crop on this. And when you do have the opportunity of 6-7 weeks of camp to get this figured out, 3 preseason games, everybody gets their reps. I think it does eventually get determined. But to your point on this, it still is a little bit of a muddled picture right now in how this is set up. It's not clear yet, you know, who's going to be the one to jump forward on this. But it's good that both of them played well, at least. As I said, that's the best kind of case scenario here, is that both of them are pushing each other, and that the guy that wins the job truly has won the job and not just been given it to him because the other guy is just playing like utter and complete garbage. Why do I says I thought Kobe played well? Kobe Bryant? Yeah, he did. Russell Marquis Dallas is good. Pretty good. Gaudy visuals, that whole fumble wasn't even Drew's fault. Well, the pass protection scheme doesn't pick it up correctly, right? Because you should have had your tackle going out. Your tackle goes out wide to the outside blitzer, and then your guard picks up the next outside guy. Well, your guard washed inside on that play, which I think probably is what your point is on that. But Drew also didn't recognize the blitz. It's a stacked front, and he acted like he was seeing, you know, a normal 4-man front in front of him. And that's where the part is that I say he's got to kind of pick that part up as a quarterback. He just got back there set, and I'm gonna get the ball snapped, hike, let's go. Rather than take a breath, take a beat, look across the line of scrimmage as to what's going on so you can make the proper adjustment to what you need to do. Melissa De Ocho says, good game, nice game. It was a good game. Beyond balance, man, I feel really happy about that game. Notice who they didn't throw it to. They didn't target Kobe or Tariq at all, really. Boye blew my expectations away. Boy, did he ever. He had a great opening game. And no, they did pretty good. Kobe got targeted a little bit. Man. I mean, he got hit on the deep throw. He got hit underneath a little bit. But he was competitive. It wasn't like he just got picked on. He was competitive. Jack can't blame Drew much for that blindside hit, as though maybe if he had been starting O-line doesn't happen. It's possible that the O-line comes in and picks it up correctly on that play. But again, it's the command of the quarterback also. The quarterback's not supposed to be just the victim to whatever's going on in the offensive line. He's got control out there to recognize it. And there's a couple of points and times in this game that I say this because Drew had moments in this game where he came up the line of scrimmage, recognized the blitz, and then made an adjustment at the line of scrimmage multiple times. So he did this very same thing early on in the game. In that key moment, he didn't make that same kind of adjustment he had made over the course of the game when he saw those blitz looks. And that's why I give him a little more just desserts on that one versus not seeing it coming. Banana Toppin', good game, closer than I thought. Got stuff to look forward to. Hell yeah. Trent Cybots, y'all too enthusiastic not to have a quarterback one. I don't know, man. It's all about how we're trying to play these games going into the future. Alex Lou, tackling was the biggest issue by far. Glad they didn't show anything new in the preseason. Nothing new so far, that's true. And yeah, tackling was one of the big low points of this game. On the lowly Bears next week, that's right. You know, I still like Locke. He just needs to stay consistent and not spook. I do too. Overall good today. It's more good than I would want to concentrate on the bad in this game. Not just to be optimistic, but because that's, I think, what we saw. John says Drew would have needed eyes in the back of his head to avoid the blown backside block. Not really his fault. Again, guys, I think for the folks pushing back on my take on this a little bit, it's not that I'm expecting Drew to react to the blindside blitzer and know that the guy's coming as far as being able to suddenly do some juke out move that he gets around on. What it is, where it's his fault is on the pre-snap part of this, not the post-snap part of this. Pre-snap, they're showing a blitz look. You as a quarterback got to be aware of that and prepared for that. And if it is a blitz look that you're getting, which sometimes you then need to check that post snap if there's a question in your mind, is he really coming at that point? But Drew just got right up that line of scrimmage and called that play. And again, early on in the game, he had made those adjustments. He had been in the very same situation early on in the game, called the adjustment at the line of scrimmage, was able to then attack the blitz when it came with it. NFL Edit Take says, why are we still doing screens or running the ball on 2nd and 17? This is going to be a tough season. Hopefully this was a funny joke that Pete would laugh about when he holds Lombardi. I was frustrated by it as well. I don't know why you're also, the funny, weird part about that is you're on about the 45-yard line. You're running a bubble screen. Granted, you're in 3rd and very long. You're not likely to get the first down, But if you get 8 or 9 yards, do you want to then maybe give Jason Myers a chance then to hit a 50-yarder at that point versus the bubble screen, which is not likely to get you more than 3 or 4 yards and not likely to get you into field goal range? Whitey Wise says, as we thought inside linebacker is going to be an issue all season, Brooks needs to be healthy all season. Yes, he does. And I'm very worried about the inside linebacker position. 100% I am. This is why we had that show on Roquan Smith a couple of days ago and really discussed the possibility of adding him and all that it would bring in adding a player like that. If you can get him at the right price. If Sean Desai signs off on it, because this is where one of the main weaknesses could become of your team is the inside linebacker position. Not because of Jordan Brooks, but just what you're getting out of the combination of Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton in totality. HDH Uchuna Owoso reps were really bad. Needs to stay on his feet. I didn't get a chance to concentrate on him too much, so I'll look a little bit at him on the. I'm definitely going to go back and watch this game, especially the first half, a little bit closer. So I'll take a look at that. Aaron Heslep, what are you talking about? Not mobile enough. Locke was solid on rollouts. Gino was the one being all nervous in the pocket. Y'all memory sucks. I think you're talking to somebody else because I didn't say that. Matthias, how did our O-line do? Team Lock. O-line did an awesome, great job at opening up holes in the running game all across the board. From a pass protection standpoint, they were solid. Certainly had a bad moment, had the kind of their worst maybe rep of the day on the worst moment of the day to have it. But overall, I thought the line played well. MSR Rook, in terms of defense, I think Pete wanted to just keep it simple for the first game. He definitely did that, MSR Rook. I agree with you. I'm going to hold out hope that they just didn't want to unveil some of the wrinkles that they've started to bring into this team this year, and that's why we didn't see much of it. But they didn't. Nope, they didn't do a lot of exotic stuff defensively like I thought we would maybe see a little bit of. Whitey Wise is a super conservative offense, not surprising for preseason. Nope. And not a lot of pre-snap motion. Another thing we thought we were going to see a little bit more in this preseason, but you just didn't see much of it. John Ruiz need another inside linebacker along with Brooks, like Roquan. Agreed, man. That's why I was pressing for it, and I was making the case for it in that last show, is I think that this is something the team could use and would help make this defense. I'm not saying that he would put him over the top, but it would help things out considerably having him and Jordan in the middle. F4 fake, the competition is over, Gino. Is it? I don't know. Money Moore says, let Locke start week 1. Locke looks like he's going to be the starter, says Emmett. I don't know about that. Remember, guys, that with Carroll, the thing that is the bridge you better not cross with him as a quarterback. If you're going to be a quarterback on his team and running the show, you better not turn the ball over. Bottom line. It's a little bit like with cornerbacks, where Carroll has a little bit of a simple ideology here. You will not get beat deep. You as a quarterback will not turn over the ball. And these are mantras. These are commandments. And even though we can say it's not his fault and the lineman missed the block, and that it still is a turnover. And I guarantee you Carroll will ding him for it, even just a little bit. But Drew Lock looked great. Belor or Coleman looked bad. Yeah, Belor's not a middle linebacker, so I'm not going to worry about that. That's just, he's a special teams guy. Andy says, how Locke does against first team defense of the Bears will determine what happens next. We'll see if he gets a start. I'd love to see it. And Robbie G, DJ Dallas was on fire. Big time. Deadly Locke seemed better, but he sure missed that deep open pass. Well, all of the people on Team Locke, which, look, I like Locke a lot. There's no denying when you look at last year and you look at where he was at from the standpoint of his deep ball accuracy, it wasn't great. That's just not a part of his game. And that's not going to probably be a part of his game where we can come to expect where he suddenly turns it on and he has an ability to hit that deep ball stuff. I'm going to see if I can bring up a stat for you guys on this that kind of shows this sort of clearly. And it is my one worry with him a little bit, in that maybe this just isn't a part of his game with this. So, yeah, here I found it. Let's fit this to screen. So you can see this here, right here, this is deep passing efficiency since 2020. And you can see you want to be up in the higher point of this chart here that I'm showing, and you can see down in the lower part of the chart. And so what you'll notice is up in the higher part of the chart, up above 75%, you got Kyler Murray, Kirk Cousins, no surprise, Russell Wilson in there. We got a little bit of Derek Carr in there, right? But then when we go back down to the bottom of this list and we look down at the bottom of this list, we find one Mr. Drew Lock sitting a little bit below 50%. And right in there with Justin Fields and Sam Darnold. So this is going to be a question in his game, I think. There's really no way around it. It just is what you get with Drew a little bit. Now, he showed you a lot of the other good elements that he may not have that, but he's got a lot of good stuff that he does bring to the table. And that is a plus side in what he can show you. So, but I think for those that think just because he has the strong arm, he has an accurate arm down the field, I don't think that the data necessarily supports that as of yet. He can improve it, but it hasn't been where it's at up to this point. And that kind of throw that he made in this game, that one deep throw that he had, which, really was wildly off. It was thrown to a receiver who's not even in one of the top end guys to be fringe receivers to make this roster as well. But it is a place that I'm a little worried about with Drew, frankly. Duran G says, we need better than Barton. You're right, we do, Duran. Darren. It's not Duran. Darren. Sorry, Darren. Yeah, I think we do as well. I continue to wait for Barton to show me what it is that I'm supposed to be impressed by with this guy. And I hear stories from practice that he's good. He's supposed to be our best coverage linebacker. But I've now watched him in about 9-10 games. And outside of when he's playing middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense, he's looked okay at times in that. But as a 3-4 guy today, didn't do anything to show me in the first part of this game. Anthony Bain says, I'd make a call for Willis. Which Willis is that? Roland Connor and Marshawn still on the couch. Peyton Nelson says, everyone making excuses for Geno. Do we really want a quarterback you have to make excuses for? I mean, I don't know that I'm making excuses for him. Which excuses do you mean? I mean, the first half, he has a first half, Peyton, undeniably goes 10 to 15 in the first half. He has 2 drops, and he has another throw that he put right on Fant, where Fant just barely drags his foot rather than just walks with the normal run like he didn't know that there was an... Fant ran like he didn't know the out-of-bounds marker was there on that play. He just ran with his normal kind of gait. And it's like, you got to drag that foot through there. If you take those 3 passes, 2 of those which were bad drops by the receivers, and Fant on that play... His first half is 13 to 15 for 140 yards. I'm not saying he was magical, but for the people that are Geno haters on this and going, well, Geno, like, what did he do that was so bad that showed that was not good on the other side of it? He didn't make any mistakes, didn't throw any interceptions, don't think he was sacked. Maybe once. Jill says, watching Geno Drew is like watching... Oh, sorry. Sure, I'm getting donations here. Don't want to miss donations. I got a couple donations here, so I'm a little slow on acknowledge this. Bear with me for a sec. Jose Luis Sahagon with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jose Luis. It says, let Drew brew. I like it. Let Drew brew. I think that needs to go on a shirt, my man, for sure. Well, he was brewing pretty good this game. Take out that fumble this game, and he played a great game. I thought he showed great command to the line of scrimmage, threw with accuracy, threw with good velocity on his throws. So overall, a good day for Drew, absolutely. And the competition's in the thick of it now. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Thank you, William. Says, what's your advice for our 2 quarterbacks? I think with Geno Smith, it's trust your time in the system. Trust what you've done to bring yourself here to earn this second opportunity. Don't be afraid to let it rip. Don't play from within fear. Don't play from like how you're worried about how you're going to fail. Because I feel like a little bit of when he becomes hesitant and stuff, it's a little bit of I'm in my worry of failure kind of thing. Because he knows he's had to wait so long for this opportunity. So just with him, it would be just as much this is your chance. Trust yourself. Trust the work you put in, and let the process play out. With Drew Lock, it would be trust your natural tools and stay within the context of this offense. I don't think any of those advice I'd give either of those 2 guys, William, would be change anything what they did today. I mean, Drew's going to maybe pick up the blitz a little better on that one pre-snap and see it coming, or he won't. That just happens. I mean, we even saw Wilson here have a lot of times throughout his time here that he got hit on blindside blitzes that he didn't see coming. That's football. That does sometimes happen especially against teams like Pittsburgh that are very good as blitzing teams. But I just would say with both of those two guys, trust your skill set. Don't listen to the fact that it's what you haven't done up until this point. It's more about the fact that you've got the goods to be able to succeed in this league and to play in this league. It's just a matter of now you sort of getting that confidence under you and operating with a sense of confidence that you can do it. And I feel a little bit of that with both of those two guys in that respect, just to a degree. I think certainly I'm not expecting either of them to have a top end out where if you have them at their most confident, they're going to turn into top 10 quarterbacks. No, that's not going to happen. But as I've said, with both of these guys, I do see a ceiling point that you could see on both of them where if you can get them to play up to speed in the context of this offense, they can be a little closer to the middle of the road. Low 20s into the teens as far as within the NFL. And again, that can be good enough on a team that's trying to run the ball, play great defense, and great special teams. That can be enough. But thank you for the donation. Kelly says, Boye is huge. He is big. He moves like a smaller guy, but he is a much bigger guy, really. He's at 6'4", but he looks a couple inches just by the movement, athleticism, and side-to-side ability. Like usually guys that are that big are a little more clunkier as athletes. Valiant Ace says, Drew won this game. All right. Jose Luis going with another donation. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jose. He says, I want Drew to win this quarterback battle, but his inaccurate overthrow hurt him today. He got beat out today. I, like you, wouldn't mind seeing him do it kind of if I was to lean one way or another. But I think you bring up a good point. I think that the inaccuracy on the overthrow wasn't the worst thing that hurt him today, but the fumble is definitely something that's going to be taken into account in this evaluation process. It's not going to be a death knell. It doesn't mean the competition's over now, but it is going to be something that I'm sure the coaching staff and wait to see if I'm right on this. Listen to what Carroll says about that fumble after the game in the press conference. And he'll probably point to the fact that Drew's got to remember that, yes, we blew the blocking assignment there, but Drew's also got to recognize he's got a blitz coming on that play, and you can't stand back there and hold the ball at that point. The ball's got to be out of your hands quick to beat the blitz, like he had already done earlier on in the game. Deadly says play calling was a C- grade. I might give it a little bit better than that. It was good in the run calling overall, but I think it was much like their defense, a little vanilla. Nagasa, we can run the ball, but the play call is still pretty bad sometimes. I think again they're being vanilla first game. I don't think they're trying to show their whole hand. I think you're going to see a lot more pre-snap motion come the regular season, for instance. TP1 says all the preseason talk about Parkinson showing out and he dropped multiple balls. Same old. He's going to have to do something to fit this. He's going to have to do something to turn some playing time on the field, and dropping balls is not going to be the way to do it when you got Disley and Fant out there in front of him. But he last season he was one of the MVPs in training camp supposedly before he had his broken foot I think last year. Megan says Drew locked it in today, pun intended. Marty says, rock out with the lockout. Got a lot of we got a lot of lock love in the chat. I love it. Neil Marsh, aside from Vi Jones, did anybody make their presence known that you weren't thinking of before? I think Miles Adams is a good one to place out there, Neil. DeBlanco made a couple of nice solid tackles inside. Didn't look anything special with it. I thought Michael Jackson Jr. looked good on the other side. On the outside. I felt I was fairly encouraged by his play, but I thought there was probably a little more bad to the defensive side of the ball overall when you look at things. Hard to find guys that were really standouts in this game. Valiant Ace, it wasn't even Drew's fault, just the lineman. It's a little bit, guys. Again, it's quarterback is responsible for recognizing a blitz pre-snap, and he operated as though he wasn't getting a blitz pre-snap. And maybe it's supposed to be covered up to a degree, but you still have a blitz coming. You still have extra guys coming. There's likely at that point you're making the call to find a hot route most of the time. But again, I'm not going to hold him too much over the barrel with it. Cassio Faria, what about Derek Young and Bo Melton? Both had a really rough opening start to their day. Derek Young had a bad drop on Geno Smith that would have gotten him a first down early on in the game. And Bo Melton had a very similar play, albeit a different type of route he was running. He was running a slant, and Geno hit him right there in the belly. Should have made the catch, would have been a first down. Seattle had to punt because he had the drop, so they both started out with two big drops. Bo Melton then came back and made a couple of plays, made a great open field miss of a tackler on just a little swing route by Drew Lock to the outside, was able to take it upfield for like a good 30-yard gain. I think he made another catch on top of that later on down near the end zone on that route. So he was able to bring it back along as he went through. Derek Young really came on. He had that drop, and then he made a lot of catches. Him and Drew Lock seemed to be on a real good pairing in this game. They were really in sync. And so he was able to come back and make, I think, 3 or 4 catches in this game after that early drop. So it was a little rough, maybe a little bit of nerves getting those guys in their first NFL game action, but they were able to shake it off and find their footing when it was all said and done. Whitmus, favorite rookie tonight, most surprising player. Favorite rookie tonight would be Boye Mafe. Mafe would be my favorite rookie tonight, Whitmus. He had the 2 sacks, but he also had a good, consistent pressure. I thought he played with a lot of energy and hustle. He was chasing things down backside. He was chasing things down once the play had gone past him. I was really encouraged by that, so I liked what I saw out of Boye. I thought he really popped. Most surprising player. Good question. Derek Young. When Derek Young came out of Denore Lenore, I looked at him as really going to be that backup gadget guy to D. Eskridge, the guy that you bring in to have run the fly sweeps, bubble screen game. Basically, you're just going to throw him the ball behind the line of scrimmage and let him go work in space. And instead in this game, he was making a lot of catches, running conventional routes and doing conventional receiver things. I didn't know that he was kind of that far along in that component of his game at this point. I thought that was going to be a little bit rougher. Admittedly, I didn't have a lot of tape to go off of because Denore Lenore doesn't have any game tape available online. You got his highlight reel package and that's it. But he was the one to me that I think was probably the most surprising. Jeffrey this is with the $10 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. It says, what a mess. Gino's hesitating and indecisiveness stood out big time. Honestly, Baby Hands Pickett looked better than Gino and Turd Bisky. Why did both coaches start these guys? Well, thank you for the $10 donation. I really do appreciate it, Jeffrey. I think with Gino, they've been doing a solid by Gino. I also think there's a little bit of a psychological element to this in that Carroll understands where Locke has come from with Denver and the situation with Fangio, and that maybe confidence is a little bit shaken right now, and he's trying to build him up along slowly. There's also been, if you look at the history of how Carroll has done this in the past, when he does have a guy that's been here and has been set in as a starter or transcribed to be a starter for whatever that word is out the gate, the guy that's going to overtake him is going to have to earn it a little bit with that, Jeffrey. And the comparison that I've been making on this is you look at Russell Wilson. Wilson came into OTAs and looked like the starter. Wilson came in the rookie OTAs and the regular OTAs. You got to training camp. All the reporters were telling you throughout the early parts of training camp that Wilson was better. Far better than what you were getting out of Matt Flynn and Tavares Jackson at the time. But Jackson did remain the starter. I believe Flynn started the second preseason game. So you're just going by the same model you've done prior, which is if it's going to be Locke's job to go get, you eventually will give it to him. But there is going to be a little bit of a trying to build him up to that point, I think, from Carroll's standpoint for the aforementioned reasons. I didn't think Gino looked bad in this game. Again, maybe it didn't look great, but again, as you look at the bottom line on the stats, the guy can only do with what he's given. He's given 15 attempts to throw in the first half, and he has 2 drops within that on catchable balls that would have continued those drives. Those drives came to a stop after those drops, right? And then you have a third play on a Fant where he makes a great throw down 25 yards, puts it right on the line of the out of bounds, and if Fant just drags a toe, again, you look at the difference in just his stats alone. It's 13 to 1,540 yards. I mean, again, I'm not trying to say, but if, what if that, what if this. What I'm saying is that if we're evaluating Gino and what he can control, which Gino can't control whether a guy catches a pass that he puts right on the button. That's not his fault. If I put a slant route in your belly, you better catch that as an NFL receiver. So I do go back and go, okay, 13 to 15, 140 yards in the first half. What is our expectation for Gino to do? To go out there and throw for 225 to before we're going to be impressed a little bit by what he's doing? And again, I'm not trying to overstate this. I'm not saying I think Gino played like spectacularly and out of his mind, but I don't think he played bad. I don't think he played poor. I don't think he played middling even. I think he played pretty good. Not great, but pretty good overall. Solid. It says it was great. Peter and Gino going to be what they are. Ms. O'Rourke, do people hate Gino that much every time Gino does a good thing? Who cares? In preseason, that Locke does something's good and he's won the starting job and is the best player ever. Yeah, Mr. Rook, I take it is that both these guys showed you way more good than they did bad. And we should be encouraged by that. We want both of these guys to perform well. We want the guy that wins this job to have had to fight it out in a dog fight with a guy that's just dropping dimes all over the field and having great decision making. That's what we want. But I understand we all see different things a little bit too, and how we're seeing it a little bit. Not all of us are going to see exactly the same thing. Thank you for the $10 donation, though. I do appreciate it. EMP Yo, thank you for subscribing. Spectre 7 with a $7 donation says, I'd bet I'd let Drew brew me a sharp Bango IPA. Is that slang for 325 yards passing and 3 touchdowns? Spectre 7. Shea Seahawks Raptor fan with a $2 donation. Thank you. Says, we almost pulled the comeback off. Just this close to winning in Pittsburgh. This close. Well played game. It was a fun, as far as preseason games go, that was a pretty entertaining game. Got some scoring, got a little bit of defense here and there. Some crazy plays. Not bad. Not bad for an opening game. That's a good way to kick things off. Thank you for the donation. William Leonard with a $5 donation says, what overall developments are you looking forward to seeing for the next 2 preseason games? Certainly, I won't say it's one of my 2, but William, I'm definitely looking for us to, who's our quarterback here? Who's the one we're riding with here? We got to decide this fast and decide this quick and decide this right. And the quicker that decision could be made, the better. I understand, though, we're going to have to take the time we're going to make it, but that's a development that I'm very much paying attention to. I think the 2 things I'll mention are this. The defensive changes are going to have to be implemented at some point in this preseason. You can't just run vanilla all 3 games and then start implementing these new changes on the fly and then not expect there to be elements of that don't work that then you have to start to work to iron out at that point in time in the season versus starting to iron it out now. It's like, at what point does you running vanilla get overcorrected then at that point by you wanting to hold back a hand that you don't have worked well enough you don't have the fundamentals down enough to be able to then unleash as a game plan. And I do worry a little bit about that, William. So I think you've got to show a little bit more of these defensive structure and the way that it's going to look. Odd fronts in this game. 2 defensive tackles, 2 of stand-up outside linebackers. So they're running basically the same old 4-man front. You're just having your defensive ends stand up and play a wide 9 technique. And your defensive tackles, rather than having one guy play a 1 tech and the other guy play a 3 tech, you're having both of the guys play what you'd have as a 1 tech position where they're basically splitting between a guard and a center in their pre-snap alignment. Kind of an odd look. Didn't have a lot of success with it today. You certainly didn't help you out in having extra men in coverage, having that 1 extra man now not on the defensive line essentially. So that part was a little bit odd. I want to see some more steps forward defensively from the schematic side of things. Further development beyond that, tackling would get better, because I think, as somebody said above, William, if you're tackling at this level throughout the course of the year, you're not going anywhere. I mean, there had to be easily 15, 16, 17 missed tackles in this game. You can't have that many. You just can't. And as I've said, I think it'll be an NFL problem, but it was most especially a problem for your Hawks today, all over the board. And it was just really poor at every turn. You just 1, 2, 3 tackles a play being missed. Like, come on, guys. So that would probably be the next 2 things I'd want to see, really more defensive side of things. I think the offense is going to be kind of what it is, frankly, William. I think you're going to run the ball at a top 10 level in this sport. I think that you've got guys on the outside, playmakers, and DK and Tyler, that can do enough with the passing game, and Fant and whoever you have quarterbacking to do just enough. The defense is going to need to be the part that steps forward here. It's got to be the improved part. I know the running game will be good. I think the defense will be good, but that's the part that I think needs to step forward in a couple different ways. Ishant Ariel says, some of you are crazy. We ain't getting Roquan without trading a first. It's possible, Ishant. The thing you have to consider with this, though, when you're saying that, and I get it from a standpoint of talent standpoint, is number 1, show me the last middle linebacker trade that's made in the last 25 years of NFL history that's garnered any team a first-round pick. I'll save you some time. There hasn't been that trade. I can't think of in the last 25 years there being a middle linebacker traded in the NFL that's garnered back a second-round pick in the NFL. So You can say that there might be a first round. You might be right on this. I'm not trying to poo-poo the whole thing, but you might say that there's one first round pick, and you could be right, but there's no baseline for that in recent NFL history of having occurred. Again, he's the kind of talent that maybe that's worth it. But the other thing you have to factor into this is not only are you trading for that guy at that point, then I have to pay him top of the market money at his position as well, which to some degree or another is going to reduce down some of that value that you can hope to see return to you. So I do get where you're coming from and that might be the case, but it does take a team out there now at this point. Remember with this thing, it's not just a type of trade, Ishant, that you make before the start of free agency in the offseason or before the draft. This is a trade now that the Bears would have to make to teams that have enough cap space that can afford to give Roquan a new contract extension. So go ahead and take about 15 to 19 of the teams in the NFL right off your list off the top at that point. They're out of contention whether they like him or not. So that's the first thing. Second thing is he probably most only fits with a 3-4 defense. So you can probably carve out about another 5 or 6 teams off that list at that point as well. And then you got to have a team that's willing. Then you could have those teams that still like him at that point, that are still part of that small group of teams that want Roquan, but then they don't have the draft capital that can equivalent to what we have. The Broncos, for instance, lose an inside middle linebacker supposedly today. They want to go make the trade, but guess what? Their first and second round pick lie with us. So we can beat out whatever third round offer they potentially want to put on the board. So the fact that this kind of trade comes down near training camp reduces down the value that the Bears could hope to get for him. On top of the fact you're going to have to give him the contract extension. So I know where you're coming from with it, and I'd agree with you if we're talking about this at the start of free agency or before the draft, but that's not what we're looking at here. And I think he's going to end up only getting probably about a second round pick in a trade if he's moved. I've been thinking maybe you can even pull this off with like 2 third round picks, a Cody Barton, and maybe even another back end selection in the back of the draft. Whitey Wise says this hole in the inside linebacker can be the secret to my evil want for Seattle. Team looks good, but still loses games. In 2023, top 5 pick next year. I'm a sicko. I'm good with playoffs too. Laughing out loud. Hey, it's all good, man. I can understand that stance of things. And Anthony Bain, I don't know if Pickett's going to win that job. I mean, Rudolph looked pretty good too on his side of it, Anthony. You know, I'll give you that Trubisky didn't light the world on fire, but Rudolph looked pretty good too. Zach Sargent said, would Cody Barton be a starter on any other NFL team? I mean, come on. You say it, I would say I agree with it. I don't know that he would be, or there'd be very few teams that would be. And I think a lot of the reason he's starting is because they didn't have the assets to go out there and get something better. He's a former third round pick. They're hoping that this will just develop it when it's all said and done. The second says easily can get Roquan for a second and fourth rounders. That sounds about right to me. Kelly says, hopefully Sean can talk to Raekwon. We could play Thursday in Seattle. Yeah, hopefully he just has a little bit of heart-to-heart. Says, hey, you want to come over here to Seattle, Raekwon? Want to have a team actually willing to pay you and value you? Can be part of the next great defense in the NFL? ODU Death Metal says, Locke in contrast just made some very basic throws and did nothing special at all. I thought he had good command at the line of scrimmage, OD. I thought he changed out of plays at points when he saw a blitz coming. I thought he was patient in the pocket. I thought he moved well on the run, and he threw well on the run, threw off platform on another play that was, I believe, for the touchdown, one of the touchdowns. So I thought he did a variety of good things out there, but so did Geno. Where's Geno on that list with the deep balls, asked Corey. He doesn't have enough attempts in that respect to be on the list. So he's only played so smatteringly. Whatever you would be getting off that, Corey, would be such small sample size data that we shouldn't take any, if he was on the list, we wouldn't want to take anything away from it. He's probably had 3 deep throws, 3-4 deep throws or something like that. I don't think let me double check, but I want to say he wasn't on that list. Let's look. Yeah, see, they only got the top. They only got really the starters on there. That's all they're showing. But I don't see his face. So they didn't include it, unfortunately. White Wise says Barton's not stout. He just gets pushed around in the run game. Okay-ish in coverage. Yeah, run game is where it's really a struggle for him. And it's a part that I'm worried about in the 3-4 where there's times you're going to have a guard coming downhill on you and you got to get around him. You've got to find a way. Alex Keene, thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome. Zach says Cross really impressed me. Chris, he impressed me too. Liked how he looked. Gerard Coder says the fumble was a missed assignment from the back. Somebody definitely blew an assignment. That is for sure. Mr. Rook says Gino played just the way Pete wants his quarterback to play. No turnovers, steady, didn't miss any throws or make any bad decisions. He will be the starter going forward if he plays like this. I could see it. I thought he played solidly. Whitey White says, we saw all the things we know about Gino. He won't turn the ball over because he never tries to make the play. He threw zero picks and 66% completion percentage. Great, but only 180 yards and 0 touchdowns and lost by 17. Oh, you're talking about in the deal. About last year's Steeler game, I think is what you're mentioning. Gotti Visual says Locke has a slight edge over Gino in my eyes at the moment. It's a close battle. UGK says Gino is better at Pete ball, be risk averse, protect the football. Locke will give the ball away, and Pete knows that. Well said. It says 30 for Pitt was impressive. It was impressive to put 30 up on the D. Whitey White says Phil Haynes was bullying people on the inside. Hope he starts. Well, you can save $3 million from moving on from Gabe. And that's quite a bit of money to save. Especially if Phil's able to give you really close, if not the same, if not better play on that side. And Power Code says, by the way, Brando, mind doing a Jerry Jones impression? I'll do a little one here. Yeah. That's what happens in your Seahawks. See, you Seahawks go in Pittsburgh, you're going to lose. It was my Cowboys now coming up in the year. My Cowboys are coming up into Pittsburgh. Yeah. You just put a W on the board, Red. You don't even need us to play the game. We don't even play the game because we're going to win it. Because that's what the Cowboys do to the Steelers. We did in the 70s, we did in the 80s, we did in the 90s. We do it today. We are the Cowboys, and we're from Texas, and we're America's team, and we don't ever lose, even when we lose. That's just how it is, isn't it, Stephen? Oh, no, Daddy. Sometimes we shut up, boy. When I say that's how it is, your answer is then, yes. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy, you're true. Yes, Daddy, you're right. It's like when you said, Daddy, let's go get Chaco Charlton. And I said, I don't think he's very good, and he likes the pot. And you said, no, Daddy, he don't like the pot. I said, he liked the pot. You said, no, Daddy, you don't like the pot. He liked the pot, didn't he, boy? And that boy didn't play, did he? He didn't play at all. And then when we had Michael Parsons, I said, let's go get us Michael Parsons. What'd you say? Well, Daddy, he was just, that thing with Pittsburgh, Penn State. They were off the field thing. He was a bit of a character. What character issue? I count 16 sacks on my character issue. You Taco 1. Me, Michael Parsons 10. I'm the Cowboys, boy. You will never run this show. Daddy, why do you got to say that? Neil Marsh Jackson and Josh Jones were standouts. That's true. Mythical Pigeon, who's the best quarterback in the next draft year? Well, Mythical, it's very early to tell. For you guys, by the way, go on over if you guys do get a chance. My Seahawks scouting channel, I just dropped a video this week on the first quarterback prospect video of the year so far on this upcoming class. It's a far too early video to be making these assessments on. That didn't stop me from doing so. Right now, Will Levis is my number one mythical, though I would say that the answer does depend on the type of offense that you're trying to run and what you're wanting to get out of your quarterback. If you're trying to go for total top side, top end ceiling, or if you're looking for the guy who is the most pro ready to command an offense from the jump. But right now, Levis is my guy. Kyle G, how do we do? I had to work. It was a good, solid game overall. Tackling was bad. Both quarterbacks played solid. Locke had a tough fumble right at the end of the game and allowed the Steelers to win. Defense had some really rough moments overall, especially, again, just in the tackling element of things, but more good than bad, I think. HB, there's going to be a lot of Barton is trash this season. Poor kids. Poor kids is right. Melton looked good. Woolen don't know how to tackle. No, Woolen's going to take a little bit of time on the tackling side. That's the biggest part of his game I worry about, even beyond cleaning up the footwork and getting more refinement to his game as he makes the change from receiver to cornerback, which he's only done over the last couple of years. So that's going to come along, that element of his game. But it's maybe going to take a little bit of time. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's a little bit of what might keep him off the field initially, is a little bit of the struggles in tackling. Receivers are always going to struggle going to cornerback in the tackling element of it. You see in a guy like Trayvon Diggs, former receiver convert for the Cowboys, who can get all the picks in the world, but who wants no part of tackling. Deadly says, is there any Major League Baseball that may be cut in the league that would be better than Cody Barton? Is there any Major League Baseball team? No, I don't think so. Anthony Bay mentions Dante Hightower, maybe with him. He's a little older. I don't know how much he has left in the tank. He has played a lot of 3-4 defense, so theoretically he'd be a fit. Herbicide Amafe did look great. Bash, did anybody else notice that when Beno Smith was playing with our rookie receivers, that they were playing horribly? It's like he was throwing the ball too hard to them or something. I don't know if I saw that exactly. He made some throws that he had to put in there tight. You know, like the throw to Melton is on a slant route. Slant routes aren't going to come in there with like a lot of soft touch because it's such a short route and there's not enough time to generate the separation. You gotta heat that. You gotta put a heater in there. And the key is that when you put a heater in on a slant route, you can't put it up here where I got to get up my hands and catch it away from my body. You got to put it in my body so the body can absorb some of the velocity. And that's what Geno did. So he was a good throw. He put it in the spot. Established 2002 says there's better free agents than Barton. Forget the cuts. Maybe. Well, we had a chance at Anthony Barr here in recent weeks and passed on. I would have liked to have seen him. PhD Flopper, we could trade for Roquan Smith because Barton is terrible. I hope we do, PhD. I would be in favor of it. HB said there's a lot of linebackers better than Barton. We could grab off someone else's practice squad, laughing out loud. Maybe so. He certainly hasn't shown it yet. Jeffrey Thistle with the $5 donation, and thank you to everybody with the donations, but thank you especially, Jeffrey, for your donation right now, $5. Says, biggest surprise to me is how eloquent Bennett spoke. Enjoyed his energy and the TV coverage. Also, can we stop trying to make Cody B happen? Barton's getting slayed in the chat right now. Sorry, Cody. It had to be done. But I didn't get a chance to hear it myself, so I'll take your word for it. Doesn't surprise me. He's a pretty loquacious dude, and he's got you never know what he's going to say when it comes to either Bennett brother, quite frankly. So I bet some good energy coverage with that. Surprised to see him on the sideline interviewing. I would never seen that post-career from Michael Bennett. I just always saw him out on Hawaii, feet dug in the sand, chilling. Cody Barton, they're trying to make it happen. I've worried long about this as we've entered the leading up to training camp that this was going to be a problem, and this game did nothing to dispel those problems or issues I think we're going to potentially have before running him out there as our starting middle linebacker. I again, yet to see him making plays. At one moment the camera caught him in this game, and it's like, you're not tackling well, he's not having any high impact, and he's over there like laughing in the huddle. And it's a little bit of like, I'm not going to question the guy's mentality with stuff on it or anything else with it, but I also see a little bit of soft play in his game, which when I see a guy that's not willing to take on blocks, and I don't see a lot of, really getting in there type in his play, getting dirty in there in the play, I go, okay, does this guy play a little soft? Does he have a little bit of an aversion to the contact of the game? I'm not saying that's the way I see with Cody, but it is a part I wonder about with him in his game a little bit. Zach says, do you think John and Pete have redeemed themselves with these draft picks? I think they've taken themselves on the road to redeeming themselves, Zach. I think that the damage that they had done was not going to be undone by simply one draft or one off season. And I think that they've still got a lot to prove and show to say that we're going to be able to turn this thing back around in the right direction. And they've taken a mighty big step forward on the back of this draft and with this offseason they've had and with the future draft capital that they have coming from Denver next year, admittedly so. But it's not yet there in my opinion. I love the draft. I hope they can build on it, but not quite yet there. Rob Willie says, from a Steelers fan, good game, everyone. Just glad football is back. Hey, good game, Rob. And your Steelers played really well in this game. You got to feel a little bit more comfortable about your quarterback position after this one was over. OD Death Metal says, Pete said Geno would have been 10 out of 10 comp. Would have been 10 out of 10 comp if not for the drops and bad footwork on the tight end. If Locke wants to take the starting job, he needs to outplay Geno, and he did not. Well said. Well said, and I agree with Pete, at least on, like I said, at least on 3 of those throws, the Fant and the 2 drops, the Derek Young drop and the Bo Melton drop. Those are all on those 2 players, not on Geno Smith. In my opinion, not at all. Mythical Pigeon says Geno plays like he has Pampers on. Like the big toddler version type. Herbicide, yeah, Homer looked great today. Homer looked awesome. He looked fast, quick. Anthony Benato Johnson says, I liked what I saw briefly from Walker III. I did that as well, Anthony. To my eyes, it seemed like a little bit of, when Homer and Dallas were in there, it seemed like they had a little bit of larger holes to work with than what Walker was given in this game, where everything was a little bit tighter, more compressed. But he did a good job of finding where he could kind of get through some holes a little bit, get a couple extra yards. He ran strong. Didn't get a chance to kind of open it up like those other 2 guys did, but it doesn't mean that he didn't have a good day, in my opinion, too, which I think he definitely did. I was impressed by how he played today. John says, wasn't impressed with Barton over the last couple seasons. Definitely not as a starter. Yeah, me neither. Zach Sargent says, does Homer have the ability to be an every down type of back? I don't know. I've long been reluctant to believe that that's the case with him. I felt like his real upper end of what he could expect in this league is kind of just a mix-in back, third down back, be maybe a Naheem Hines type with what the Colts do with him. But the chances that he's been given, and when he's given last year, go back to his opportunities. What, do you have a 4.3 yard per carry average last season? So not elite, but not bad either. And so when he's been given the chances in recent times, he's done a lot with them. And I thought he ran as well today as any time we've seen him run throughout any of his time here. And even in last preseason, if I'm not mistaken, especially in that Raiders game, I think he really ran with a purpose in that one. I think he had a catch out of the backfield in that game that he housed. So he's had his chances. When he's been given those opportunities, he's done a lot with them. I like him as our kick returner as well, Zach. But I don't know if I quite could sign up for believing that he's got an ability to be an every down guy. I think he's talented, but I think he's more of a you're mixing him in the best case scenario for him. He's a number 2 back at the highest point. Neil Marsh says Brandon Nelson just spit out a review video, so in case you're feeling any degree of hope for a coming season, go take your medicine. Oh goodness. Why do I have a theory that Pete wants to tank without tanking? He can just lead the inside linebacker and quarterback as it is, develop the team, try to win, but no, you're not winning with many games. The rise of Dark Carroll. Oh, he's using the Sith ways, huh? He's going full on into the Sith ways. HB says Moffy's length was very apparent, and he does the emoji down there. Pittsburgh's to the north, HB. Whatever do you mean by down there? Mythical Pigeon saying Locke had a drop touchdown pass by Butterfingers tight end. I do think it's a drop there, Mythical Pigeon. I do think it was a drop. I think he was also, it's a tough catch to make. You're getting hammered and there's a tight end, but you can make the argument he should have got it. It's valid. That's valid. Dezilla says, laughing out loud, the head of the Hawk flock, Drew Lock. Rob, have a good night, good game, man. K9 needs holes. He goes down upon first contact. He does need some. I mean, he fought through some tackles on things. But he's also 5'9", 2, probably 10. So he's not the same kind of size as some of the other running backs you've had through here at times. PhD Flopper says he wasn't impressed by K9. Well, I don't know. I just didn't feel like he had as many holes opened up for him as the other guys did. Zach Sargent, is Noah Fant better than Will Disley? It's kind of an impossible question to answer because honestly, they really do play 2 different positions. They're both listed as a tight end, but Will Disley is an inline tight end. Noah Fant is a move-based tight end, an H-back tight end. So it's really 2 different type of skill sets in those players you want. The H-back is more of your wide receiver, tight end, hybrid type player, kind of a bit between the 2, right? Whereas Will Disley is more of your pure, traditional, inline blocking tight end that can do some catch stuff and is a big body. So they're just kind of different. They're different players, really. Will Disley's a better pass blocker. Noah's more dynamic in the open field. Noah's a better route runner. Disley's may have better hands. I don't know. Rob, George Pickens is going to be a menace. 100%. Ryan, what the F were you guys expecting? Do you really think Gio was going to come and become Patrick Mahomes? I'm very satisfied with the game manager. We won a Super Bowl that way. Yeah, this is the new model. We're not trying to be the Chiefs. We're not trying to be the Buffalo Bills. We're not trying to be Dallas Cowboys, the way they throw the ball around at times, or any of these other teams that want to just do high volume. That's not us. We're going to run the ball and ask our quarterbacks to do very little and be game managers. It's not always going to be the most exciting for some people to watch, but that is the team that's being built, and teams have had success operating under those conditions with the quarterback in recent history. HB, it's just too slow and frustrating. If the pre-snap stuff, then it takes Geno 10 years to escape pressure to hit a guy 5 yards down the field. Neil Marsh, Homer was the one who whiffed that block on Drew's sack fumble, was it not? No. Homer was out of that game at that point. So it was that other guy, Thompson, I'm sure, by that point. Once they take the guys out in preseason, they don't come back in. Andy Luonga, thank you for subscribing, Andy. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Kyle Mulkey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Kyle. He says, it's either we suck and get a top 5 pick, or Denver sucks and we get a top 5. No way both can make the playoffs. Roquan for 2/3. Why are people upset? I don't know. That seems like the straightforward deal to get done here with it, Kyle. That's the one that I'm advocating for making, for pushing towards Chicago, saying, hey, how about 2/3? You want Cody? We'll give you Cody too. We'll throw in maybe a 5th on top if you really want to press us about it. But I feel like that would get it done, potentially. And it would help. It would help. And if you can keep it to the 3rds, then you're staying out of the 1st and 2nd round picks. So it really doesn't impact you on maybe packaging those picks then together to go get the quarterback of the future at that point, if you had to do that route. Yamar says, for what it's worth, the game between the Indy and Buffalo featured like 8 turnovers. Even the top 10 are having their issues. Yeah, first game of the year. You shouldn't expect a well-oiled machine on the first game of the year for sure. Seahawks Gaming says, I don't see the difference between Benson Mayowa and Uchenna Owusu. It's kind of early to tell, isn't it? I mean, Owusu came out for the first handful of series. And I don't know I think if we're just going to base more on what Owusu was doing, like let's say last year, the amount of pressures that Owusu had last year for the Chargers vastly outperforms anything that Benson Mayowa has ever come close to in his career. He didn't necessarily get as many sacks, 5-6 sacks, but the pressures are part of what drove him here to Seattle, and then his ability to set the edge in the run game as well. That's another underrated component of what Owusu brings. So I think he didn't play necessarily great in this game, but I think if we go back and lean into what he's done recently, historically speaking, understanding he is only a 25-year-old player, I think he'll still end up being pretty solid from us on that side of things. I'm not expecting star-level play, but a guy that can get some fairly consistent pressure on his side. And if he doesn't, Maffei's going to be over there pushing him. Neil says Stone wasn't actually a complete failure. He actually did a lot better than expected in run blocking. I didn't get a chance to concentrate on him too much, so I'll take a look at him deeper. Riverside wasn't impressed by Parkinson either. Yeah. Daniel W. says, today was a great day. Our tackles held up. Mind you, they didn't go against TJ Watt. Kobe Bryant played well despite the touchdown, but honestly, it was a perfect pass. Boye and Mafe showed out. Quarterbacks may, but not future. Yeah. I thought the quarterbacks were overall solid today. Devin Taylor says, does team go with Locke considering he's on a rookie contract and has more upside? I don't think that the contract's going to dictate it. I don't think the upside will be a dictating factor, Devin. I think more of who outperforms who and who operates the quarterback position in the way that Carroll wants it operated. And this is, again, outside of how it's been operated under Russell Wilson recently. So there's a change in the way, to a degree, there's certain things Russell did that were part of what Carroll wanted him to do from the position, but now you're really getting purified how I want you to run this Carroll and the way that he looks at the position. And so I think it's really whoever the guy is that fits to that throughout the whole course of training camp, not just into one game or on an upside or contract basis. Antoine and Elizabeth Cobb, I listened to the stream sparingly. Did Shelby Harris play? And if so, how did he do? He played a little bit on the strict snap fumble by Boye Mafe. He's right there up in the quarterback's chest and providing sort of secondary pressure as Maffei's coming around the back. The quarterback can't really concentrate on Mafe because he's dealing with Shelby up here. But didn't do anything else that I saw that jumped out. William Leonard says Parkinson has shaky hands. They do get a little shaky. On that one, he had that drop before he was even hit. It was like he was anticipating the contact before it came. Herbicide says Harris looked phenomenal. Okay. Herbicide says Walmart Wilson. Isn't Walmart being the owner of the Broncos just perfect with Wilson there? Quiet. There's something perfect about that. Flight with the cameras on, Mafe and Taylor could really be solid for the future. Boy, could they ever. You got some twitchy, athletic, good length, good size, just screaming off the edge play after play. How many yards did Locke have passing? Locke had a total of 102 yards passing. Gino had a total of 101 yards passing. So it's tight. It's tight. Wheeler says, if Seattle couldn't trade Bobby for any picks, Roquan definitely isn't worth the first. Yeah, it's a good point on that, Wheeler, and they're definitely two different players in their careers for sure, because Bobby's up around 33 and Roquan's still about 25, but the point still stands in that, you know, the middle linebackers don't tend to garner a lot in trade value. It's just the way the NFL looks at things is the way that these trades bear out. I tried to do a lot of research on this before the show a couple of days ago about Roquan, trying to dig into Google and find trades that had happened that were for high picks, and there's just none out there. It's weird. It's wild. All these other positions across the board, you have all these different types of trades that occur, but not at middle linebacker. And it's just hard to get that kind of value for a player, especially again, a player that you're going to have to pay after you make the trade. You're not getting the guy with cheap club control for a couple of years. I got to pay him from the moment he jumps in, and I got to pay him like a league, like $18 million a year. That's got to factor in. Riverside, give a second for Roquan. Love it. Love it. M'Baku, we need to draft a good linebacker next year, so why not give up a second round pick for a sure thing? That's part of been my logic with this too, M'Baku, is you could be sitting on the side of, I don't want to give up the second round for Roquan because I want to use all those picks for all players next year. But as I've been trying to push a little bit, just slightly back against this, I don't think it's a completely bad lane of thought. I wouldn't want to completely say, oh, that's just stupid. No, I can see the smartness behind it. But the thing with that is that Barton is a free agent after this year. So even if Barton's just good enough to be average this year, you're still going to have to address the middle linebacker position after this year. And I don't think it's going to be signing Barton to a contract extension. And I go in my mind to going, okay, well, that's the case. Then, you know, I then now am going to probably need to draft a second or third round linebacker. Well, if that's the case, why not go just make that move now for a guy in Roquan Smith that's a top 10 first round pick middle linebacker in the sport who's got over 100 tackles throughout the course of his career. Like, he got 17 sacks or something like that. He's a great blitzer, been very good in coverage, had a bit of a down year last year. But if you look at the overall part of his career, and again, understanding with him, you're not doing a Jimmy Graham, Jamal Adams thing here where you're bringing a guy in and then having him do something completely different from what he did prior. You're taking him from the defense that you have implemented right now. That's exactly the defense that he's been playing in. So apples for apples, tit for tat. And Sean Desai knows him. That's the key to me on this, is if Sean Desai is coming in the back into Carroll's ear and he's going, okay, look, Barton ain't going to get it done. You can see it. I can see it. Clint Hurt can see it. Everyone can see it. The stadium can see it. Every fan, even all the way up into the northernmost tip of Alaska, can see that he is not it. So why don't we go make this move for this guy who I know backwards, right to left, know how we can utilize him at his best, who's a phenomenal fit for this defense, who will help bring this defense together and take our weakest link now and make it to one of our greatest strengths on the defensive side of the ball. And that's where I think that there's a lot to be said for making this kind of move. Anthony Bain says, watch the LA Rams somehow acquire Roquan. Laughing out loud, that team always has no cap space yet still manages to sign and trade for top talent. They find a way, don't they? They find a way, and I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Besides, says Roquan's like KJ on steroids. Yeah, he is. Exactly. Exactamundo. Peter Go Hawks. Thank you for subscribing, Peter. Jeffrey Thistle with the $5 donation says, don't look now, but Denver is slaying Dallas right now. Are they? Is Russell playing that game, or are they just having him sit outright? Your boy says, I wouldn't be surprised if Roquan's a Seahawks soon because we got that Desai connection. Exactly. Why do even the second, third string inside linebackers look slow? Most look slow. Vi Jones has some speed, but he did not stay home many plays and got burnt. Yeah, it was rough all night. Inside linebackers it was rough all night long. Riverside Bennett grew out the dreads out. Yeah, he did. Those are those retirement dreads. Those are the best dreads. HB, even though our corners got exposed, it's great experience. They'll learn from their mistakes. They will indeed. I agree. And overall, good from them. John Ray says, won't you look at some Sherman film to see how he quarterback tackles? Yeah, It's going to be a development thing, and Sherman took some time to get to the point of where he was as a tackler in his prime here. He was a guy as well. It wasn't the most surest as a tackler early on, but it came along. And says the draft was all right, but this offseason was trash. It was, why do I? It's so nice to have football back. Oh, it was great to have football back. Emmett says, well said. Gino is clearly the better quarterback. Dude just has command. Peter Go Hawks, I hope Locke starts with the first next week. He was the fire today. Yeah, he was looking good for me the most part. And I would like to see with him run with the starters at some point this preseason, somehow, some way. I think that would be really encouraging to hear. Hey, we got a little bit of a subscriber train going on here. Appreciate that. Vegas Gary, thank you for subscribing. Brandon Larson, appreciate you jumping aboard as well. A lot of new subscribers here on the stream today. Thank you so much, you guys. Seahawks Gaming, our screenplay pisses me off. I don't know why, to your point of that, we look so weird on bubble screens, and we have for years. I don't know how so many other teams run that very simple play, very just easy and eloquently, but we just look so clunky on it. We remember, for instance, the Rams playoff game a couple years ago where Swain can't lay the block on the bubble screen. It always seems to be missed, thrown in an odd place for the receivers. We don't seem to be able to block it right. I don't know why. We just can't seem to figure that one out. In Tech World, hey, I'm back. I watched a short highlight video to see the stuff from the second half. That was a nice start to the second half, and boy, Amafe looks fierce out there. What else did I miss? Catch me up. It's about, you probably got most of what's going on there, man. Running backs look great. Corners were up and down. Quarterbacks were more good than bad. Offensive line looks solid throughout. Middle linebacker was horrible for the most part. Tackling was horrible. Josh Jones made some good plays. Almost had a pick. M'Baku, yes, please do a poll. Who played better between Locke and Gino? I will. I'll do a poll. We'll do a poll and see. Maybe I can even do one right now. See if it lets me. See if it lets me do a poll. Maybe I can do a poll right now. I'd be interested to see what people think because I think there is some divided opinion here. Let's do it. Who played better? Gino or Drew? All right, let's ask the community. Let's pose this fierce question to the community. Who played better? Make your vote. Pick your pick. Megan B, I need to walk away from laptop a bit. My eyes are crossing. I have severe migraines for a few days. Be back mid. Sounds good. Ryan C, regardless of what anyone else feels, quarterback-wise, I saw a lot of throws over the middle from the field that Russ has literally never made from both quarterbacks. You definitely did feature a lot more of the short and intermediate passing game, Ryan, and over the middle within that. Yeah, and that's a part of this that I think does take a step forward this year. I'm not putting all the blame just on Russ with it, but it's just not been a part of your offense up until this point. I think both of these quarterbacks and understanding how I can get this job is fitting to the designs of this offense, fitting to the designs of what Coach Carroll and Waldman want from me from this offense. And that's going to be beyond hitting the deep shots and the money balls and the chunk plays. It's going to be hitting the consistency of those short throws. You're out rolling out. You got a guy out there who's leaking out in the backfield. Do you put it on time? Do you put him in space with the yak yardage to get upfield? Those guys did a good job of that today. Both the quarterbacks, that's the place where I really look at it and go, they did a good job of putting the throws on those receivers, giving them a chance to do something with it in the ball in their hands after the catch. Was very impressed. Very impressed, but well said. Kessler Jones, hello. How you doing, Kessler? Peter Gohawk says Locke is a win-win. Either he kills it and we have a new franchise quarterback, or he fails and we have our franchise quarterback next draft. Gino is a backup, period. Well said. Maybe the way. Tommy says Gino is pathetic. Edley says that's harsh. Kelvin Asamoah, how about Darker Young? You mean Derek Young? He was great, wasn't he, Kelvin? Had that early drop, but then came back strong. And again, showing you traditional receiver things in his game where he was really more that gadget kind of receiver at the college level. HB, don't be here trying to break tackles in preseason, Zach Wilson style. Well, especially if you're a quarterback, that's for sure. Tommy says it was Thompson. Yeah, there you go. And you're right, Tommy. That very well could cost him a job, right? You're the fifth running back on a roster. You better block well in pass protection. Tommy says, I can say we sucked ass and not be upset about it. I don't know if we sucked ass. We game went right down the line. Definitely had some bad stuff, some good stuff. Kind of what you expect to see in preseason. B says, I thought Drew looked more poised and looked more comfortable in the offense. I'm thinking he wins the job. I did think he looked a little more comfortable in his control and operation of the offense. Just from outside the throws and outside, just in his general comfortability, I guess you could say. John Reed's not worried about this season as it is a rebuilding season. Not expecting much until the 2025. Oh, all the way to 2025, John. I'm not going that far. Meg says, B, I'm hoping Drew gets it, but nothing will surprise me. Well, you never know, Megan. I mean, it's early. Well, let's let it play out. And Emmett, I like your patience. He says, yeah, relax, folks. It's what everyone wanted. It's a long process. Deal with the pain. There we go, Emmett. We gotta deal with this a little bit. It's gonna be just a part of the process. Like the 76ers, right? Trust the process. Herbicide says, gotta hate the Cowboys at the Donkeys. Me too. HB says, Pittsburgh has more grit than us. We don't have grit. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know if I'd say that necessarily. How'd Tariq look, Kelvin? Wasn't challenged very much. Missed a tackle. Yeah, I think he had a nice little pass breakup on a play early on in the game, but looked overall pretty fluid out there. He's a big guy, though. He sure pops. You sure see him when he's on the field. Emmett says, I was expecting better pre-snap and quick passing. The dump-offs were clearly better, though the deep game was way worse. Yes. I like the dump-offs. I like the short stuff. But yeah, the deep stuff wasn't as much there, which is kind of what we're expecting, I think. John Reese says, I think we win to 5 to 7 games max unless something changes. Well, I've been sitting at about 8 wins. I haven't done my pre-draft, my preseason prediction show yet. But I've been about 8 for a while now. I may adjust it a game or two either way on that, but I do think we're around the same place. And Lauren Lawler, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Really do appreciate it. You're awesome for doing so. Daniel, I wasn't that excited for Boye Mafe when we drafted him, but I know he was your guy. Now I am optimistic. Feelings on him after today's game. I think you saw a little bit of why I was so excited about him. And what I really like with him is that he's a guy, again, with the physical traits. I forget what, and give me some room on this, Daniel, but it was 6'4", 33-inch long arms, a sub 40-inch, like huge vertical leap, for this 40, 1 yard, 1.5 split this. He was like one of only 3 guys in this draft in his marks that he hit. And the other 2 guys that were drafted, I think it was Hutchinson and Walker were the other 2 guys that fit the physical profile that he was bringing to the table with all of those athletic scores and his just natural size. And then when you watch the tape on him and when he flashed in those moments you saw it, you went, man, that's almost unstoppable in moments of watching him on the college tape, where if he can turn that on, if he can tap back into that. And my own personal way I look at it when evaluating prospects is I'm always going to try to lean into loving what they can do good. Quarterbacks are a little different in this because I think you got to look a little bit more at the deficiencies of a quarterback position because it's much more impactful than some of the other deficiencies in a regular player's game. But I really will lock in on what he does well. And if what he does well is complete, it's just happening in flashes, meaning he can play the run, he can set the edge, he can be quick off the snap, he can use great bend. He's not a technician yet with his hands, but his hands have come along pretty well, even on that last year in Minnesota, where there were times he was using them really well. He's got a great job. His sort of signature move from Mafe is he comes off the line of scrimmage quick, which instantly challenges those tackles, and then he can get into the body of him, into the chest of him really quickly. And once he gets this swoop move, kind of just to where he's disengaging the hands on the swipe, it's not a big up over, it's not a real dramatic move, but when he swipes those hands off, he has this keen athletic ability to kind of bounce a half yard then away from the tackle at the same time he's swiping the hands off. So the tackle's so busy with getting his hands back up that Mafe's already a half step away from him, and then he's pressing the quarterback to get the sack. It's going to give him a couple of sacks this year, I believe, and I think it's also part of what's going to help him to eventually tap into being a really good upper level player coming off the edge in this league. I don't know if I go stardom with him in his future, but being a good upper level 3-4 outside linebacker who can give you kind of what we thought. We're thinking maybe Darrell Taylor has another step to his game and where he goes. This would be more of a guy that fits into what maybe we thought Taylor would be off that first year. So maybe can he be a perennial 12, 13 sack a year guy, kind of in that range? Can he hit that thing? I think Mafe could. I do. HB says, Walmart, let's ride. Jeffrey says, baby hands Pickett looked good until he started playing with all the fours, laughing out loud. Yeah, he was okay, though. He's good overall, though. And he has those baby hands to overcome, so it's like he's extra good then, right? Why do I says one thing for sure, it's a preseason game, and winning and losing means less than nothing. Well said. Well said. And the early poll results here, folks. Looks like we got Drew winning it here early here. Gino's 12% on 84 votes. Gino's at 12%. Drew is at 88. Gino can't get no love. You guys are mean. 88%. Oh Lordy. I gotta give Gino a sympathy vote. I gotta give him a pity vote. Neil Marsh Ford should team up with Walmart to provide official Bronco fatty scooters. Mason, I know people are hyped for Locke too, but I thought Gino played a really clean game. 2 drops and Fant not staying in bounds deflated his numbers. Only complaint was he looked jumpy in the pocket. Well said, Mason. I second your evaluation. That's the way it looked to me too. The Beast Game says Gino sucks. Well, he's at 12% right now on this. It seems like the chat is with you on this. Chewy Loco. Let's bring back Russell Wilson back to the Seahawks. I don't think that's happening, my friend. I think that volleyball has drifted into the deep parts of the ocean. Why do I? Michael Bennett's sideline question to Pete was awesome. Pete, all the fans want to know, why did you trade me? I think you really wanted an answer, laughing out loud. I don't know. And I don't think Pete had any intention of giving him that answer. Your boy Michael, that's funny though, by Michael Bennett. Like I said, you never know what's going to come out of a Bennett's mouth, and that's and usually an awesome manner. Your boy Michael says, boy is going to be a steal. Yeah, I mean, just for getting that in the second round, if you can get a guy that could perennial be a guy, the 12 sack a year guy, who can give you some good play in the run game as well, that would be what I would definitely convention to say is a steal. HB says, let Russ cook gear now sold at Walmart everywhere. Seahawks Gaming, I want to see some run pass option in the mock game. We didn't see any in this game. No, we didn't. Well said. Colin McKinnon, as a Steeler fan, y'all didn't look too bad. Your pass defense needs some work, though. Yeah, we got to clean it up a bit, Colin. That's for sure. We allowed a little bit too many easy completions for your guys to kind of dink and dunk us through this game. Seemed like that 8-yard out route was there for you all game long whenever you wanted it. Didn't matter who the quarterback was. What's up, Maverick Consulting Group? She goes with Drew. Emmett, our screens will get better as the year goes on. It's the lingering effects of Russ. Don't know why, but I get the feeling it's somehow Russ's fault. I don't know either. It's odd they can't run it sometimes, Emmett. That bubble screen should be one of the easiest completions you make as a quarterback, if not the easiest completion you make as a quarterback. You know, just you got a wide open throw there. You don't have an offensive line in front of you. Just whip it out over there. Whip it out. Neil Marsh, just replaced the cigarettes with Win Wilson. No children in the fatty scooters. Well, I think Locke played better tonight, but I'm not sure he should start yet. Well, the poll is sitting pretty heavily in Drew's favor at this point. Jamal Michael, thank you for reminding me that. Please, if you like what you're listening to, do me a favor and hit that like button if you could for me, please. It does help this channel out. It helps me grow tremendously. I really do appreciate it. And thank you to all the new subscribers. Vegas Gary, Brennan Larson, Lauren Lawler. Lauren, that's a great comic book name you have, by the way. Very, very phonetic. MSR Rook, Pete just said this post game, both quarterbacks were efficient. Really, Gino could have been 10 for 10. He had 2 drops and Noah's got to stay in. We moved the ball around pretty good with Gino at Drew also. I think that's a very fair assessment by Pete. And again, something I was kind of saying to a degree before he even said it there. So I think it's pretty indicative of being pretty close to the truth of the situation. Jeffrey Sissel says the community has spoken. The community is screaming. Community is screaming Drew Lock. I'm a little like avert your eyes, Gino. Don't look at this one. Don't do it. Don't do it. Your confidence will be hammered, my man. 95 votes, still sitting strong at 89%. Jesus. Cheeto's losing ground. Daniel W., I love seeing the Steelers crowd chant, Kenny, Kenny. He landed the perfect spot for both teams wise. A lot of talent, wide receivers, running backs, tight end, etc., and a good scheme offensively. He did. It's always good as a young quarterback. If you can last past the early part of the draft, past the teens, and you start getting the 20s, chances are you're going to a fairly solid team one way or another. I also think that there was a part of that that Pittsburgh team could not have a Dan Marino 2.0 situation prop up where you passed on Dan in 84. A lot of people locally wanted you to go after that guy to replace a Bradshaw, and you didn't. You have a kid playing locally again at Pittsburgh now with Kenny Pickett, and you have the chance to draft him. Part of me wondered if that was a little bit of what we will get killed for this for the next 100 years if we don't do this. So I don't know if that was going to be the case with it, but look, he has arrived at a great place there, and we'll see what he can do with them. UE2K says, Locke would be great if we can get other teams to agree to only play their practice squad against Seahawks. If we just slip them a 20, that's all we got to do. HB says, wow, I didn't think it'd be a landslide. I didn't either. Gino's come back 1%. He's gotten back to the magical 88 here, but he is, you would have thought he threw 3 picks and Drew threw 3 touchdowns on this poll. Brandon Larson says, the Hawks Nest, hello from Issaquah, Washington. Hello, Brandon, and thank you for subscribing. You're awesome for doing so, brother. Appreciate it. The Beast Game says this is why the Bills will win the Super Bowl. Bills could. They're definitely in contention. What are your opinion on the last drive by Gino? Asked Jaden. I can't quite remember which was the last drive on that one, Jaden. Sorry, off the top of my head. I'm not sure which one you might be speaking on. Evan says everyone's sleeping on Gino. It's gonna get better as he settles in. Hell, we'll play Jacksonville again at some point. Yeah, I could see Gino winning it, man. I could. Why do I? With the offense now using the middle of the field, Seattle can do what they have struggled so much with. They can now try to matriculate the ball down the field without relying on just big plays. Matriculate. That's right. One of the great all-time words used by the former Kansas City Chief coach when he's on the sideline and thinks Super Bowl III. Let's keep on matriculating the ball up the field, boys. But yeah, there's going to be more of the consistent drives. I've offered this year, you're going to lose some of the big play ability because you don't have Russell Wilson's big play type arm within the accuracy that he throws deep, the big moonshot ball. But you should get a little bit more of a consistent play as far as I think in between the 20s, let's say. Just a lot less theoretically 3 and outs. A little bit more consistent drives, a little more protecting the defenses. It may equate out to a few more field goals, a few less touchdowns, but also may equal out to a little bit more of a fresher defense as well, as we saw them on the football field, of course, more than any defense in football last year, partly because they didn't play great at all times, but also partly because the defense had long stretches where they couldn't even get a single first down last season. HB says, seems like Gino's taking it too seriously and it's affecting his decision-making, but what do I know? Well, there's pressure. Vegas Gary, Gino is a check down machine. Drew will start week 1, and I think that was the plan all along, despite Pete Carroll's smokescreen. Could be. Very cool to be. And Jay Law, thank you for subscribing. Jay Law, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. A lot of new subscribers here on the chat today. Thank you so much. Empire Code Cross is a baller. Put some respect on his name. Dude held up incredibly well in pass pro and run po. I would say the same thing about Lucas. Both those guys, when my eyes were drawn to either of them, they were doing their job. And neither got beat bad in this game at all. Very encouraging for a first start for both those guys who I think at the end of the day end up as both your week 1 starters. Neil says, Gino seems more predictable too. It seemed like the defense had more trouble guessing what we were going to do with Drew in. I think that's true. That feels right. Brandon says, I say make it between Drew and Jacob and just cut Smith. I don't know. We haven't seen Jacob, so I don't know about that. Rodney Prescio, we have to get better at tackling. It's a must. We also have to get better at stuffing the run because if not, we will be shredded every week. I agree that those things got to improve for sure, Rodney. And I think that I have most confidence in the second part of what you said getting done and that they're going to stuff the run because I know a Coach Carroll team is not going to simply be okay with not stopping the run. They will commit the men to the line of scrimmage to get it done. That's not what he's going to allow. Now, the tackling element, that's the part that remains to be seen and it needs to be improved upon. Not surprised to see the first preseason game you struggle a little bit with tackling, but it is something that I could say I've got a reasonable amount of confidence that you can improve upon as we go forward. Corey Olson, if it's a close competition, take Drew. We're not competing for a ring. Why not? I can get that to a degree, Corey. I think there's also, though, if you had Drew here for a couple of years and you wanted to continue to develop him, that might be it, but he's a free agent at the end of the year. I lean more into let the best man win. Whoever the best man is throughout the totality of this preseason period, we ride with that. Let's go with that. Let's call it a day with that. So I lean more into that lane of things myself, but I understand where you're coming from. And again, the poll does seem to have a little bit of that built within it, as we're now back up to 89% with 122 votes for Drew Lock over Geno Smith at this point, and who played better in this game. John says, think about it. Draft a quarterback in 2023, won't do much rookie season. Then 2024, if things start working and we have pieces, playoffs, but not quite Super Bowl. 2025 should have things working, Super Bowl, hopefully. I mean, it could take that long, John. It's possible. I tend to think this roster is a little bit more further along than having to look that far out. I do. You definitely have a lot to add. You got to get your quarterback in here, but Wilson was a rookie, and then by the second season, John, he had won a Super Bowl. So I don't think that it's necessarily you got to wait till a guy's third year. Patrick Mahomes was, I think, in his second year, won a Super Bowl. Burrow this last year got into the Super Bowl, almost won a Super Bowl in his second year. So I think that I look at it more through by the second season of that rookie quarterback, you're looking to hit the NOS button. That's when you're looking to make that jump forward. So to me, this is really a 1 year out situation as far as, where I see it. But I get where you're coming from with it. It could take that long. Bash says, my father kept laughing when Bennett was on. He was like, yo, my mans look like the Predator. He does look like a Predator. UGK, Locke played against guys that won't even make the Steelers roster. Color me not impressed, but that's never been Locke's problem. Looks great versus error, but decision-making under pressure is problematic. It's fair enough. I mean, he had also the offensive guys that he had working on his side of the ball they were getting pretty deep in the depth chart for what he had to work with too. But that's fair enough. HB, you think Jamal knows how to wrap up now instead of flying with his shoulder tackle? No, because he's got his broken fingers and he might have to protect his fingers, which might lead to more shoulder tackling. I'll have to see it until I believe it, Ryan Ball, how did the players do after making mistakes? Did they learn quick? Were they making the same mistakes? I didn't see guys making multiple mistakes over and over again in this game. So I wasn't seeing that happen. But you had some mistakes here and there, missed tackles. Kobe getting beat on the deep ball against Pickens, George Pickens is going to be a great receiver in this league, I think, but he's got to know to stay on top of him on that play. So just kind of normal mistakes that you would see in a preseason game. Power code, by the way, defensive tackle was pulling out all the moves today. Were they? Corey says our defensive line looked bad stopping the run. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. You had 27 carries for the Pittsburgh Steelers in this game for 185 yards, 6.9 yard per carry average. That's not going to get it done. Robert Jimenez says Al Pacino deciding who is the Seahawks starting quarterback against Denver. Oh, I'll tell you, I can't decide. It's a hard choice to make. Who you're going to go with, I don't know. Who? All right, I'll make a pick. I'll make a selection. I'm going with Drew Lock because he's got a great big arm and he throws it real far. Oh, yeah. We're going Drew. That's a bad Pacino. It gets hard 4.5 hours in, Robert. I always notice that when I get into the 4-hour clip, the voice starts to go, I can't lock it in. I got to go with Drew. He's too good. All the time. You don't even know. He's just getting warmed up now. Listen to me. Bobby Johnson says Hawks should have drafted Pickett. I don't know. Not so sure about that. I'm glad we didn't go with Pickett myself. I wasn't a big Pickett guy. But we'll see. Vegas Gary says Geno is what he is. Career backup. HB says Taylor needs to be more consistent at finishing the play. Seems like he's always a half a second away from a strip sack every snap. Got to find a way there, HB. And that problem does go back to last year. You're right. And that was the thing where he'd get there at times and he would seem to have a free, the play today where he had a free run to the quarterback. It feels like that had happened last year a couple times too. Learn how to finish that deal. I think it's something that you can learn how to finish. There is those kind of pass rushers, though, that they can get there almost every snap, but they can just never finish that deal. Like a Jadeveon Clowney has been kind of like that kind of guy in his career, where he's always a high pressure number, but just can't quite complete the deal, you know? Where they say in basketball, they call it $1 million move and a 10-cent finish. Jordan Kraft, Mafe looked amazing. Lots of potential. Yeah, he did. Upcountry, Big Country says Drew's running away at this poll. Yeah, he's making it not even a question at this point as far as from where the fan base looks like on this one. Kyle's a Denver Bronco fan celebrating that they are winning the Super Bowl after beating the Cowboys the first preseason game. Also said Russ is going to take a discount for them because he's a team player. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch their reaction when he asks for straight 60 a year. All cash money, all guaranteed, all bonus time. He's going to make them Walmarts pay. You will buy me a Walmart store. No, a whole store. Drew, J-Law, I was Geno all the way till tonight. I just feel Drew looks more decisive, quicker release, and laser. Fumble, sure, he missed the call, but that happens to the best of them. Well said. And one play does not make a full performance, as I like to say. I think football does tend to get people into sample size data, which makes me surprised a little bit. So many are saying, I'm not going to concentrate on that fumble. I'm concentrating more on all of the good play that he put outside of that fumble. So I can't disagree with anything you said there. I definitely feel probably very similar, though I think I am a little higher on Geno's day than where the chat is, as we now do stand 137 votes into this, and Drew's sitting with a solid 88% lead as far as who played better. Vegas Gary says, just discovered you tonight. Great stream. Well, thank you, Vegas. We'll be doing this all year long. I do Wednesdays. We'll be doing Wednesdays, Sundays. I'm going to be doing a Tuesday live stream, I believe, that's going to be talking about the quarterbacks in college, actually, covering a little bit of their performance on the past week. So you're going to be getting a lot of Hawks Nest here this upcoming year. Megan says, I have been on lock train since day one, B. Toot toot. The chat's with you on this, Megan. The chat's rolling deep with you on this. Can't deny it. Cannot deny it. Why? This whole draft looks like a steal, kind of nuts when you think about it. All 9 guys can make the team, and 6 could be starters by sometime this season. Pinch me. And to your point on this as well, you've seen recent drafts at times that have propelled teams in this way when they can hit so many of their picks. We certainly have our 2011, 12 seasons with all of those guys. You had your, for instance, the 2012, you had your Russell and you had your Bobby. You got 2 Hall of Famers out of that draft. But you had your G.R. Sweezies in there too, right? You had your other picks on the side of it. And they may have taken a draft and had one very similar like that here. The Saints a couple of years ago, they were reaching into that point where Drew Brees' arm was starting to flail. The talent wasn't kind of at the same point. And then they just had this great draft where they must have added 5-6 starters in that draft. Really good guys. And it really helped inject them back again into that. And they're still kind of riding off of that draft a little bit and still being, even this year with a guy like Jameson Winston rocking the quarterback position, still maybe be a solid team, a team that could push to be a surprise type playoff team in that respect of things. One great draft can take you a good length of the distance, be it through either a rebuild or be it a team that's good, that's trying to get over the top to being great. It absolutely can do that in this sport. Tom Eden says, Geno was nothing special. Exactly what we thought and expected. Well said. And again, the poll is definitely agreeing with you here. Tommy, Jordan Clark, we just got rid of a quarterback that was holding the ball too long. Why should we use Geno as a first string when he seems to be doing the same thing now? I don't know. I mean, maybe there was a couple points here or there that he held the ball a little bit. Certainly had some scrambles where maybe he had held the ball a bit. Let's also remember with this, you have no Tyler Lockett, no DK Metcalf, no Dwayne Eskridge. So he's throwing to essentially 4, 5, 6, 7th, 8th man on the depth chart. Is those guys he's looking at as he's processing through the route? I mean, the thing that I did see with Geno is when he was holding the ball, he was going through his reads. He wasn't just getting locked to one side and then just sitting there and you saw his helmet and not looking off that. He was trying to go through them all. We'd have to see the all 22 tape to see whether or not those guys were open and he missed a route. I'll be looking for that on some of the all-22 tape when I go back and look at this to see if some of those moments do jump out to me. But at the end of the day, he was proficient. He wasn't great, but I think he was good. And it's not his fault that 3 of those, he should have had 3 more completions in his stat column, which does change his day quite considerably, I think, in how people look at it. Emmett says Pete's got Geno's back as he should. He also thinks Barton is our number 2 middle linebacker. Trust Pete, everyone. HB says Ballor's better than Barton. Maybe. Ballor made a play out there at least. I saw that. Sam the Great, I guess the upside for Geno is that they're more familiar with the playbook. Yeah, maybe a little bit. He's got the 1 year under the offensive coordinator, more of an understanding of the expectation level. And it's no slight on Drew that he's not necessarily there, but he could definitely catch up. Wheeler says the only knock I had on Geno's game was the passing yards. Would have liked to have seen a few more deep shots, but gotta love the completion percentage. Yeah, wasn't a perfect day. Wasn't a great day, just I'd go good, solid. Sam the Great, coming from the coaching room's perspective. Peter Go Hawks. Locke had trash coaching before and had an unlucky injury with the Denver Ponies. Just imagine if he becomes the new Breeze. He has way more upside than Geno, the career backup. He won't get better. Fair point. Fair point. Why Geno has no balls? He would rather dump. Deron Everest, need to see better tackling in the next game and catching those interceptions. Yeah, if you get the chance to pick that ball off, you better do it. And Josh Jones, who had that drop interception, did have a couple of picks here in camp. So he's made a couple of plays, at least in camp wise, but definitely had that ball right there in the breadbasket and just couldn't haul it in. Nolan R. Vance with a $20 donation. Thank you for the big donation, Nolan. I really appreciate it, brother. Salute to you. 4 hours in, you are in midseason form, Brando. Really encouraged by how much of what we watched this evening. Linebackers need work. Offensive line, running back, safety, and cornerback rooms look deep. Well, thank you for the $20 donation and the kind words. I feel mid-season form here. I'm just jacked. I got football again. I get to talk about a game. I get to break it down and go through all the parts and pieces of it. You know that's why I love to do. That's why we go 4 or 5 hours if you're new here. That's every stream here when we go. We go late. We go deep because we want to dive into every corner and every angle of this and really look at it all the way around. But linebackers do need some work, to your point. Boy, do they need ever. And you looked for Cody to come in this game and give you a little bit of life, and you didn't quite see the life you were hoping to see there from him. It's still a little bit of the same old from Cody in that respect. No Jordan Brooks in this game, but I do continue to be worried, Nolan, as it concerns the middle linebacker. I am not worried in the least, really, when it comes to offensive line, running back, safety, and the cornerback room. And it's great that not only now do we have what would seemingly be good guys on the front line there as far as starters go. I'm not saying stars, but good front line guys, but we've got some depth with it as well. And I think that's a real good building blocks for this team as it goes forward. You know, as speaking about recently on this, you've got a lot of positions here that are going to be cheap for the foreseeable future here, which means we'll be able to spend on other positions, which means we'll be able to hammer other positions very specifically if your tackles work out like you think, if the corners work out like you think, if your outside linebackers work out like you think, you're going to be able to put yourself with a lot more flexibility and being able to address those other positions of need and weakness as we go into the future because of these other positions and how good they're looking. Breeze, CFAM, I was watching the game, but I was working at my job, so I barely could watch it. But I did watch Geno throw that dot dough. I don't know who better. Locke did show some sauce today. I'm pleased. Sad we lost, though. Yeah, me too. And they both played, I think, pretty good. And like you said, they had that one where he put the one right on Fant. That's a great throw. Fant's got to get those feet down. Emmett says we had some offensive flags, so that was a legit positive. There you go. There you go. Sam the Great, but I'm more on board with Locke getting the week 1 start. That seems to be where the poll has. Though, Geno's he's making some headway back, folks. We got Geno up to 13%. He's up to a strong 13. Neil Marsh, although I've got to admit that monster truck sure does look like it should be parked at the end of the clearance aisle right between tire cleaner and cat litter. Although I got to admit that. Did I miss him on that, Neil? Whitey White says first and second half play calling looked super conservative even for the preseason game. Agreed. Barely any pre-snap motion. Not a lot of like misdirection. Not a lot of we're going to show you the candy this way, but we're coming back over this way. There's a lot of just kind of straightforward, again, I'd say vanilla play calling. Well, I guess I'll lean in to say they're trying to protect and not show their hand. John, usually the refs call stuff in preseason to let the teams know what they'll be calling to the regular season. Yeah, the flags are always going to fly a little bit more so even in the preseason from the officials. They're trying to set the tone. And Sam says, we just got to see what Drew can do with DK and Tyler. I sure would like to see this preseason, him have an opportunity on the field with both those two guys at the same time just to see what he could do with them. Great point. Mason, make sure you go back and watch Cross on the play. Geno took a sack. He initially got bull rushed, but stayed calm and held his anchor, then mirrored him perfectly for 3 seconds. Beautiful play. I'll check it out for sure. Gene D says Drew is balling with second and third string receivers. Exactly. Wide Wide says, I know this. I want to see Locke next week. We have seen what Geno looked like with the first team offense. Locke has played well enough to get that look. I would like to see it too. Bash at the local gym. I'd like to just have a counterbalance. I've seen Geno with the ones. Let me see Drew with the ones. I'd like to see kind of a little bit of both. And I think that third preseason game is going to serve as like the fourth preseason game had been in years past, where you're almost starting nobody. Bash at the local gym, finishing up, sitting in front of my locker, always in hot gear. I look over and see this elderly man eyeballing me. He had a Steelers hat on, laughing out loud. That's when I realized football's here. It does. You get that awkward moment where you lock eyes, even an old man, even a gentle old man. No, he ain't gentle. He sees, oh, we're playing you today. Oh, yeah, what are you looking at, kid? Huh? Seahawks fan, huh? Yeah, okay. Right, don't you look at me. Don't you look at me weird. Seahawks Network. Seahawks fans crucify Wilson all season for not taking the check down, but Geno is picked apart for playing safe football and not testing downfield. Hit Johnson down the seam and Fant on the sideline. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm not in that lane of it, Seahawks Network. I like both these guys. But I think some of this is a little built in, too, from the standpoint of just people not being on board at all with Geno outside of him really flourishing in this preseason, that there's a bit of a feeling of he is what he is, we know what he is, and there's a little bit of an unknown to Drew. I can get where they're coming from on it, even if I don't quite fully agree with it. I get where they're coming from. Wayne Wilson, we need a fullback playing linebacker for us. We need depth there for sure. Also, no Brooks tonight. I say we trade for Roquan. Also, Locke needs first team reps. He did more with less than Geno did with the first team. Solid points all around with that. And yes, I think we're in agreement on this. And let's see what Drew can do with the number ones. I just want to see what he can do. Just get each guy number one, game action, give him with the number one team, make a full assessment. Emmett Brown says, there's been a lot of 2011 talk lately. I don't see a team that reminds me of 2011. I don't know. I mean, was the 2011 team such a high watermark team that this team can't be close to that? Let's see. 7-9, third place in the division. I don't know, Emmett. I think they can get to that mark. I don't think that's exactly a high water mark that you're trying to hit to reach. Megan says, some Cosell, if you please be, summing up the game. Well, you go into Pittsburgh Stadium and you already must deal with the many ghosts of years past. The steel curtain indeed comes with a menagerie of imperceptible faults that you cannot hope to deal with as a team. You will only find yourself under an avalanche of yellow towels twisting and turning into the breeze as you try to throw a football between them. The cold weather has not yet set in, but the icy demeanors of those Pittsburgh Steelers fans cannot be undersold. Like I said, man, it gets rough 4.5 in, man. I'm 5 hours in now, so it gets tough. I can feel my voice get a little scratchy on it, so it's like, Cassell's been better than that recently. I can hear it's not quite on. Seahawks Network, people see what they want to see. Both quarterbacks played well. I'd argue Smith pushed the ball downfield better than Locke. Wouldn't say anyone outplayed anybody. It's a fair assessment. I think it's very fair. John Breeze says, honestly, Brandon, if we find an elite quarterback and we get the pieces in place, then get to a Super Bowl by 2025, consider us extremely fortunate. Look at how many teams have been looking for a decent quarterback for decades. Agreed. I wouldn't be bitching and moaning about that, John. Not at all. Evan Brown says that was a great Hulk Coleman. What you gonna do, brother, when the pythons go running wild on you? Mason Dale says, I'm telling you, Kobe makes a play on that ball if Pickens doesn't push off on that touchdown. Maybe. He did get himself a little behind on coverage, though, and you get himself a little bit behind by not staying on top. But there was a little bit maybe of a subtle push off there. Got to go back and take a look at it. Jeffrey Thistle, baby hands Pickett. UB2K says, Geno played as well as Locke against slightly superior competition, so I give him the edge. I think it's pretty close between both of them. Both of them had certain things they might have done just a little bit better than the other, but I thought they both at the end of the day played better than they played worse. I wouldn't say it was a middling effort by either. I think overall they both played good for what they were asked to do. HB says, you know what they say about small hands? Small gloves. Jeffrey Thistle says, Russ is like, show me them dollar bills, yo. Oh, yeah, he's going to want to be paid. Russ is not going to take any discount. If the Denver fan base is hoping for that, they're living in dreamland. Kelly, Russ's special Hall of Fame talent. It's extremely hard to get to the Super Bowl. Even Patrick Mahomes can't get there every year. Very true. 32 NFL teams are all pushing for it. Why? Me talking to Pete about Gino and Al Pacino's voice. He's got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it. I just agree, Gino. Look at last year, not perfect. Mason says, I'm excited for Boye with 2 sacks. Needs to build on the performance and play more consistent. Indeed, he does. But I think he showed you for a first game out the gate. That's pretty good. Michael Bell, our O-line got beat on that play at the end. Drew got hit on the blind side. I thought he played well. He did. Definitely a blown blocking assignment on that play. Greg Island at one point ends up on his butt early after the snap. It wasn't looking good there from the rip. Gene D, he got blindsided or else he would have won that game for us. Very well could have. That was on first down. HB Charles Cross was in diapers last time Russ went to the Super Bowl. I don't know if he's that young. I thought Winston got hurt. Winston's got a little bit of a turned ankle, but he'll be back. And the polls still sit at 88% on 172 votes. Neil Marsh, as to Russ and the O-line argument, I'd only be able to reply, how about that Pro Bowl O-line? He still got sacked 4 times in that stinking Pro Bowl where the D is barely trying. Yeah, I think he's always going to be, and this is not just a Russ thing. If any quarterbacks that are scrambling-based quarterbacks or quarterbacks that are going to try to elongate a play behind the line of scrimmage, it doesn't matter whether it's Russ or anybody else. Those are always historically going to be guys that are sacked at a higher rate than your pocket passers, even though pocket passers are theoretically less mobile. But a pocket passer is going to be more often than not willing to throw it away when it's not there, and is going to be more built into trying to get the ball out of his hands on time because he knows he doesn't have those legs to fall back on. Gene D says, Gino is a backup, nothing more, nothing less. Pete is playing mind games with Drew, trying to keep it competitive. Could be. Kyle, media saying we are going 3-14 this season. I don't trust anything they say. I haven't since they gave us a D grade for taking Wilson and Wagner. PFF clearly has their favorite now. They definitely don't have a lot of love for us on that, that's for sure. Michael says, left tackle was taking care of his assignment, the A gap. We need a tight end to cover the weak side. It was a play call thing. I thought they were saying in the post presser that it was a running back was supposed to come over and slid the other way rather than sliding to that side. John Reed is true, but he is a game manager, maybe the best game manager. Oh, and you're talking to him. Apparently Green Bay is going 14-3 by the media. Question is, Rodgers throwing to who? Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb? Laughed my ass off. What a joke. Jordan Love, Pickett deserves an F. He ain't seeing the field till 30. Very well could be the case with Jordan. And I do wonder what the Packers are trying to do with their receiving core. You lost, not only did you lose Devontae Adams, but you lost Valdez Scantling as well to Kansas City. You're trying to take your 3 and turn him into a number 1 now. You went out and signed Sammy Watkins, who hasn't been much anything over the last couple of years. It's very odd to see how the Packers are approaching the receiver core. Frankly, it's been odd for the whole time period between Favre and Rodgers since those guys have been there. It's not that they've had bad receivers during those time periods, but they always seem to be getting by with just barely enough or not good enough at the position. And it's odd to watch for something that's almost going on a couple of decades of time with it. I'm sure they don't see it that way, but from an outside looking in, it sometimes looks like that. Jeffrey Thistle with the $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. He says, the issue here is Gino has been here 4 years and Locke already doesn't look any worse having been here 5 weeks. It's a fair point. He should have a little bit of a head start, you would think, know the personnel, be in year 2 in this scheme. But indeed, you could say that he doesn't necessarily look ahead of him. At the very least, they look even. And if they're even, maybe that is Locke being a little bit ahead, considering he's coming from behind. Solid point. Solid point. Thank you for all the donations too, Jeffrey. Gene D says, Eskridge is fast and quick. We need to utilize him. Pre-snap motion needs to be a common part of this offense. This has gone from a portion of the NFL, and if you look at the early 2010s, pre-snap is being used at about 20% of the rate of the NFL. It's up over now about 60%. You've got to use pre-snap motion. Eskridge has got to be that guy. He's got to challenge the linebackers coming across the scheme pre-snap. And I hopefully that he will be able to get it healthy enough to get there, Gene. Still fighting through a hamstring injury here, and the injury situation with Eskridge remains a big question mark. Why do I Geno in dropbacks? There was a 3rd and 12. He hit the tight end super quick and got a 4-yard all out of a super clean pocket. Sure seemed like if he had waited a heartbeat longer, the seam came open behind the nickel. Yeah, you'd like to. A couple of the times in this game where we got into 3rd and longs, I know there's not a high chance you're going to have success on those kind of down and distances, but I still would like to see the team try to hit those or try to have a play drawn up where you're at least trying to get to the sticks rather than just giving up and doing a nothing play that gets you 4 yards that doesn't accomplish you anything. And Sam the Great says, Russ cared about the money, and that's why he ran to the Rocky Mountains. I'm looking forward to the building process. Go Hawks. Me too. Mason Dale, I want to know, I know people want to dog on Geno, so Drew looks better in comparison. But guys, both quarterbacks played well. That's a good problem to have. It is indeed. G&D, man, what happened to our dominance? We used to walk over teams. Dominance has been a long way away for us in recent history. But we can get back there. Terrence Brown, Seahawks fans destroy Russ for holding the ball too long and then crucify Geno for taking checkdowns. I'm not doing that, Terrence. I like checkdowns. I'm all in favor of checkdowns. I'm all good with it. Evan says, agreed, Pete's not trying to show his hand. Could be. GD, Mariners winning the World Series, so all is good. Did the Mariners win today? I didn't get an update in the chat. I'm guessing since I didn't get an update, we probably lost. Russ had a final say on any trade. It was in his contract. He did indeed. Peter Go Hawks, who's your favorite rookie after today's? I'm favoring Boye and Walker. Just a great draft all the way around. Still think Woolen could still be a beast shutdown corner. Boy, I kind of still lean a little bit with Abraham Lucas, Peter Go Hawks, just because I thought he had a great pancake block in this game that was just, he completely put a guy on his back in the run game, which a guy like Lucas, a lot of people like Cross say can't run block as well, and that was good to see. Boye's probably there too. I'm definitely hyped on him after today with what he showed. So probably Lucas and Boye would be my two guys that I'm really kind of gravitating towards as far as rookies go. But Ellie, our rush blocking was on point. Them boys up front going to carry this offense. It was on point. Run blocking was really good today. Really good today. Michael Bell, I like our tackles, Walker and Mafe for rookie debuts. They were solid. They were solid. The Wizard 15, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Jeffrey Thistle, sorry, I heard that. Sector 7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Spectre. He said, the people have spoken. Give us Locke. Let us all brew some beer. Let's do it. That's right. The people have spoken, and it's a pretty thorough speaking. 180 votes. 87% of the vote is who played better. 87% of the vote says Drew Lock played better. A mere 13% of the chat says Geno was better. Fairly telling. Fairly telling. Michael Bell is impressed with Taylor. Dallas, Homer, and Locke as well. All those plays played good. Taylor was getting pressure on just about every snap. Couldn't quite close the deal, but he was getting there. Mason says, like the mock game, it felt like the play calling was really conservative when Geno was in. It was definitely conservative, and maybe a little bit more so when he was in there. That's a solid point. Deadly, I also think the play calling was worse with Geno than Locke. I gotta go back and watch to be sure on that, but I'll look for that. RD has Michael Bell says RD has potential. Missing tackles is the trouble. It is. I think you do get a little bit more sure tacklers in there when you're talking about starting to add guys like Adams and Brooks back into the fold of things. I know people like to bury on Adams, but he's an overall fairly solid tackler. And I think he does help you in the run game when he comes back as well, Michael. So I think that element is going to improve as we go along. Bear with me, folks. We got to be right back. Whew. All right. Megan says, love it, B. Not bad for 5 hours in. With that, I say to you, B, Mr. Cosell and the 12s, farewell, and we'll catch you on the next one. Thank you, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Fly Artist Mafe was the highlight of the game. I hope they continue to develop Locke and get this run game going. Me too, man. Well said. Flyers got tired of Russell only going for the long bomb and trying to run the whole team. Yeah, it's just not the designs of this offense, too. Bashes, I thought our special teams played well also. Myers is dope. He had some good plays at punter. Good plays at punter. I think you mean Dixon. The coverage is also awesome too. Is it me or are the Steelers the kings of the sneaky crackback? They're good at it, man. That's for sure. They got away with a blatant one in this game. Whitey Wise says, Kobe looked a little shaky at the start of the game. I do like that he settled down and he was hitting all game. Good first step. Very good step. A little mixed, but you're going to expect that for a kid in his first time out there. Mason Dale says, after tonight, PFF ranking us as the worst offensive line looks pretty silly. You're really telling me you'd rather have the Bears O-line than ours? Come on. Agreed. I thought it was silly at the time, and it still doesn't make a lot of sense. Terrence Brown says, what I'm telling you is that Russ was too good for you guys to nitpick at his game. Terrence Brown, I love Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's a great quarterback. Russell Wilson is still a very good quarterback in this league. We can debate about where he sits at on that ranking chart, and that's a fairly fierce debate amongst fans. I'm not trying to speak for the people in the chat that might be, speaking to what they're speaking. I can tell you from my perspective of it. I think you can appreciate Russell Wilson. I think you can appreciate his game. I think you can appreciate all he's brought to the football field. I think you can appreciate the fact that he brought you a Super Bowl title. You can appreciate all that while still also looking at some of the deficiencies that do exist in his game. I have maintained that the deficiencies that exist in his game, Terrence, are deficiencies that he can mainly overcome. But it is on him to overcome them. And they're deficiencies that are starting to show up and become brighter and more on display now as he loses a little bit of his athleticism and his escapability in the pocket. You have to get better pre-snap. You have to get better at the blitzes. You have to get better in the short and intermediate game. You have to get better in throwing with anticipation. You've got to get better against the blitz. These are items that he has at times over the last couple of years struggled to deal with and not had an answer for. He may develop those answers. He may have spent this whole offseason in the lab working through all of those issues, but those are undeniable issues that do exist in his game. He still has all the good stuff he brings. So this is, again, Tyrants, where, we sometimes get to things being black and white and there are no shades of gray. There's a lot of great things to his game. Still one of the best deep balls in the game, one of the most accurate deep balls in the game, throws it with a trajectory that makes it easier for a receiver to catch because it's coming down over the top, and that combined with the accuracy element of it still makes it a deadly portion of his game. He's still a plus mobility guy. He still can control the line of scrimmage, especially in the up-tempo game, really well. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes from the quarterback position. There's still a lot of plus parts to his game, but it's not. He doesn't walk on water. He's not just the most perfect quarterback that's ever been constructed. There are some things about it that are noteworthy, and it's especially important, Terrence, because we've adopted an offense in the last 2 years. That's the first time that Russell Wilson had a new offense in 10 years. It was an offense that was going from letting him play off script, off time, look for the deep shot. We're trying to get the big chunk play. We're going to run up the middle and hit the chunk play. Run up the middle, hit the chunk play. Well, now you're on an offense that's more of a design-based offense that's got to be on time, 3-step drop, 5-step drop. And that could become a great part of Russell's game. It just hasn't been up until this point. He can start to expand that out and make it a part of his game. He may be highly successful this year with the Broncos in that element of things. But it's not been something he's been as good at consistently here over the last few years necessarily. Kyle says, Locke will start. DK in multiple interviews is pulling for Locke. Nobody stepping up to DK. If you do, it's a death sentence. Neil Marsh says, full disclosure, I'm drunk off my ass and passed out sometime before the trophy presentation, but I still never trusted Russ since that day. Mariners lost his big country. That sucks. Cross, Walker, Mafe, Bryant, Melton, amazing draft picks. Seattle knows what they're doing. Hey, Drake Young looking good on that too, Sam. Yeah, they do. It's a great draft. It's great draft. You got hard work, dedication, and passion pays off. Go, Brando. Man, thank you, man. It does indeed. So happy, Brando, and the growth of this channel. Me too, man. Loving life, how this channel's been going. You guys are awesome. And then, you Nugget love the speed of Mafe. Let's develop and play him while he's young. Well, he'll be like, let him be situational this first year as he was a rookie. So let's let him just go in and pin his ears back when he comes in the game. Breeze, did you all see that connection with Locke and DJ Dallas for the touchdown? Man, DJ swam time bomb splash in for the touchdown. Something amazing. Mafe was a monster day after these highlights. He was great. Yeah, how about that with DJ? Just F it. I'll jump the last 4 yards and get in. I'll just Superman it. Darren says, I have a feeling that Pete is going to leave Seattle in shambles like he did in USC. It's possible. G&D, Marco Gonzalez is scrub, getting paid like an ace, but thrown like he bongs on the bench. Will Seattle ever be able to execute a decent screen pass? Asked Why Do Wide. Is it a Northwest thing is it from Salmon and Starbucks? Well, until they do it right, I'm going to say I don't know. It's part of this offense. You should be able to run it, but they just seem to have some kind of problem with it. Yeah, maybe we should have sold Marco when it was worth it. That's true. Certainly he's going to be here next year. Jose Lopez says, damn, Cross started the game out on fire. He looked good, didn't he? For his first start in the pro career, not bad, huh? Not too bad. Kyle says, some of the camera feeds showed some Denver players looked annoyed. It's pretty sad that I'm not sure if it's because it's late or because Russ had been saying, let's ride every 5 minutes since warm-up. He's been saying, let's ride, and I see you. I see you. I see you. Let's ride. I see you. Why do I? Running backs have to be chomping at the bit to start the season. They know there will be carries for everyone in this offense this year. Could be the next team with 2 1,000-yard backs. Not out of the question. No. What do you need to get 2,000-yard backs? You need 2 talented running backs. You need a commitment to the running game, and you need an offensive line that can get it done. And they will do all 3 of those parts. So it's possible. It's hard to do, but it's possible. Aaron says it's just that Russ single-handedly changed the way the country looked at Seattle. Yeah, I disagree, Terrence. I guess I disagree on that. And again, you're not alone in this respect. There's a lot of people out there that say Seattle was one way, the city of Seattle was one way, and then Russell came and it became this whole other thing. I just don't land in that marker of things myself. I don't. I find him to be a great player, a Hall of Fame player, all that. But I think that there becomes a point where we start to overstate this a little bit. You know, what brought Seattle to prominence on the national stage, Terrence, is Paul Allen buying the team in the late 90s. Because with Paul Allen buying the team, you got a commitment to the program from a monetary standpoint, both in creating new facilities, new stadiums, spending money on the payroll, which the previous owners wouldn't do. So that's where we took the step forward. That's why prior to Russell's arrival, you had been in a Super Bowl within the last 10 years, right? That's why you had gotten multiple division titles over that time, won multiple playoff games over that time. So this is where things get a little stuck for me on this, Terrence, and it gets a little stuck in my craw to a degree because we have all this success that's got a lot of different parts and pieces to it. Legion of Boom, great defensive line, an offensive line at the time when Russell arrived that was spending the most on it in the entire NFL. A lot of different things that added up to you winning a Super Bowl and getting to Super Bowls in back-to-back years. It wasn't one man throwing a cape on his back and flying above us and shooting laser beams out of his eyes, and somehow that's what got us to where we got. We got there by the assemblage of the total of the crew, and Russell was a key part of that, but he was a part of that, not the whole. Mason, I wish PFF grades had preseason grades. Also, how did you get players' grade after every game last year? Did you have the premium version? I did not have the premium version. Luckily, Mason, there's a guy on Reddit who posts the grades as they come out every time. Hopefully he will do that again this year. And if he does, I'll have it up here for you, for sure. Why do I love Russ when he was drafted? I called my friend and yelled at him, but last season and a half, his weaknesses have been exploited, and he has not been able to overcome that or adjust. Well said. Kyle G says, we are going to be last in the NFL. I don't think we're going to be last in the NFL, Kyle G. You think the Houston Texans have a better roster than us? No. John, PFF grade for our linebackers like F except Vi Jones, F minus. Yeah, exactly. Sean, I like Bo Melton as number 4 receiver behind Goodwin, Lockett, and DK. I've hoped that he could take the reins on that and overcome a guy like Freddie Swain. I like maybe a little bit of the potential top end with that guy in there for sure. You've got Dallas and Mafia as the player of the games. I'd go with that. 2 solid selections. Benelli, our O-line looked good. I loved it. He did. They looked really good. Roasted for the play. He answered all the questions of the press. He didn't throw the coaches or players under the bus, but it was a bad play and wide receiver wasn't at the spot. Yeah, you know what, Huey, I don't crush Russ on the throw at the goal line. I'm not one of those people, so. He says, with all the Russ talk, there's never any talk about the horrible defense Pete has been putting on the field for the last 2 years and the 8 years of horrible drafts and bargain basement, never going for it. Well, I don't know maybe not talk nationally, UE2K, but there has been on this channel. I have thrown plenty of fire at Pete over the years. I just did a show right before the draft, which was literally a whole live stream show, UE2K, talking about, nobody speaking about the draft. I literally spent a whole show talking about how bad they had been at the draft over that 4-year period leading up to the last draft or over the 5-year period leading up to it. So I've been in that lane. I think what it comes down to sometimes, UE2K, is it's a matter of people have to put all of blame onto one thing or another, and there's no way to parse things out. And it always seems to come to this sort of black and white, just didactic approach, and how you approach it. Just why has it got to be black or white on it? Why can't we kind of parse things out and give certain bits of a share, and that there's nobody out there that's flying above everybody else, that they take a shit and it doesn't stink. Like, there ain't none of those people like that. It's everybody's got a little bit of the hand in this and where this has gone and how it's devolved down to. And I think that if we're just going to paint where one person's been should get all of the success and all of the lauds and the other person should be like, well, you just got lucky because you rode this guy's coattails. I think that's a gross oversimplification of the last 10 years of Seahawks football. Mason Dale, who are your offensive defensive players of the game? I'll go DJ Dallas and Josh Jones. I think Huey's suggestion on Dallas and I got to go Mafe. The time, not only getting the 2 sacks, but the timing of the sack he got, strip sack on one of them. And I thought he was really active around that too, just beyond that. James Bowe says, how'd Cross look tonight? Solid. I don't think he gave up any pressures, and he looked good in the run game, James. So it's sort of one of those things like when you don't hear the guy's number, you don't hear him talked about, there's no replays on him, he's not getting any penalties called. He's usually doing his job pretty good. And I think that was the case with Cross tonight. I do think that was the case with him tonight. Sam the Great says, I'm traveling to see Ohtani versus Castillo in Angel Stadium. Go M's. Oh, that'd be a great matchup. Mason Dale, seeing Drake blow his block on the bubble screen was a little disappointing. You'd hope he'd take advantage of his size and stature. Yeah, you would. Bubble screens, man. Don't forget Beastquake, Mike Holmgren, Super Bowl appearances, Old Hasselbeck, and Paul Allen. You're right. That's right. Neil Marsh, how much does drafting DK Metcalf and being better at drafting than literally anyone, how much does that make up for an LJ Collier? Well, it makes it up fairly significantly. I don't think that it's one draft selection is posed up against another. I think you've got to take all of the draft selections in a given draft and analyze them each individually, the players you could have had, where that player has landed out in their career, and whether or not you could foresee whether or not that was a bad pick prior to the pick happening, as you could with LJ Collier. So I think it's more than being a simple question. It's one that has to have a couple of little branches off of the question to be able to answer that type of thing. And it's more about, well, what about the totality of that whole draft? Because while DK was good, LJ Collier was an awful pick. Marquise Blair has yet to be able to get on the field and has been highly injury prone. Cody Barton has looked absolutely lost at times from a 3rd-round selection standpoint. But then you have some, you do a little bit better to the back end of that draft. So you got to just go draft by draft and take them in total and all that, I think. I don't think you go player to player on it. Kyle says, if somehow the college quarterbacks don't look good, I say we trade a package of picks for Lawrence. I don't see a prospect like him in the next few drafts, still under control for 3 years, but you have to have money. If they're willing to give him up, of course, that's the other thing it takes, is that the team's got to be willing to move off from him, and they just brought Doug in there to be the new head coach to guide that kid. I don't think they're going to look to move him. Bash says DK is going to have at least 1,600 yards this year, regardless of who's throwing. Well, that's a big amount. I like it. Love the optimism, actually. Let's go. Why? How many times did Doug throw shade at Russ, have holes in his game? It makes you think Russ is not recognizing these holes in the meetings. It's been my guess on it. And again, this is going to make a lot of the Russ fans bristle for me to say this, but this is part of my thing with Russ. It's, again, as I say, it's like I feel like I got to preload 4 statements before I can just say the thing I want, not to just trigger the Russ crowd. Like I have to feel like every time do this. Let me dance on these eggshells for you to just provide this opinion that's not really that extreme, but is maybe going to trigger you. And that is that, again, Russ can fix these issues in his game. He can get better at them. It's not all of a simply amount of, well, he's short, can't see over the thing, doesn't want, but it does take him taking responsibility for those shortcomings. And I've heard nothing in anything Russell has said over the last couple of years and listening to just about every one of his press conferences that has ever really heard him taking on that kind of responsibility. And the key is whenever you heard him say about something where he might have done something wrong or made a poor decision, he always counters it. It's always, well, yeah, I did this crappy thing, but I've done all this other good stuff too. Do you really look at that crappy thing you've done and then take responsibility for how you fix it? If you're just always looking to that positive stuff, this is a little bit of why I've raised a little bit of the worry with him on I've got to have a neutral mindset, only positive, nothing negative, only positive, nothing negative, always stay neutral mindset. Don't let yourself get, like there's some good to that, but there is that downside of it too, where you don't look at what you're doing wrong or what you can fix. You're never really self-analyzing from within. It's always just go forward. And that's a little bit of what I wonder to a degree with Russell. Don't know, but just wonder it. Sean Hines, what do you think of Curran at right guard? He held up better there this year than he did last year, Sean. He was able to do a little bit in the run game. He got beat in pass pro on a couple of times where a defensive tackle just flashed right across his face. I don't think right guard is his natural position, and they're trying to make sure he's got some versatility. If all hell breaks loose and they got to slide him in there, he's going to be their swing guy. But yeah, it was a mixed bag there at guard. Randy Wagner, Seattle will compete this year. Seattle just needs to run the ball and wear out the opponent's D. Love it, Randy. Run the ball, play good defense, play great special teams, and you can definitely compete. Yui says Carson injured. Taylor was hurt when we drafted him and nothing yet. Brooks drafted to be a middle linebacker when we had a middle linebacker and we could have drafted Jonathan Taylor. True. And that's the way to assess it a little bit better, more with it, Yui, on the drafts, I think, because you got to look at what you got, what's been injured, what's been the performance, what you could have had as well if you didn't go that route. And it says if Bennett, Sherm, and Gino can back into the media, can I get my boy Moon back in the booth? We ain't won big since he got booted from the broadcast. It's true. Very true. Why do I love seeing Haynes at left guard and Curran at right guard? They were open holes at will. They were doing good in the run block game, especially. A little worried with Curhan and pass pro, but definitely opened some holes in the run game. Jesse Higuera, do you think the Seahawks should trade for Roquan now? Well, I do, but I thought it a couple of days ago, Jesse. So I was already on this as far as thinking this was the right move to make. And you can see at my last show, that's what we covered on, was specifically what it would take to add, why we'd add, why it could make sense to add Roquan. And yes, I would be willing to do it at this point. Neil Mars Carson was a 7th round pick that gave us more than Taylor has given Indy so far. I mean, he had a couple of years to kind of build up his stats, but I think Taylor's given a better year than individually than Carson had. Mason, seeing how DJ and Homer played tonight makes you feel good about not having Penny next year? It does. Though I believe Homer's a free agent after the year, Mason. You got one more year of club control for DJ, but Homer is a free agent. Chase Stern with a $10 donation. Thank you, Chase. I really appreciate it. He says, I didn't get to watch the game yet because of work, but we'll watch it later. Who were you most impressed with tonight? The names I would give you, Chase, would Boye Mafe, 2 sacks, Travis Homer, and DJ Dallas were really impressive. Walker was good, but those guys really stood out to me in the run game. Your tackles played well. On the outside, both Lucas and when Curran was out there, he held up pretty good, and Cross was great over on the left side. Darrell Taylor was getting some pressure, consistent pressure in the times he was in the game. Kobe Bryant was up and down a little bit. Tariq Woolen had a breakup and then a little bit of a struggling and tackling a little bit later on. Josh Jones, the safety who's been playing well in camp, also played well in this game, Chase. Had an interception he could have returned that just went out of his hands. Bo Melton and Derek Young played pretty good from the receiver position. They both had a drop, but both had some really big catches, which was encouraging to see. That would probably be about it. And both quarterbacks played relatively good overall. Randy, Seattle was headed for the win. Unfortunately, Pittsburgh D was a tad too much. For sure they were. Called up a great blitz at a great time. Pete was such an issue for years, no doubt. Russell was at 2 at the end. Jody chose Pete, and we are where we are. I'm over Russ, and now looking forward to it. So this is a great way to put it. Pete was such an issue for the years. Pete was an issue for such the years, no doubt. And Russ was at the end too. This again, where it's like there's blame to be doled out to multiple parties here. Jody chose Pete, and that's where we are. I'm over Russ, and now we look forward. It's a great way to put it. It's a great way to put it. And yeah, Pete's been the problem. Part of what I talk about with Russ being able to correct the issues in his own game that are the deficiencies. Carroll was faced with the same things. Do you have to continue to just run a 1980 style offense and defense? Does that have to be the way you try to attack? Because that seems to be holding you back behind the ball on a multitude of levels. Pete has now adjusted that over the 2 years. He has fixed those elements in his game. And if he takes the hands-off approach that we're led to believe he might be taking a little bit more of this season on both those sides of the ball, I think it'll be even more of an indicator that he is learning his lessons and starting to fix the things that have plagued him as far as being problems. Terrence Brown, are there any quarterbacks in the next few years draft that jump off right at hand? Terrence Brown, I think this next draft is going to be a great draft for quarterbacks. I think there'll be 5 first-round picks at the position. I think there'll be a very diverse group of talents in what they can give you. I think what you're going to look for is you're going to fit to that 2011, 2012 blueprint, which is build up the team first, bring the quarterback in last, and then get a quarterback who is pro-ready. Not a guy that's rough around the edges, okay? Not a Malik Willis type like this year out of Liberty, okay? Not a guy like I think KJ Jefferson in this next draft is going to be, which is a little bit, you have some rough edges to work around a bit. But I like a lot a Will Levis type. That's the guy who I've gone to. The Kentucky Wildcats down there, they're running literally the Rams offense. He's running a pro-style offense, not the spread formation stuff, but a pro-style offense. Great mobility, great size, great arm, accurate, great mechanics, great decision-making, understands even little small things like how to lay in that play action and get that into the belly of the running back, really sell it. He does some of the little detail things that I like from a quarterback standpoint of things. So he's my early guy, but it is a little early. Terrence's next year's tape is going to be so much more of a bigger determinant on where these guys are going to land and what these guys are going to be. UEGK says, sorry, B, not talking about you not holding Seahawks front office accountable, mainly talking to folks in the chat. Everything in shades of gray. Thank you. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's cool then. I just want to make sure, because you know me, I'm holding everybody's feet to the fire on it. And I certainly have gotten burned on all ends of it from fans in the chat going, why are you talking about Pete like this? He's brought this and he's done all this. And don't you have any respect for him? It's like, well, I just think these are the problems that he needs to go along and fix. And Russell the same way. And again, I do think UE too. I mean, if Russ comes in and fixes these problems, UE, to your point on this with Denver, if Russ comes in and fixes two of those issues I mentioned, if he becomes unbeatable against the blitz, if he throws with a little more anticipation, throw away the short and intermediate passing game, throw away the middle stuff, throw that. Again, he could raise what you've seen from Russ at the top of his marks. You could see raised even a little higher from where he's been if he can round those parts of his game off. But those are parts that do indeed need to be rounded and a little bit more corrected. Gary Simonson, am I crazy to feel like Locke could be a top 12 quarterback in this league within a couple of years? I don't know if I'm quite there on that, Gary. I think he can be a middle of the road guy, but as well, you've only had a couple of years there with Denver and him starting. It hasn't been a great deal of tape to be able to watch to make a determination on that. So I'm a little uncertain of where to land with him in regards to that. Claude Bishop says Seattle had to travel across country for a preseason game and played very well. Well said, Claude. I did think they played well at the end of the day in this game. Soviet Spy, so Locke started week 2 of the preseason? I hope so, Soviet Spy. That's what I'm calling for. At least just to give him a chance as a counter to what you saw from Geno in the first game. U2K, Ravens all draft where Seahawks have been drafting over the last few years, and those teams are full of young stars. Also, all their teams have invested in the offensive line. Seattle hasn't done that. It's true. Ravens are great at drafting. Boy, did they have a great draft this last time. Imagine paying Russ a crap load of money this year in Seattle and being in the same position that we were last year. No hate, but we won for the future. We did. It's a good way to put that. We won for the future. I like that. How was Michael Dixon, Jason Myers? Dixon was great. Couple punts inside the 10. Myers hit a field goal that was very close to, I think it hit off the inside of the upright and went through, but I think he made his other extra point kicks. Sean Hines, what was going on between Blythe and Gino, which resulted in a timeout being called? I didn't see, Sean. Sorry, I didn't notice. Why do I? Pete did admit this year how stubborn and arrogant he was. Gives me hope. Me too. That's what it. That's the thing about fixing the issues. Fixing issues that can be fixed all begin with the guy that's having the problem, or the team that's having the problem, or the front office that's having the problem, or the general manager that's having the problem, or the head coach that's having the problem, or the starting quarterback that's having the problem. It all begins with the same place. Acknowledging you are going wrong by doing this. And it seems like a straightforward, simple thing to say, but I think it's a lot harder to pull off in practice when you have guys that have kind of the ego and pride of not just, again, quarterback, but coaches and front offices. They all have a tremendous amount of that stuff. It's hard to get them to own mistakes. They're very prideful. You can see it in that respect. But I do believe Pete's at least started to get down that road of things, which is encouraging. Deron Everest, Michael Jackson played well. Boy, he's a competitive player, isn't he, Deron? Fun guy to watch. He's in there every time. Gotta love what you see out of Michael. Ian ML, I just think they wanted to see what Barton could do. Wouldn't be surprised if they pulled the trigger on a Raekwon trade this week. I hope you're right, Ian. And I'm good with that too. Fine. Check out Barton from the middle. But we've seen what we've seen now. We've seen enough now. Let's put that book away now. What the Deadpool on Jimmy G being signed? Thursday? Well, haha. I'm an agent of chaos. No Jimmy G. No Jimmy G. I think the Browns are going to trade for him. Call it a day. Emmett says, with our O-line looking as it did, along with Homer, Dallas showing out, I'd say move Penny ASAP before he gets hurt pre-deadline. Get more ammo for 2023. I'm okay doing it right at the deadline, Emmett. I don't want to do it when he's in an injured state. I want to try to get him out there, get him running, and then see if he can build that value up. But if you can, then yeah, I'm on it. Claypool is great. Can be a knucklehead sometimes like DK. Steelers roster still loaded with draft talent. They're great. Their great offensive line eventually got old as did Big Ben, but they show they can assess talent. They do a good job of it. They have for years, especially linebacker and receiver, man. They kill it at those two positions. But make no mistake about it. The Steelers know how to draft. They tend to be very solid in that respect of things. And I like Claypool too. He's got to get the head on right, but very talented kid. Mason, wish we could have seen more Blair. This is a big year for him. Yeah, he was just in there for a heartbeat, seemed like. Emmett says, let's hope that Peter's still not the problem. The in-game decisions and free agent spending will likely be very telling. Will be indeed. Will be. Kyle, thoughts on Sherman being with the team the other day? I think he'd be a great cornerback coach and eventually a D coordinator when Desai takes over head coach. One, and his length reminds me of Sherman. I don't think, a lot of people mention on Kyle, former players wanting to come in, and it's just, I don't think any of these guys are going to want to be coaches. KJ Wright, Clay Favorill, Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman, I don't think any of them are going to want to be coaches. Consultants, a helping hand to call upon if you need for some technique advice on a guy who might be struggling or whatever, yes, but not, I don't think he wants to, his career is going to be in broadcast booth, is Sherman's, and he's going to make a lot of money doing it. Why do I? Steelers just hit again and again and again with wide receivers. Sure, not just luck at this point. Impressive. Yeah, it's not luck at this point. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know what they're looking for. And man, did I like Pickett a lot. I'm not surprised he's doing so good. Why do I say the big three quarterbacks I want right now are CJ, Levis, and TVD? Those three look like Pro Bowl quarterbacks more than any others. That's Tyler Van Dyke, TVD. All good guys, man. All in my top 5. Randy Wagner, you have a great show. All Seahawks fans have to understand the Seahawks played a great game, emphasizing it was in Pittsburgh. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And I was happy with this performance by this team. A lot of young guys out there playing for the first time. First cup of coffee out in the football field. Got to have nerves going on. I thought, all things being considered, everybody was pretty solid. Yeah, I think I'm right. I'll give you receivers. Steelers do good on. Defensive linemen, they're pretty good on. Safeties, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Linebacker, yes. Tight end, I don't know. Tight end, I'm not so sure on that. And running back, I guess overall, I'll give you running back on that. And O-line, they're pretty good. Neil Marsh, like people use George Fant as an example of Pete's terrible coaching, yet Mekhi Becton is losing his job as a top 20 pick to a guy who played basketball in Western Kentucky. That was a good addition, no doubt. You says 52 picks since 2016 and only one All-Pro, a punter. Yeah, it's true. I'd love to see the data on all those teams to that period and how many teams were developing All-Pros throughout that period. It'd be great to see that stat in conjunction with that. Cool. If we get a 5 to 10 pick, then I see this as a waste of a year since the only two real superstar quarterbacks are Stroud and Young. Cole, I think it's a little too early to make a determination on who the true superstars or top-end quarterbacks will be in next year's draft. Don't forget, right about this time last year, Spencer Rattler on a lot of mock boards was absolutely 100% going to be the number one quarterback taken in the next coming draft. And the guy behind him was going to be Sam Howell. Howell got taken in the 5th round. Rattler ended up transferring to a whole other college. So it's a little presumptuous and it's a little premature to say, I know right now that these are the two guys that are going to be the only two guys. Right now, most projections I've seen could be 5 quarterbacks in this next first-round draft. My first look at these guys, I feel like Levis, Young, and Stroud would be better than any of the quarterbacks in this last draft, and that's just where we're starting from. There's all these other guys in there who could pop on top of that. Sean Hines, if Jimmy G is released, should the Seahawks go after him even if he's not ready till Game 4? Due to him not knowing the playbook, or suffer through the season for a better pick? Suffer through the season for a better pick, Sean. It's too late in the game to bring a quarterback on. Remember, part of having a quarterback come in is you want to have him have the offseason. You want him throwing to those receivers outside of practice. You want the OTAs. You want the training camp. You don't want to be this deep into training camp when you're first bringing in a quarterback. He's not going to get up to speed. And if he does have returns to bring, if he is a better player than what you have in Drew Lock and Geno Smith, you're really not going to see that because of the late hour that you're bringing him in my opinion. Jeffrey says, I just think Drew Lock would be more fun and interesting to watch. I fear falling asleep watching Geno in this offense. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. And we are going to wrap this up here, folks. So we're getting down in, I'm going to get the last questions in. And we should do some more polls more often. And the poll did kind of finish out. Geno was able to make up a little bit of ground. But at the end of the day, Drew Lock, by the polls it states, got 86% of the vote. Who played better? The chat has spoken, and they say Drew Lock played better. 86% of the people in the chat say that to Geno Smith's 14%. Tough. Whitey Wise says, damn, did Coleman look bad? I didn't think anyone did well at the slot. That's an issue right now. It's worrisome, yeah. I was trying to get my stream going when that catch happened, so I didn't get a chance to see it at the time. Imagine if we kept Russ and got rid of Pete and hired a new coach and drafted Lucas, Walker, Boye Mafe, signed Life, and a left tackle. Now that would be something to look forward to. Yeah, but you weren't going to be able to do that, Huey, right? Like, I mean, unless you didn't make the trade of a Jamal Adams, I guess you could have gotten, because a couple of those picks you got is on the back of the Broncos. But they could have invested more. The point stands. They could have done more in the offensive line over the last few years for us. Jance Peters, how did Phil Haynes and Damian Lewis look? I thought it was weird that they weren't starting at their original positions. I didn't get a chance to watch Damian Lewis much, Jance. Phil Haynes looked pretty good. They bounced in between right guard and left guard, but he looked okay. Gave up one pressure from the right guard position, but in the run block game looked really good. He was opening holes. It's weird Tariq Woolen makes 39 look kind of cool. He does. He does indeed. Mason says, poor Eason, at least let him hold placeholder the ball and field goal. Maybe he's a damn good placeholder. You need those, you know. Emmett Brown says, I'm on board with Grayson McCall, Will Levis, Will Rogers, and Devin Leary. Now there's just so many, Emmett. There's so many potential guys this year, and I just hope a lot of them pop. That would work in our favor if we get just a bunch. Be one of those crazy, unusual NFL drafts that never occur. Whitmus, whether these rookies made good or bad plays, I'm just excited about a lot of them. Got good playing time to contribute and learn. The film study will help a ton. Well said, Whitmus. Yeah, there's a lot of excitement to come off this game in the play that you saw from the young fellas. The young bloods were coming out and doing a good job in this game. They didn't look overwhelmed. They didn't look in over their skis a bit. Over their skis, they were ready to roll. UE2K, how do we look at the last few games when the run game returned from hiatus? Looked pretty amazing. Without a run game, Seahawks won the division the year before. team talent was depleted. Simple as. It got cut off there. Yeah, and the run game returned from a little bit of a highest UE2K, but then there was also you're playing against lesser competition at the end of the season too, which helped. With your boy Michael, man, why couldn't we have traded Russ when we had interest in Mahomes or Josh Allen? Well, I feel like you could make that argument that this team knew it wasn't going to necessarily commit fully behind Russ, even right about the time they signed him to a new contract extension. And they sort of, rather than knowing that they really felt that way, they still ended up giving him the contract extension and then didn't kind of fully, you could make an argument to it, to fully kind of buy in, to give UE2K's points a little bit this more of a bump, that they didn't fully buy into signing him on at that point. And if you weren't going to just bring him in and embrace all that came with paying a quarterback top of the market money and understanding that means your defense is maybe going to have to be a weaker Carroll. You're going to have to put less on that side of the ball. They chose not to make that choice. It could or could not have been the right decision. I'm not to say on that, but it is a decision that they indeed did make. And if they were flirting at that time, as we know they were in 2018, when they had called the Browns a potential, hey, what if you gave us your first round pick for Russell? So there was that flirtation already out there. And if you felt that way, if one foot was out the door, you might as well just walk all the way through the door. It's not a bad way to go. Neil Marsh says, hey, Brendan just went live a few minutes ago. Everyone go run to Seahawks Brendan Nelson. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Brendan's got his thing going. Boop, pop over there. Sure, he's holding it down on his side of it. Emmett, we may really need to consider signing Goff next year if he's available, just to give a rookie quarterback the best possible quarterback mentor to aid his development. I hate Goff, but he is intelligent. Well, he's got familiarity with the scheme too, Emmett, right? So he's thrown 4,600 yards and 33 touchdowns in the scheme in a year. So he has some success with it. I'm not opposed to it if the price is right. It's always that part, Emmett, that you got to get down to find is where's our second tier quarterback deal here? Where's the third tier quarterback deal? It's always it's at the top of the market or it's at the bottom of the market as far as quarterbacks being paid. There just doesn't seem to be that blue collar area for a quarterback like Goff, but I'm not completely opposed to it. Wilbur Knight, Cody got burnt. Brandon, salute. Cody did get burnt on that George Pickett route. He says, I hope the Seahawks fans all get all the Drew Lock their heart's desire. Well, we very well may. Football is back. You're right, Huey. D-Nugget. Football is back. It is an exciting time. Kyle, can't wait to see the contract drama between Russ and Denver next year. Mark Rodgers is definitely going to keep us in the know. Get your popcorn ready. Denver's going to end up just paying the price, I think, but it's going to be a tough pill to swallow when you're looking at, again, what I think is going to be $55 to $60 million a year and almost all of it nearly guaranteed. It's going to be a little bit dicey. Breeze, CFAM, y'all, this is one of the best Seahawks podcast channels. Y'all hit that like button and go Hawks. We are going to make it. Well, thank you for saying that, Breeze. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you to say. A lot of great channels out there. If the Smith can get healthy, if Smith can get healthy, every pick can make this team. Young looks solid. Bo showed he can run. Oh, Tariq Smith, why? And you're right. Yeah, if he can get healthy, this draft looks even better if you can bring him into the flux. But so many guys look like they potentially could be everything from contributors to guys that could eventually be impact players on this team. This draft just continues to look like one of the best drafts in the last 10 years, if not the best draft in that last 10 years, and by a wide margin. So it is good to see. It is very encouraging to see. Well, folks, first preseason games in the books. And it was a little good, a little bad, some high moments, some low moments. It's what you get in the preseason, especially the first preseason game of the year. Tackling was a little bit dicey. Some of the young rookies showed up and actually played well. Some of the other guys struggled. The quarterbacks were overall net good, net positive at the end of the day of what you got from the quarterback position. There's a lot to clean up here. Certainly tackling right now early on as you look at this defense is one of those things that your antenna is pulled out pretty wide for this thing. Is this going to be an issue like this? Are we going to be one of the worst tackling teams in the league as we're looking on this game? Because it was at times where you just had guys all around them and you just could not bring a guy to the ground, be it a quarterback, be a running back, be a receiver. So that's the part that we hopefully will see improve. We ran a poll here to say who had the better game. Who do the fans believe played themselves out better, Drew or Geno? Well, 86% of the people said Drew Lock played better than Geno Smith. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to going out there this next week in the next preseason game and letting Drew Lock actually get a chance to start that game with the number ones. Give us a chance to have kind of that counterbalance between the two. Have we seen each of you start now with the number ones? How did you each perform with it? I don't think Geno necessarily did anything to have him lose the job, despite the fact this poll is as drawn as far apart as it is. But again, is it at least good that both your quarterbacks walk away saying they're playing good as opposed to this guy played so bad and this guy was middling, but we might end up having to give the starting role to the middling guy because the other guy's just so bad. And that doesn't seem to be the case of these two. To me, again, I don't see guys as they're rated on certain lists as being the 39th and 40th best quarterbacks in this sport. I think they could be in the low 20s or maybe even into the teens, which for a team that can be potentially dominant in running the ball, 6.5 yards per carry tonight, or a team that can maybe defensively come a little bit more together than what they showed tonight, be a bit better as a tackling unit than what they showed tonight, and also start to include a little bit more of what they were supposed to be installing this offseason, which is more of an aggressive-based nature, more of an attacking scheme. They weren't really running true blue 3-4 defense in this game. A lot, seemed like majority of the snaps were 2 defensive tackles on the inside, on either side of essentially the A gap, and then you've got your outside linebacker standing up in a wide 9 technique. Kind of an odd front for them to unroll in this game. And I'm just going to fall back, much like I would on the offensive side of the ball, saying that traditionally coaches fall into saying, let's keep things vanilla in the preseason. Let's not show our hand. Let's save all of the special stuff for actually when we come to game day. Makes sense. A lot of coaches operate by that realm, but of course it will drive fans crazy because they're going, why does this all look so easy for the opposition's offense to attack us? And us on the offensive side of the ball, we're not doing anything that has a lot of bells and whistles to it. No pre-snap motion, not any kind of real fly sweep usage. A lot of just kind of traditional type of stuff that we've seen here in Seattle from an offensive standpoint. So I'm not surprised by that per se, but I still will come out of this game overall being encouraged by what I saw from this team. I still land in feeling this team's going to be about where I thought they would be, which is about middle of the road when it's all said and done. It's not the worst roster in football, not the best roster in football, right around, I think, somewhere in the middle of the road when it all kind of mets out. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I appreciate all of you guys jumping in the chat today, all the support, all the donations, likes, new subscribers, and all that. We will be doing this every game of the NFL season. So every preseason game, every Seahawks NFL game, I will be going live with the exception of week 6. But we will be live aside from that. So if you're looking for a place to catch out some great action, play-by-play action, please do come on over here into the Hawks Nest. As well as just one final note, if you like what you're listening to, even on record or live, do me one last favor on out the door. Click that like button for me. Just a small, simple, little quick thing, but it helps this channel exponentially in me showing up on YouTube searches and them saying, hey, we want to show this channel to other people. So by you clicking it, you help this channel. You guys do a great job of that. I appreciate it. Please hit that if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Nick Badgett, how do you think our rookies did? Look good to me. And I think Willen looked pretty good for when we draft him. He's not supposed to be good. All look good. Nick, your tackles held up well. Walker took what he could get. There weren't a lot of holes for him early on, not in the same way of what you had in Travis Homer and DJ Dallas. Kobe Bryant got beat on a deep ball. Also wasn't able to get a tackle in the open field that got right out of his grip, which was a little disconcerting. But he was also competitive throughout, aside from that. Tariq had an early breakup, but looked pretty good too. So even the rookie receivers, man. Nick, you had early drop by Bo Melton, early drop by Tariq Young, and those guys both came back and made some catches and did something with the ball in their hand in the case of Bo Melton, who had a great yak play on a little swing route that he was able to take for like 25, 30 yards. So really all positive when it comes to the rookies from this game. Nobody looked overmatched. Nobody looked in over their head. And as I've said, that's going to be very encouraging. The more that we can get out of this draft, the more that it is going to spin that rebuild just a little bit faster. One player here, one player there, just a little bit quicker, not just from top-end starters, but from depth guys, from role-playing guys, from having guys slotted into certain specializations. I think that that's what you maybe very well could be getting out of this last draft, and it's so encouraging to see. Well, we didn't get the win. We didn't get the win, folks, and that's tough to see. And Jeffrey Thistle, Emmett Brown, you guys have a great night. It's good to see you in here. We didn't get the win. That's tough, but your team played competitively. There was more good than bad. We should be more encouraged than we should be dismayed. It's a rebuilding year. That is what it is. You got to go through the ups and the downs and the bumps in the roads and watching the inconsistency in young players, but you want to see the flashes. You want to see the sparks of life. You want to see that energy starting to come together. And I'm not going to say that tonight shows it starting to come together, but we are seeing those sparks. We are seeing even now a little bit out the gate, some of those sparks. So we need to get to a full fire. We need to get that kindling lit up. We need to get those flames starting to rise. So let's see if this team can continue to get the flame torch turned on, continue to jumpstart this thing just a little bit quicker than a lot of people think it might take to get back around to front, to get back to being an elite team. Either way, this is going to be fun to watch this process play out. This team is completely unpredictable. I don't know what to expect from them this year. I'm hopeful, but either way, it's going to be absolutely exciting to watch them go at it. I appreciate all you guys for watching. Thank you so much for all the people watching. Thank you for all the people in the chat, keeping things as always, keeping the gloves up, keeping it respectful, keeping it just a good, hearty debate where we talk about football. You don't attack the person, you attack the argument. I really got to give you guys props, and always, vast majority of people being able to stay in that lane, even when we have ferocious disagreement among the parties in the chat. And it's something you don't get to see on the internet very often. I really value it here. I really appreciate you guys keeping that mentality and mindset, and just letting the debates unfurl as they need to unfurl, and being able to, again, keep the gloves above the belt. I really do appreciate it. Well, we'll get another preseason year game next week. I will be back on Wednesday, Thursday here with Brendan on my side of the channel here. We'll see what his thoughts are when we do our show on Thursday night. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the new subscribers hopping aboard. And even in these times where there are these bumpy roads, please do you not ever forget, don't you ever forget now. Never. You know I'm going to be here to keep reminding if you do. Go Hawks.